STARWEAVER Chapter 1. Jonathan's Breakthrough. Design. Jonathan Vance King stared at the holographic model of his design floating in the center of his workspace. The STARWEAVER X1 rotated slowly in the blue light, every detail of its revolutionary hull rendered in perfect clarity. 3 years of work, of sleepless nights, failed iterations, and breakthrough moments, all culminating in this final design. He reached out, fingers passing through the aft section of the ship, zooming in on the propulsion system. "Show me the plasma field distribution in acceleration mode," he instructed. The AI responded instantly, and the model transformed to display a shimmering energy field enveloping the ship. Nested fractal subfields created an intricate pattern of reinforcing energy waves, the secret to his inertial dampening breakthrough. "Perfect," he whispered. "Simply perfect." A notification chimed, breaking his concentration. The small window that appeared in his field of vision displayed Director Kessler's face. "Jonathan," she said without preamble, "the United Nations Space Council is assembled. They're ready for your presentation." He took a deep breath, glancing around his small office aboard the Horizon station. Through the viewport, Earth hung suspended against the blackness of space, still beautiful despite what they now knew about its fate. "I'll be right there," he replied, dismissing the notification with a gesture. The corridor outside his office buzzed with activity. The Horizon, humanity's first true orbital construction facility, housed over 10,000 personnel, all working toward the same desperate goal: building the arcs that would save at least some portion of humanity from the solar catastrophe that now seemed inevitable. Scientists had first noticed the anomalies in solar output 7 years ago. What began as academic curiosity quickly turned to concern, then to horror, as the measurements confirmed the impossible. Our sun had somehow entered an accelerated aging process. Within decades, not billions of years, it would expand into a red giant, consuming Mercury, Venus, and eventually Earth itself. The cause remained hotly debated, but the outcome was certain. Jonathan nodded to colleagues as he made his way to the central conference chamber. Many looked exhausted, their faces drawn from the same relentless pressure that drove them all. The mechanical engineers, the life support specialists, the structural analysts, all united by a single purpose. He passed a massive viewport and paused briefly. Outside, the true scale of their enterprise was visible. The construction bays extended for kilometers, their skeletal frameworks alive with the movement of fabrication drones and EVA teams. In Bay 1, the first prototype of the STARWEAVER was already taking shape, its distinctive hull only partially complete but already recognizable. Further out, he could see the constant traffic of cargo vessels, converted rockets, and purpose-built space trucks, bringing the endless stream of materials needed from Earth. The space trucking industry had exploded into existence almost overnight, as nations poured resources into the Salvation Project. Old rivalries had been set aside in the face of extinction. The conference chamber doors slid open as he approached. Inside, the horseshoe-shaped table was filled with the most powerful people left on Earth, representatives from every major nation, connected both in person and via holographic projection. Director Kessler nodded to him as he entered. "Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jonathan King, Chief Architect of the STARWEAVER project." He took his position at the presentation dais and, with a gesture, expanded his holographic model to fill the center of the room. The STARWEAVER X1 now hung there in all its glory, a sleek 320-meter vessel with its distinctive hull and deployed solar arrays. "Distinguished representatives," he began, his voice steadier than he expected, "what you're looking at is humanity's future. The STARWEAVER X1 isn't merely a spacecraft, it's a self-sufficient world, capable of sustaining hundreds of people indefinitely while traveling to distant star systems." He gestured, and the model's outer hull became transparent, revealing the internal structures. The design incorporates every breakthrough we've achieved in the last 7 years. The multi-layer composite hull provides unprecedented protection against micrometeorites and radiation. The closed-loop life support system can recycle air, water, and nutrients with 99.97% efficiency. The manufacturing capabilities allow for production of replacement parts and even entire new systems as needed. Jonathan walked through the hologram, pointing out key features. But the true revolution is in the propulsion system. The ionic drive provides steady acceleration, while our newly developed plasma field generator creates what we're calling an inertial dampening effect. He zoomed in on the engine section. By generating a magnetically confined dense plasma focus using helium-3, we create a localized space-time gradient that mitigates inertial forces. This allows for acceleration far beyond what human physiology could normally withstand. Combined with the quantum navigation system, we can achieve velocities approaching 92% of light speed. The Chinese representative raised a hand. And you're confident in the structural integrity at such velocities? The interstellar medium, the plasma field, serves a dual purpose, Jonathan interrupted smoothly. It also acts as a deflector shield against the interstellar medium. Our calculations show it can safely handle impacts with particles up to 10 kilograms at relative velocities of 0.3c. He advanced the presentation to show the interior living spaces. The habitation sections provide Earth-standard gravity through our graviton field generation system. Living quarters for 300 crew members, with capacity for up to 500 in emergency situations. Hydroponics bays can produce 40 to 50 kilograms of fresh food per square meter annually. The medical facilities include full surgical capabilities and cellular regeneration technology. For the next hour, Jonathan walked them through every aspect of the design: the quantum computing core with its 10 million entangled qubit matrix, the automated mining vessels that could harvest resources from asteroids and planetary bodies, the advanced manufacturing systems capable of producing virtually any component needed from raw materials. Most importantly, he concluded, the STARWEAVER is designed to be constructed in modular sections here at Horizon Station. Our zero-gravity manufacturing capabilities allow us to build components that would be impossible under Earth's gravity. The space trucking infrastructure is already delivering the specialized materials we need. He paused, looking around the room at the faces of those who carried the fate of humanity on their shoulders. We've tested each system individually. The prototype in Bay 1 will allow us to test them working in concert. With your continued support and prioritization of resources, we can begin full production of a fleet of these vessels within 18 months. The room was silent for a long moment after he finished. Then, the Secretary General of the UN spoke. Dr. King, your design is remarkable. But the question remains, how many can we build before time runs out? It was the question that haunted them all. Jonathan met the Secretary General's gaze directly. With current resources, I believe we can complete 3 fully operational vessels in the next 5 years, each capable of carrying 300 people to a new home. The murmurs that filled the room reflected what they all knew: it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough to save everyone. But it was something. A seed of humanity that might survive. Then we have our mission, the Secretary General said finally. Humanity has built wonders before, but never with such purpose. You have the full backing of the United Nations. Whatever you need, resources, personnel, political support, it's yours. Director Kessler stood. Thank you all. We'll proceed immediately with full production of the first STARWEAVER vessel, with the others to follow as rapidly as possible. As the meeting adjourned, Jonathan felt a strange mixture of pride and sorrow. His design would save some of humanity, but billions would be left behind. Outside the conference room, Director Kessler caught up with him. Elena Kessler had been a renowned astrophysicist before taking charge of the Horizon Station. In her 50s, with silver threading through her dark hair, she still moved with the energy of someone half her age. That was brilliantly presented, Jonathan, she said, falling into step beside him. Thank you. But we both know the truth. 3 ships won't be enough. It's 3 more chances than we had before your breakthrough. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Come with me. There's something you should see. She led him to a restricted section of the station he'd never visited before. After a series of biometric scans, they entered a darkened room dominated by a massive real-time holographic display of the solar system. This is the Sentinel monitoring station, she explained. We've been tracking the solar expansion with instruments far more precise than anything we've acknowledged publicly. Jonathan studied the display, noting the complex measurements and projections surrounding the sun's image. The data doesn't match what's been released, he said slowly, understanding dawning. No. The public models give us about 15 years before Earth becomes uninhabitable. The reality is. She gestured, and the simulation advanced, showing the sun's accelerating expansion. We have less than 5 years before global agricultural collapse. Perhaps 6 before the oceans begin to boil. Jonathan felt the blood drain from his face. Why keep this secret? We should be, what? Creating global panic? We're already directing every possible resource toward the ARC program. Telling 8 billion people that only 900 will survive would lead to chaos that might prevent us from saving even that many. He couldn't argue with her logic, but the weight of the knowledge settled heavily on his shoulders. So we build the arcs. We choose who goes. And the rest. The rest will at least have those remaining years without the burden of knowing exactly when the end will come, she finished. The underground habitats might extend survival for some, but they're a temporary measure at best. Jonathan turned away from the display, his mind racing through calculations, possibilities, alternatives. I need to get back to the prototype, he said finally. There may be ways to accelerate construction without compromising safety. Elena nodded. That's why I showed you this. Not to discourage you, but to emphasize that every day matters now. As they left the monitoring station, Jonathan's mind was already working on solutions. The fabrication drones could be reprogrammed for greater efficiency. The mining operations on the moon could be expanded to reduce reliance on Earth-launched materials. Perhaps the habitation sections could be streamlined without sacrificing life support capacity. His communicator pinged with the station's shift-change signal. He'd been awake for nearly 20 hours, but sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. I'll be in Bay 1, he told Elena, already moving toward the transit pod that would take him to the construction area. Jonathan, she called after him, remember why we're doing this. It's not just about the ships. It's about who they'll carry. He nodded, understanding her meaning. The STARWEAVER wasn't just a triumph of engineering, it was the vessel that would carry the essence of humanity to the stars. Its design had to be more than merely functional, it had to preserve something of the human spirit as well. As the transit pod carried him toward the construction bay, he watched the endless activity outside. EVA teams maneuvered massive structural components into place. Fabrication drones swarmed like mechanical insects, welding, assembling, testing. In the distance, a space truck was docking, its cargo bay filled with the rare Earth elements needed for the quantum computing cores. The pod slowed, then stopped at the Bay 1 observation deck. Jonathan stepped out and approached the viewport. Below him, the skeleton of the first STARWEAVER was taking form. Already, the distinctive shape of the hull was visible, with teams installing the specialized layered materials that would protect its inhabitants from the harshness of interstellar space. Status report, he requested, and a holographic display appeared before him, showing completion percentages for each system. Primary hull structure, 34% complete propulsion systems, 21% complete life support integration, 17% complete power generation systems, 28% complete computing infrastructure, 12% complete. There was so much to do, and so little time. But as he watched the methodical dance of construction, Jonathan felt a surge of determination. They would build these arcs. They would save what they could of humanity. And perhaps someday, among distant stars, human beings would look back and remember Earth, not just as the world they lost, but as the world that gave them the knowledge and technology to survive its passing. He opened a communication channel. This is Dr. King. I'm authorizing shift extension for all Bay 1 personnel who volunteer. Double resource allocation to hull fabrication and propulsion system integration. I'll be joining the EVA teams in 30 minutes. Acknowledgements came back immediately. Nobody complained about the extended hours. They all understood the stakes. As he suited up for EVA, Jonathan reflected on the path that had brought him here. 10 years ago, he'd been a promising young engineer at MIT, focused on theoretical propulsion systems. When the first warnings about the sun's behavior had emerged, he'd been recruited for a special DARPA project examining space habitation options. His radical ship designs had caught the attention of the newly formed International Space Agency, and he'd found himself elevated to lead the most important engineering project in human history. Now, floating out toward the partially constructed STARWEAVER, he could scarcely believe how far they'd come, and how far they still had to go. "Dr. King," came a voice over his comm, "we're having trouble with the alignment of the plasma field generator housing. The tolerances aren't matching specifications." "I'm on my way," he replied, maneuvering his suit thrusters to change direction. The problem turned out to be a miscalibration in one of the fabrication drones, causing it to place mounting brackets with a 0.5 mm deviation, small enough to pass initial quality control, but large enough to cause critical misalignment once the entire system was assembled. "Recalibrate all drones in this section," Jonathan ordered after diagnosing the issue, "and implement a secondary verification scan after each bracket placement." As the day stretched into night, by station time, Jonathan moved from one challenge to another. A structural reinforcement needed redesigning to accommodate power conduits. A cooling system junction showed unexpected thermal expansion during testing. A materials shipment from Earth was delayed due to launch conditions. Each problem was solved methodically, one after another. And with each solution, the STARWEAVER came closer to reality. It was nearly 20 hours later when Director Kessler herself came to order him to rest. "You're no good to this project if you collapse," she said firmly, finding him in the Fabrication Control Center, deep in discussion with the engineering team. Jonathan wanted to protest, but the fatigue was evident even to himself in the slowness of his thoughts. 12 hours, he conceded. "Then I'm back." "Agreed." "And Jonathan, the team you've assembled is exceptional. Trust them to keep progress moving while you rest." He nodded, realizing she was right. The STARWEAVER would never be the work of one man. It was the culminated effort of thousands of brilliant minds, each contributing their expertise to create something greater than any individual could achieve alone. His quarters seemed smaller than he remembered when he finally returned to them. A sparse, functional space, bed, desk, small dining area, and hygiene facilities. The viewport showed Earth now, brilliant blue against the blackness, with no hint of the catastrophe brewing within its star. Jonathan showered, then collapsed onto his bed without even bothering to eat. His last thoughts before sleep claimed him were of plasma field equations and whole stress calculations. He dreamed of sailing among the stars. Chapter 2, Running Out of Time, The Problem is the Helium-3, Naveen Shah explained, pointing to the supply chain projections on the display. Earth-based sources are insufficient, and the lunar mining operations can't be expanded quickly enough to meet our needs. Jonathan frowned at the data. It had been 8 months since the approval of the STARWEAVER design, and, while construction was proceeding on all 3 vessels, resource limitations were becoming increasingly problematic. "What about the automated harvesting from Jupiter's atmosphere?" he asked. "The first shipment won't arrive for another 3 months, Naveen replied. As Resource Allocation Director, he had the unenviable job of managing the flow of materials to the construction project. And, even then, it will only cover about 60% of our requirements." They were in the main planning center aboard Horizon Station, surrounded by real-time construction feeds from all 3 building bays. The first STARWEAVER, now officially designated STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha, was nearly 70% complete. The Beta and Gamma vessels lagged behind at 53% and 41% respectively. Director Kessler joined them, her expression grim. "We've just received the latest solar monitoring data. The expansion rate has increased again. Revised estimates now give us 4 years and 3 months before Earth's surface becomes uninhabitable." Jonathan exchanged a look with Naveen. They both understood the implications. Their timeline for completion had just shrunk again. "We need to prioritize," Jonathan said after a moment. "Alpha and Beta vessels get precedence for all critical resources. Gamma's construction continues but at reduced priority. The nations contributing to Gamma won't be happy," Naveen warned. Better to guarantee 2 arcs than risk having none ready in time, Director Kessler said with finality. I'll handle the political fallout. Jonathan, what's our best estimate for completion of Alpha? He pulled up the latest project timeline. 16 months to full operational status if we maintain current construction rates. We might be able to shave 2 months off that if we implement the accelerated integration protocols I've been developing. Do it, she ordered. Whatever resources you need, whatever personnel you need to reassign, you have full authority. Alpha must be ready to launch in 14 months. As they continued discussing contingencies, a notification appeared on the room's main display, a priority message from the United Nations Secretary General. Kessler accepted the transmission, and the Secretary General's face appeared before them. Director Kessler, Dr. King, he greeted them solemnly. The Security Council has made its decision regarding passenger selection for the ARCs. Jonathan felt his stomach tighten. This was the question they had all been avoiding: who would be chosen to survive? Given the limited capacity, the Secretary General continued, we've established a framework for selection that balances several factors: genetic diversity, preservation of critical knowledge and skills, age distribution for sustainable population growth, and representation across human cultures. He paused, seeming to age years in a moment. The majority of positions will be filled through a global lottery system, with weighted adjustments for the necessary demographic and skill requirements. 20% of positions will be reserved for essential personnel whose expertise is critical to the mission's success. And who determines the essential personnel? Jonathan asked, already suspecting the answer. A special commission has been established under UN oversight. They will review all nominations from participating nations. Which meant Jonathan knew that politics would inevitably influence the selections. He couldn't entirely blame them. Every nation wanted to ensure its people, its culture, its values would survive. Dr. King, the Secretary General, addressed him directly. You should know that your position as mission-critical personnel has already been confirmed. Your knowledge of the STARWEAVER systems will be essential for the journey ahead. Jonathan nodded mechanically, feeling no joy at the news. He had suspected he would be included, but having it confirmed only highlighted the billions who would not be. When will the lottery begin? Director Kessler asked. Preliminary registration opens next month. We're still developing the systems to handle what will undoubtedly be the largest application process in human history. After the transmission ended, the room remained silent for several moments. Well, Naveen finally said, at least the selection protocols aren't our responsibility. Jonathan wasn't so sure. Everything about the ARCs felt like his responsibility now. I need to check on the plasma field generator installation, he said, needing to focus on something concrete, something he could control. The latest modifications should increase efficiency by at least 8%. As he left the planning center, he heard Director Kessler issue orders for the resource reallocation they had discussed. The difficult decisions were beginning, and they would only get harder from here. The observation deck of Bay 1 had become Jonathan's second home over the past months. From here, he could oversee the construction of STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha, watching as his design transformed from blueprint to reality. The vessel now dominated the massive construction bay, its layered hull gleaming under the work lights. The distinctive shape, 320 meters of engineering precision, was fully realized, with only the final systems integration remaining for many sections. Dr. King. He turned to find Maya Chin, his deputy engineering director, approaching with a tablet in hand. The test results from the inertial dampening field are ready, she said, offering him the device. Jonathan scrolled through the data, a smile slowly spreading across his face. 9,998% inertial cancellation. Even better than we projected. The modified field geometry you suggested made the difference, Maya confirmed. We're implementing it across all 3 vessels. An alert chimed on both their devices simultaneously, a station-wide notification that made Jonathan's heart sink. The UN Security Council has officially announced the selection process for the STARWEAVER vessels, the message read. All Earth citizens are eligible to register for consideration beginning October 15th. It was happening. The lottery that would determine who lived and who died was about to begin. It feels wrong, Maya said quietly. Drawing names from a hat to decide who survives. What's the alternative? Jonathan asked, though he'd wrestled with the same thoughts. First come, first served? Only the wealthy? Only the powerful? At least this way, everyone has some chance. A 1 in 9 million chance, approximately, she replied with mathematical precision. I've run the numbers. Jonathan had no response to that. The odds were what they were, and they were terrible for almost everyone on Earth. Let's focus on what we can control, he said finally. Has the latest shipment of superconducting materials arrived from the lunar facility? Maya seemed relieved to return to technical matters. Yes, manufacturing of the power distribution network is proceeding on schedule. The superconducting power bus should be ready for integration next week. They spent the next hour reviewing critical path items and solving engineering challenges as they arose. This was where Jonathan felt most useful, in the details of bringing the STARWEAVER to life. As they worked, he couldn't help noticing the increased activity throughout the station. The announcement of the lottery had created a new sense of urgency. Everyone now had a personal stake in ensuring the arcs were completed on time. Dr. King came a voice over his communicator. Your presence is requested in Laboratory 12. We're ready to test the quantum entanglement communicators. On my way, he replied, handing the tablet back to Maya. Continue with the power integration preparations. I want to be ready the moment those superconductors arrive. Laboratory 12 was located in the research wing of Horizon Station, where the most advanced technologies for the STARWEAVER were developed and tested. When Jonathan arrived, he found a team of quantum physicists gathered around a pair of devices that resembled metallic spheres about the size of basketballs. Dr. Eliza Kaminsky, the Polish physicist leading the quantum communications team, greeted him with obvious excitement. We've achieved stable entanglement across the paired units, she explained, gesturing to the spheres. These are the prototypes for the communication systems that will allow the 3 arcs to maintain instantaneous contact regardless of distance. Jonathan examined the devices with appreciation. No transmission delay, even across interstellar distances. It still seems like magic, no matter how well I understand the physics. We're ready for the first full data transmission test, Dr. Kaminsky said. Would you like to send the inaugural message? It was a small ceremony in the face of what they were attempting, but Jonathan understood the significance. If successful, these devices would ensure that humanity, though scattered among distant stars, would not be isolated from one another. He approached the transmitter unit and typed a simple message into the interface. Though separated by the void, we remain connected. Humanity carries hope among the stars. Dr. Kaminsky activated the system, and they watched as the message instantly appeared on the receiver unit's display, despite it being isolated in a separate chamber with no conventional connection between them. Perfect transmission. One of the technicians confirmed. Quantum state exactly preserved. A cheer went up from the assembled team. It was a victorious moment, another piece of the puzzle successfully completed. How many units can we manufacture? Jonathan asked when the celebration quieted. With current resources, we can equip each arc with 10 communicator pairs, Dr. Kaminsky replied. 1 master unit on each vessel, plus 9 deployable units that could be left on colony worlds or carried by exploration teams. Excellent work, Jonathan told the team. This technology will be the thread that keeps humanity connected across the stars. As he left the laboratory, his communicator signaled an incoming transmission from Earth. It was his younger sister, Eliana. Have you heard the announcement? She asked without preamble when he accepted the call. Her face on the small display looked tense. About the lottery? Yes, it just reached us here too. Mom and Dad are already talking about registering, but she hesitated. John, the odds are astronomical. You know that better than anyone. He couldn't lie to her. They are. But some will be chosen. And you're already guaranteed a place, she said. It wasn't an accusation, merely a statement of fact, but it still made him flinch. My position is based on mission requirements, he replied, knowing how hollow it sounded. I know. I'm not blaming you. She smiled sadly. Actually, I'm glad. At least one king will see the stars. Eliana, no, really. I'm proud of what you've built, John. The live streams from the station are all anyone watches anymore. That ship, your ship, it's given people something to hope for, even if most of us won't be on it. Jonathan found himself at a loss for words. How could he respond to that? How could he justify being saved when his family, when billions, would be left behind? I'm trying to find a way to increase capacity, he said finally. We're looking at every possibility. I know you are. Her eyes softened. Just promise me something? When you reach wherever you're going, some new Earth around some distant star, plant something for me. A tree, maybe? Something that will live a long time. I promise, he whispered. After the call ended, Jonathan stood motionless in the corridor for several minutes, his mind racing. There had to be a way to save more people. The current design of the STARWEAVER was optimized for 300 crew, with emergency capacity for 500. What if they repurposed some of the manufacturing spaces for additional hibernation pods, or reduced the individual living quarters to accommodate more people? The engineering challenges were significant, but not insurmountable. The greater question was whether such changes could be implemented without compromising the mission's chances of success. An arc that failed in transit would save no one. His deliberations were interrupted by another alert, this one a station-wide emergency notification. All personnel report to emergency stations. Incoming debris from satellite collision. Impact with station possible. This is not a drill. Jonathan immediately headed toward his designated emergency location, joining the stream of station personnel, moving with practiced efficiency. Horizon Station had experienced debris threats before, and the procedures were well established. In the Emergency Command Center, Director Kessler was coordinating the response. Tracking shows 3 major debris fragments on potential collision course, she was saying as Jonathan entered. Point defense systems are targeting, but one fragment may be too large for complete neutralization. The main display showed the approaching debris remnants of what appeared to be a weather satellite that had collided with an orbiting communications platform. Space around Earth had become increasingly crowded as nations launched monitoring systems to track the solar changes. Time to impact? Jonathan asked. 8 minutes for the first fragment, one of the controllers responded. Evasive maneuvers are limited due to construction activities in Bays 1 and 2. Jonathan moved to one of the engineering stations. Show me the predicted impact point if we can't neutralize the largest fragment. The display updated to show a red indicator on the station's outer ring, dangerously close to the power distribution hub that supplied Bay 1. If that takes damage, we could lose weeks of work on Alpha, he said, quickly accessing the station's structural schematics. Can we deploy additional shielding to that section? There's no time to move the external shield generators, the controller replied. Jonathan studied the schematic, then turned to Director Kessler. The construction drones in Bay 3, if we redeploy them immediately, they could form a temporary barrier. She nodded sharply. Do it. Jonathan's fingers flew across the console, sending emergency commands to the fabrication drone network. Seconds later, confirmation came that 37 drones were moving to intercept, carrying construction plates that could serve as improvised shields. Impact in 3 minutes, the controller announced. Point defense has neutralized the 2 smaller fragments. Largest fragment mass estimated at 340 kilograms, velocity 8.2 kilometers per second. The tension in the command center was palpable as they watched the drones position themselves in the projected path. The odds weren't good, the drones weren't designed for this purpose, and the fragment's kinetic energy was enormous. Impact in 30 seconds. Jonathan held his breath. The lives of everyone aboard the station, and perhaps the future of the STARWEAVER project itself, hung in the balance. The impact, when it came, was visible only as a bright flash on the external cameras, followed by a spray of debris as the fragment struck the improvised shield. Alarms sounded throughout the command center as systems reported damage. Assessment. Director Kessler demanded. The controller worked frantically at his station. Shield took the primary impact. Fragment broke into multiple secondary pieces. Minor hole penetration in sections 42 and 43. Automatic sealing has engaged. Power distribution hub is intact. Repeat, power systems are intact. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Casualties? Kessler asked. None reported. All personnel were at emergency stations. We lost 29 drones, Jonathan added, checking the construction network. And we'll need to repair the hull sections, but he looked up. It could have been much worse. Director Kessler nodded grimly. Begin damage assessment and repair immediately. I want a full report in 1 hour. As the emergency response teams deployed, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the fragility of their entire enterprise. A single piece of space debris could have set their timeline back weeks or months, time they simply didn't have. Dr. King, Director Kessler said, approaching his station. Quick thinking with the drones. You may have saved the Alpha. Lucky timing, he replied. I was already considering how we might repurpose construction resources. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? I've been running calculations on potential modifications to increase passenger capacity. He pulled up the preliminary designs he'd been working on. If we reduce individual quarters by 15% and convert 2 of the manufacturing sections to additional hibernation facilities, we could increase capacity to approximately 450 per vessel without compromising critical systems. Kessler studied the designs with intense focus. And the life support load? The biological recycling systems can handle it with minimal modifications. Water recycling would need an 8% capacity increase, which is achievable with the current component designs. Draft a formal proposal, she said after a moment. If we can save even a few hundred more people without endangering the mission, we should. Jonathan nodded, feeling a small measure of relief. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough, but it was something. As he left the command center, his communicator signaled another alert. The notification displayed a live news feed from Earth, crowds gathering outside UN offices worldwide as the lottery registration details were announced. The images showed faces filled with a complex mixture of emotions: hope, desperation, resignation, determination. Families held each other, some weeping openly, others standing in stoic silence as they awaited their chance to register for the slimmest possibility of survival. In Rio de Janeiro, thousands had formed a line that stretched for kilometers. In New Delhi, the crowds were so dense that registration centers had become inaccessible. In New York, Chicago, London, Beijing, Moscow, everywhere the same scenes played out. Humanity facing its end with both dignity and despair. Jonathan turned away from the images, unable to bear them any longer. His place was here, ensuring that those who were chosen would have the best possible chance of survival. The weight of that responsibility drove him back to his work with renewed purpose. 3 months later, Jonathan stood in the central chamber of the nearly completed STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha. The vast, circular room would serve as both the primary gathering space for the crew and the central hub connecting all major vessel sections. The space hummed with activity as engineering teams performed final integrations of the environmental systems. Overhead, the artificial lighting simulated Earth's daylight spectrum perfectly, while beneath his feet, the graviton field generators created a steady 1G pull indistinguishable from Earth's natural gravity. Final calibration of the atmospheric composition control is complete, reported Chief Environmental Engineer Yuki Tanaka, approaching with her diagnostic tablet. CO2 levels can be maintained at 0.5% with a variance of no more than 0.05% under all tested load conditions. Excellent, Jonathan replied, studying the readouts. And the oxygen generation capacity? The primary biological air recycling ecosystem is performing at 104% of design specifications. Each 8 cubic meters produces enough oxygen for 1.08 persons, giving us the margin we discussed for the increased passenger capacity. Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. The modifications to accommodate additional passengers had been implemented across all 3 vessels, increasing total capacity from 900 to 1,350 people. Still a tiny fraction of humanity, but every additional life saved mattered. His communicator chimed with a priority message from Director Kessler. Meet me in the Quantum Computing Center immediately. Something in her tone sent a chill through him. He excused himself from Engineer Tanaka and made his way through the vessel's corridors to the heavily shielded chamber that housed the STARWEAVER's artificial intelligence and quantum computing systems. He found Kessler there with Dr. Wei Zhang, the quantum computing architect, both staring at a data visualization that filled the center of the room. "We've made a breakthrough," Dr. Zhang said without preamble. Or rather, the AI has. Jonathan looked at the swirling patterns of quantum probability states with confusion. "What am I looking at?" "The future of human travel," Kessler said, her voice tight with controlled excitement. Dr. Zhang explained. The quantum physicist gestured, and the visualization transformed to show what appeared to be a simulation of the STARWEAVER's plasma field. "We've been running simulations on the inertial dampening effects of the plasma field," he began. "The AI has been exploring quantum effects we hadn't previously considered. According to these calculations, with specific modifications to the field geometry and generating frequency, we could achieve something extraordinary." "Which is?" Jonathan prompted, intrigued despite his confusion. "A complete negation of inertial effects, coupled with a localized warping of space-time," Dr. Zhang said, his eyes bright with excitement. "In essence, Dr. King, your plasma field technology could be modified to allow faster-than-light travel." Jonathan stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible. "The energy requirements alone would be substantial, yes," Dr. Zhang acknowledged. "But not beyond what our power systems could generate, especially with the recent improvements to the fusion reactor efficiency." "Show me the calculations," Jonathan demanded, his scientific skepticism engaging fully. For the next hour, the three of them dove deep into the quantum mathematics and theoretical physics underlying the AI's discovery. The more Jonathan examined the data, the more his skepticism gave way to cautious acceptance. "This isn't just a minor improvement to our propulsion," he said finally, looking up from the equations. "If these calculations are correct, we could reach speeds of multiple times the speed of light. 5 to 10 times light speed, conservatively," Dr. Zhang confirmed. "Potentially much more with refinement." "Which means," Director Kessler said, "the journey to even the most distant target systems could be reduced from decades to years, or even months." The implications were staggering. The arcs had been designed for multi-generational journeys, if necessary, with hibernation technology to extend the lives of the original crew. But if they could reach their destinations within a single human lifetime, or even within a few years, it fundamentally changed the mission profile. "How quickly can we implement these modifications?" Jonathan asked, already mentally redesigning the plasma field generators. "The hardware changes are relatively minor," Dr. Zhang replied. "It's primarily a matter of reconfiguring the field generation parameters and upgrading the control systems to handle the increased complexity." "And the power systems?" "We'd need to implement the full Tesla radiant energy collectors that were considered optional in the original design," Dr. Zhang said. "But the components are already manufactured and awaiting integration." Jonathan turned to Director Kessler. "We need to move on this immediately. If we can achieve even half of what these calculations suggest, it completely transforms our mission parameters." "Agreed," she said. "But we keep this quiet for now. If word gets out that the journey time has been drastically reduced." She didn't need to finish the thought. The political pressure to include more essential personnel would become overwhelming, potentially compromising the mission's genetic diversity and skill balance. "I'll assemble a small team of our most trusted engineers," Jonathan said. "We can implement the modifications as part of the final systems integration for all three vessels." "Do it," Kessler ordered. "And Dr. Zhang, the AI deserves a commendation for this discovery." The physicist smiled faintly. "I'll be sure to update its performance parameters accordingly." As they left the computing center, Jonathan's mind raced with the implications of this breakthrough. The lottery results were due to be announced in just 2 months. Construction of all three vessels was proceeding on schedule, with Alpha at 94% completion, Beta at 89%, and Gamma at 76%. With a faster-than-light capability, they could potentially establish colonies and return for more people before Earth became completely uninhabitable. The possibility was tantalizing, though he knew the logistics would be enormously challenging. His communicator alerted him to another message, this one from Eliana. His heart sank when he saw the simple text, "Mom and Dad didn't advance to the second round of the lottery. Neither did I." He stopped in the middle of the corridor, the excitement of the scientific breakthrough instantly overwhelmed by personal grief. His family wouldn't be among those saved. He had known the odds, but somehow had allowed himself to hope anyway. "Jonathan?" Director Kessler had noticed his sudden change in demeanor. "What is it?" "My family," he said simply, showing her the message. Her expression softened with understanding. "I'm sorry. Many of us are facing the same news today." He nodded, unable to find words. Of course, others on the station were receiving similar messages. The second-round selections had been announced, narrowing the pool of potential passengers from billions to millions. The final selections would come soon, and then they would know exactly who would carry humanity forward and who would remain behind. "Focus on the work," Kessler advised gently. "It's all we can do now." Jonathan took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. She was right. His responsibility was to ensure that those who were chosen would have the best possible chance of survival and success. "I'll start on the plasma field modifications immediately," he said, his voice steady despite the ache in his chest. As he walked away, his thoughts turned to the tree he had promised to plant for Eliana on some distant world. Now, perhaps, he would plant an entire forest, one for each person left behind. The next weeks passed in a blur of activity. Jonathan drove himself and his team relentlessly, implementing the modifications for faster-than-light travel while completing the final integration of all major systems on the Alpha vessel. The lottery's final selections were announced on a day that dawned with deceptive normality aboard Horizon Station. Jonathan was in the Alpha's bridge, overseeing the initialization of the navigation systems when the notification came through. The list of names, 350 individuals chosen from among the billions on Earth, was accompanied by a solemn address from the Secretary General. Jonathan listened with half an ear as he scrolled through the passenger manifest, searching for familiar names, hoping against hope. There, Eliana King. His breath caught. His sister had been selected, but his parents had not. The mixed emotions nearly overwhelmed him. Joy that Eliana would survive, heartbreak that their parents would not, guilt that he had a guaranteed place while others more deserving might be left behind. He sat heavily in the captain's chair, the magnitude of what they were doing, of what was happening to humanity, crashing down upon him with sudden, brutal clarity. The STARWEAVER vessels would save 350 people. Earth's population stood at just over 8 billion. They were preserving 0.00016875% of humanity. The numbers were abstract until you began attaching names and faces to them. Until you realized that for every person saved, nearly 6,000 would perish. Jonathan closed his eyes, fighting back the despair that threatened to consume him. The work. Focus on the work. It was all he could do now. His communicator signaled an incoming transmission, Director Kessler calling from the station's command center. "The passenger manifest has been finalized," she said without preamble. "The first transport from Earth arrives in 3 days with the initial group of passengers. I need you to prepare Alpha for their arrival and orientation." "Understood," he replied automatically. "Jonathan," her voice softened slightly, "the selections were made according to the established criteria. There was no favoritism, no corruption in the process." He wondered if she was trying to convince him or herself. "I know," he said finally. "What about the hibernation chambers? Are they prepared for the increased capacity?" "All modifications are complete on Alpha and Beta. Gamma is still in progress, but on schedule. And the FTL modifications? Dr. Zhang reports that the quantum navigation calculations are complete. The system is ready for testing once the plasma field generator modifications are finalized." "They will be," Jonathan promised. "I'm overseeing the final calibrations personally." After ending the transmission, he returned his attention to the navigation console, where the target star systems for each vessel were displayed. Alpha, his ship, would head toward a system with a supermassive black hole at its center, orbited by a binary star system at a safe distance. The gravitational dynamics had created 3 potentially habitable worlds in the Goldilocks zone around the binary stars, an extraordinary find. Beta would journey to a system containing a neutron star and a blue giant in binary configuration, with habitable worlds in the outer zones. Gamma was destined for a system dominated by a hypergiant star, with 5 potential Earth-like planets in varying orbits. Each destination had been carefully selected based on the most promising data from the long-range observational platforms humanity had deployed in its final years. None were guaranteed paradises, but all offered the possibility of a new beginning. The initialization sequence completed with a soft chime, and Jonathan rose from the captain's chair. In 3 days, the first passengers would arrive. In 2 months, if all continued on schedule, the 3 arcs would depart Earth's solar system, carrying the seeds of humanity to the stars. And 5 years after that, according to the latest projections, the sun would consume the Earth in its expanding red giant phase, erasing the birthplace of human civilization from existence. Jonathan walked to the viewport and gazed out at Earth, peaceful and blue in the distance. How strange that such beauty could exist alongside such impending doom. How strange that he, Jonathan King, would be among the few to witness both the end of Earth and, perhaps, the beginning of humanity's new chapter among the stars. We will remember, he promised the distant blue marble. And someday, perhaps, we will return. But in his heart, he knew there would be no return, only forward, into the unknown reaches of space, carrying the legacy of Earth with them like a precious flame that must never be allowed to extinguish. STARWEAVER Chapter 3, Into the Unknown. Launch day dawn broke over Horizon Station with the silent majesty that only space could provide. The rotating habitat ring aligned briefly with Earth's sun, sending golden light streaming through viewports throughout the station. In his quarters, Jonathan King stood absolutely still, watching the light play across his few remaining possessions. Today was the day humanity would take its greatest leap. His communicator chimed softly, a personal message from Eliana, already aboard the STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha with the other passengers. Can't sleep either, her message read. Meet me in the observation lounge? I want to see Earth one more time with my brother beside me. Jonathan smiled faintly. In the 3 months since her arrival on the station, Eliana had adapted to space life with remarkable resilience. The genetic predisposition for space adaptation must run in the family, he thought. He dressed quickly in the midnight blue uniform that had been created for the STARWEAVER command crew, simple, functional attire with the mission patch on the left shoulder, a stylized image of 3 vessels soaring from a red-tinged sun toward distant stars. The corridors of Horizon Station were unusually quiet. Most personnel were either completing final launch preparations or taking their last rest before the momentous day ahead. Those he did pass nodded with solemn reverence, no words necessary between people who understood exactly what this day meant. He found Eliana in the observation lounge as promised, her slender form silhouetted against the massive viewport that framed Earth perfectly. At 32, she was 5 years his junior, but the past months had aged them both. Her dark hair was pulled back in the practical style that had become common among the passenger complement, and she wore the forest green uniform of the Biological Sciences Division. There you are, she said without turning around. I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost in last-minute engineering adjustments. Jonathan moved to stand beside her. Several department heads did try to waylay me with questions. I told them anything not already addressed would have to be solved in transit. Together they gazed at Earth, the blue marble that had been humanity's only home for its entire existence. From this distance, there was no visible sign of the catastrophe brewing in its star, no hint that the world below was living its final years. Mom and Dad sent a message, Eliana said softly. They've relocated to the Montana habitat with the other lottery finalists who weren't selected. The underground facilities are fully operational now. Jonathan nodded. The deep habitats had been humanity's other response to the solar crisis, massive underground complexes designed to shield a portion of the population from the worst effects of the sun's expansion, potentially extending survival for a decade or more beyond surface habitability. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it offered slightly longer odds than remaining on the surface. Did you tell them about the FTL capabilities? Eliana asked. No, he replied. That remains classified until after launch. We can't risk the political destabilization if people realize the journey time has been reduced from decades to years. She sighed. I understand the reasoning, but it feels like one more lie in a process built on necessary deceptions. Once we're established in the new systems, Jonathan said, we can implement the colony building phase much faster than originally planned. There might still be time to return for more people. Neither of them acknowledged the astronomical challenges such a rescue mission would face, nor the fact that, even with faster-than-light capabilities, establishing viable colonies would take years at minimum. Tell me about where we're going again, Eliana requested, changing the subject. My biology team has been preparing adaptation strategies, but I want to hear it from the man who chose our destination. Jonathan activated the small holographic projector built into his communicator. A miniature star system appeared between them, a massive black sphere at the center, orbited at considerable distance by two stars circling each other. This is the Chimera system, he explained, using the name they'd given to their destination. At its heart is a supermassive black hole with approximately 100 million solar masses. But it's dormant, what astronomers used to call a sleeping giant. It's not actively consuming matter, so there's minimal radiation danger. The hologram zoomed in on the binary stars. These orbit at a safe distance, about 40 astronomical units from the black hole's event horizon. They're a G-type and K-type pairing, similar to our Sun but slightly smaller. And here, he indicated 3 planets circling the binary pair, are our potential new homes. The projection focused on the planets one by one as he described them. Chimera Prime is the innermost world, rocky, about 1.3 Earth masses, with evidence of significant water, but also higher gravity than Earth. Chimera Secundus is the middle planet, approximately Earth-sized with what appears to be extensive oceans covering perhaps 95% of its surface. And Chimera Tertius is the outermost, slightly smaller than Earth with what our observations suggest could be Earth-like continents and oceans. And the strange effects from the black hole? Eliana prompted. Jonathan nodded. The gravity well creates some fascinating phenomena. Time will pass slightly differently on each planet relative to the others due to their positions in the gravity gradient. We're talking minutes per year, not the dramatic effects you'd see near the event horizon, but still measurable. There are also unusual electromagnetic properties throughout the system that our scientists are eager to study. It sounds incredible, Eliana said, her voice tinged with both wonder and apprehension. It was the most promising candidate from all our observations, Jonathan assured her. The perfect balance of habitability and distance. Their conversation was interrupted by a station-wide announcement. All STARWEAVER Command personnel report to Mission Control. Launch sequence preparations commencing in 30 minutes. Jonathan squeezed his sister's shoulder. That's my cue. You should head to Alpha and prepare for boarding procedures. She nodded, then suddenly embraced him tightly. I still can't believe we're leaving, she whispered. That Earth will be gone, and will be the continuation, he finished for her. Not the end of humanity, but its next chapter. They parted, each heading to their assigned preparations, both carrying the weight of what this day represented. Mission Control was a hive of focused activity when Jonathan arrived. The circular command center had been designed specifically for coordinating the simultaneous launch of 3 interstellar vessels, with dedicated stations for each ship's systems and a central holographic display showing all 3 arcs in their launch positions. Director Kessler stood at the primary command station, her silver-streaked hair pulled back severely, her expression one of intense concentration as she reviewed final status reports. Dr. King, she acknowledged as he approached. Final systems checks on all 3 vessels are green. We're ready to begin passenger loading and pre-launch sequences. Jonathan studied the status displays, confirming her assessment. All 3 STARWEAVERs hung in space a kilometer from Horizon Station, their gleaming hulls catching the sunlight. Alpha was fully complete, Beta at 99.7% with only non-critical systems still undergoing final calibration, and Gamma at 98.2%. Remarkable achievements given the accelerated timeline they'd been forced to adopt. "What's the status of the command crews?" he asked. Captain Chan and her command staff are already aboard Alpha. Captains Okafor and Rodriguez are proceeding to Beta and Gamma, respectively, with their teams. "You're the last senior officer yet to board." Jonathan nodded. As chief architect, he had been deeply involved in the final launch preparations for all 3 vessels, but his primary assignment was to Alpha as both its designer and chief engineer. "Before I go," he said, lowering his voice, "what's the latest solar activity report?" Kessler's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "The expansion rate has increased again. New estimates give us less than 3 years before catastrophic environmental collapse begins on Earth's surface." The news settled like a stone in Jonathan's stomach. Even with the underground habitats, the population left behind was facing an even grimmer timeline than previously thought. "Have you informed the UN Secretary General?" "Yes. He's agreed that we should maintain our scheduled launch. There's nothing to be gained by delay and potentially much to lose." A notification appeared on the central display, the Secretary General himself requesting communication. Kessler activated the link, and the familiar face of the world's senior diplomat appeared before them. He looked exhausted, the burden of his position etched deeply into his features. "Director Kessler, Dr. King," he greeted them. "I'm calling to confirm that launch authorization has been formally granted by unanimous consent of the Security Council. Humanity's future now rests with the STARWEAVERs and their crews." "We're proceeding on schedule, Mr. Secretary General," Kessler replied. "All systems are go for launch in approximately 3 hours." "Very good." He paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully. "I also wish to inform you that the global announcement regarding the accelerated solar timeline will be made 1 hour after your departure. We felt it best to ensure the ARCs were safely away before sharing this information." "A wise precaution," Kessler agreed. "Though I imagine most people have already guessed the truth." Indeed, the increased solar flare activity has been impossible to conceal. The Secretary General's gaze shifted to Jonathan. "Dr. King, the President asked me to convey his personal thanks for your achievements. The STARWEAVER vessels represent the pinnacle of human ingenuity in our darkest hour." Jonathan inclined his head, uncomfortable with gratitude for what still felt like an inadequate response to an impossible situation. "One final matter," the Secretary General continued. "The time capsules from each nation have been loaded aboard all 3 vessels as requested. They contain the cultural, scientific, and historical records deemed most important to preserve from Earth. I trust they will be treated as the precious artifacts they are. They will be the foundation of our historical archives," Jonathan assured him. "Future generations will know where they came from, what Earth was, and what it achieved. Then I will say farewell and Godspeed. May you find safe harbor among distant stars." The transmission ended, leaving a momentary silence in the command center before the bustle of launch preparations resumed. "You should board Alpha," Kessler said to Jonathan. "The final passenger groups are being transferred now." He nodded, then hesitated. "Elena, what will you do after we launch?" Director Kessler had never been selected for the passenger manifest. Her age had likely been a factor. At 58, she fell outside the optimal demographic profile for founding a new civilization, but Jonathan suspected she had removed herself from consideration, using her influence to ensure more deserving candidates were chosen. "Horizon Station will continue its mission," she replied simply. "We'll monitor your progress as long as possible and continue supporting the Earth evacuation efforts. The station has supplies for at least 10 years of operation." Jonathan wanted to say more, to acknowledge her sacrifice, to thank her for her leadership, but she forestalled him with a raised hand. "No goodbyes, Dr. King. You have a mission to complete, and so do I. Now go make history." He saluted her formally, then turned to make his way to the docking bay where the shuttle to Alpha awaited. The bridge of STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha, was a marvel of human engineering. Designed as a circular chamber with workstations arranged around a central holographic projection area, it offered commanding views through reinforced viewports while providing access to every ship system through both physical controls and neural interface options. Captain Lin Qin, formerly a top commander in the Chinese Space Force, stood at the primary command station reviewing final launch preparations. At 45, she combined decades of leadership experience with the physical resilience needed for interstellar travel, making her the ideal choice to command humanity's first true starship. She looked up as Jonathan entered, nodding in acknowledgement. "Dr. King, your timing is perfect. We're about to initiate communication with Beta and Gamma for the final mission briefing." Jonathan took his position at the engineering station, quickly familiarizing himself with the status displays. All systems showed optimal performance, the culmination of countless hours of testing and refinement. "All passengers secured?" he asked. "Affirmative," the captain confirmed. "All 450 passengers are aboard and have been directed to their acceleration couches for launch. Medical teams report all vital signs within expected parameters." The holographic projector activated, displaying the faces of Captain Namdi Okafor of STARWEAVER, X1 Beta, and Captain Isabella Rodriguez of STARWEAVER, X1 Gamma. "Captains," Qin greeted them formally. "Final status reports, please." "Beta is prepared for launch," Okafor reported crisply. "All systems green, all passengers secured, all cargo stowed. We await launch authorization." "Gamma reports ready as well," Rodriguez added. "We're showing minor power fluctuations in secondary distribution network, but within acceptable parameters. Will not affect launch capability." "Very good," Qin replied. "Dr. King will now conduct final mission briefing regarding destinations and flight paths." Jonathan stepped forward, activating his presentation in the shared holographic space. The 3 target star systems appeared, each clearly labeled with its designated name and key characteristics. "As you know," he began, "each STARWEAVER has been assigned a specific destination based on our most comprehensive observational data. These systems were selected for their high probability of containing habitable worlds while offering diverse environments for humanity's future development." He highlighted the Chimera system first. "Alpha will proceed to the Chimera system, containing a supermassive black hole with a binary star system in stable orbit. We have identified 3 potential habitable worlds in this system, each with unique characteristics influenced by the complex gravitational dynamics." The display shifted to the second system. Beta's destination is the Peregrine system, containing a neutron star and blue giant in binary configuration. The extreme radiation from these stars is balanced by the orbital distances of the potential habitable worlds, creating a unique environment with extended Goldilocks zones in the outer system. Finally, the third system appeared. Gamma will journey to the Titan system, dominated by a hypergiant star with 5 times the mass of our Sun. The immense energy output creates multiple potential habitation zones, with 5 identified planets of interest. The star's size will create unique conditions on these worlds, including perpetual daylight in many regions. He proceeded to detail the specific flight paths each vessel would take, including gravitational slingshot maneuvers around Jupiter and Saturn to conserve fuel during their departure from the solar system. Once beyond the heliopause, each vessel will activate its enhanced plasma field generators for FTL travel, he continued. "Based on our latest calculations, journey times to each destination system should range from 3.2 to 4.7 years, depending on distance and localized space-time conditions." This information was met with solemn nods from the other captains. The FTL capabilities remained classified even among most of the crew, with only senior officers aware of the true journey times. The general passenger population still believed they faced decades of travel, with most of that time to be spent in hibernation. "The quantum entanglement communication system will allow us to maintain instantaneous contact regardless of distance," Jonathan concluded. Each vessel carries 10 paired communicator units, 1 master unit permanently installed in the command center, and 9 deployable units for potential use on colony worlds or exploration missions. Captain Chen stepped forward. Are there any questions regarding the mission parameters? What is the protocol if one of our target systems proves uninhabitable upon arrival? Captain Rodriguez asked. Each vessel carries complete observational data for all 3 target systems, Jonathan replied. In the event that your primary destination proves unsuitable, your secondary target would be the next closest system from your position. However, the extensive observational data we have on all 3 primary targets suggests a very high probability of habitability. And the contingency plans for Earth? Captain Okafor inquired, his deep voice somber. Captain Chen fielded this question. Our mission remains unchanged regardless of Earth's status. We are to establish viable colonies in our respective systems and preserve human civilization. If technological developments permit a return mission at some future date, that possibility will be evaluated based on conditions at that time. The unspoken reality hung between them. By the time they established colonies capable of supporting large-scale spacecraft construction, Earth would likely be uninhabitable or destroyed entirely. If there are no further questions, Chin continued, we will proceed with final launch preparations. All vessels will maintain communication silence during the initial acceleration phase, resuming contact once we've cleared the lunar orbit. The captains exchanged formal salutes, then the transmission ended, leaving the bridge of Alpha momentarily quiet. Dr. King, Captain Chen said, please verify that the plasma field generators are calibrated for standard acceleration protocols. We'll hold the FTL configuration in reserve until we're beyond the solar system. Yes, Captain, Jonathan replied, turning to his console to implement the commands. The next hour passed in methodical preparation. Each system was verified, each procedure checked and double-checked. The atmosphere on the bridge was one of focused intensity, the weight of their historic mission tempered by their rigorous training. A notification appeared on Jonathan's console, Director Kessler requesting a private channel. Patch it through to my station, he instructed the communications officer. Elena Kessler's face appeared on his display, her expression unreadable. Final launch authorization has been transmitted to all 3 vessels, she said without preamble. You are clear to depart in sequence, beginning with Alpha at the designated time. Understood, Jonathan replied. Elena, I want to thank you for everything. A ghost of a smile crossed her features. Save your thanks for when you've established your colony, Dr. King. I expect regular reports via quantum communication. You'll have them, he promised. One more thing, she added. Your parents asked me to transmit a message to both you and Eliana. She glanced down, reading from a display. We are so proud of you both. Carry Earth with you in your hearts, and build something beautiful among the stars. All our love goes with you, always. Jonathan swallowed hard against the sudden tightness in his throat. Thank you for passing that along. Godspeed, Jonathan, Kessler said softly, and then the communication ended. Captain Chen's voice broke into his moment of emotion. All stations report ready, Dr. King. We begin final countdown in 2 minutes. Jonathan composed himself quickly, returning his attention to his duties. Engineering reports all systems optimal, Captain. Plasma field generators standing by. Power systems at full capacity. The shipwide communication system activated. Attention all personnel, this is Captain Chen. We will begin launch sequence in 2 minutes. All crew and passengers must be secured in designated acceleration positions. This is not a drill. Across the massive vessel, 450 souls prepared for the most significant journey in human history. Scientists, engineers, doctors, agricultural specialists, teachers, each chosen for the critical skills they would bring to humanity's new beginning. Along with them traveled a carefully curated genetic bank of Earth's biodiversity, cultural treasures from every nation, seeds from thousands of plant species, and the accumulated knowledge of human civilization stored in multiple redundant formats. 1 minute to launch, the automated system announced. On the bridge, the crew performed their final checks in practiced silence. 30 seconds. Jonathan's fingers moved across his console, confirming the plasma field parameters one last time. 10 seconds. 9. 8. Through the viewport, he could see Horizon Station growing smaller as Alpha began to move away on its maneuvering thrusters. 7. 6. 5. Somewhere below decks, Eliana would be secured in her acceleration couch, perhaps thinking of the parents they were leaving behind. 4. 3. 2. Jonathan's gaze fixed briefly on the blue marble of Earth, committing its beauty to memory one final time. 1. Ignition. The ionic drive engaged, and a subtle vibration ran through the ship. Without the plasma field active, the acceleration would have crushed them against their seats. With it, the massive thrust translated to a gentle pressure, barely more noticeable than standard gravity. "We have successful drive ignition," Jonathan reported, his voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm him. Acceleration nominal. Plasma field operating at 997% efficiency. "Navigation confirms trajectory," announced the officer at that station. "We are on course for Jupiter gravity assist." On the main view screen, Earth and Horizon Station receded behind them, growing smaller with each passing second. Alongside them, visible as bright points of light, Beta and Gamma began their own journeys, their launches staggered by minutes for safety. "Open shipwide communication," Captain Chen ordered. When the channel was confirmed active, she addressed the entire vessel. "This is Captain Chen speaking. We have successfully begun our journey. STARWEAVER X1 Alpha is performing exactly as designed." She paused briefly. "Each of us carries a profound responsibility, not only to survive, but to ensure that the best of humanity continues among the stars. Today we leave our home, but we carry Earth with us in everything we are and everything we do." As she continued her address, Jonathan established a secure channel to the other vessels. "STARWEAVER Beta, STARWEAVER Gamma, this is King on Alpha. Final systems check before we lose line-of-sight communication." "Beta acknowledges," came Captain Okafor's response. "All systems functioning within parameters." "Godspeed, Alpha." "Gamma confirms optimal performance," added Captain Rodriguez. "We'll see you at the quantum communication test point beyond lunar orbit." Jonathan watched as the distance between the three vessels gradually increased, each one beginning its unique trajectory toward the gas giants where they would perform their gravitational slingshot maneuvers. 3 arcs carrying 350 humans and the legacy of an entire planet, venturing into the void to find new homes among distant stars. "Captain," he said, turning to Chin, "request permission to make a brief visit to the observation deck." She studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Granted. We won't begin major acceleration until we're past lunar orbit." 5 minutes, Dr. King. "Thank you, Captain." The corridors of the STARWEAVER were mostly empty, with passengers and non-essential crew still secured for the initial launch phase. Jonathan made his way quickly to the aft observation lounge, a circular chamber with ceiling-to-floor windows offering an unparalleled view of the space behind them. He wasn't surprised to find he wasn't alone. A dozen or so others had sought permission to witness their departure, standing in reverent silence before the panoramic vista. He spotted Eliana among them and moved to stand beside her. Without speaking, she reached for his hand, gripping it tightly as they both gazed back at the scene. Earth and the moon were already visibly diminished by distance, the familiar blue and white sphere now just one point of beauty in the vast starscape. Horizon Station was barely visible, a glinting speck orbiting their former home. The sun blazed brilliantly to one side, its deadly nature belied by its majestic appearance. "I keep thinking about everyone we're leaving behind," Eliana whispered. "So do I," Jonathan admitted. "But they would want us to look forward, not back. To make this journey worthwhile." Together, they watched as the distance grew, as the cradle of humanity shrank to an ever smaller point of light behind them. Neither spoke again, words inadequate for the mixture of grief, awe, and determination that filled them. A gentle chime broke the silence, the 5-minute warning before main acceleration would begin. We should return to our stations, Jonathan said softly. As they turned to leave, he cast one final glance over his shoulder. Earth was now just a pale blue dot among countless stars, Carl Sagan's poignant description never more fitting than in this moment. Humanity had taken its first true step into the cosmic ocean. What they would find on distant shores remained to be seen. Chapter 4. New Worlds. The steady hum of the STARWEAVER X1 Alpha systems filled Jonathan's consciousness as he gradually awoke from hibernation. The process was gentler than he had expected, a slow return to awareness as the specialized cryoprotectant solution was filtered from his bloodstream and his core temperature returned to normal. A soft mechanical voice guided him through the revival process. Cognitive functions restoring. Please remain still while final physiological adjustments are completed. Revival progress, 98%. When the hibernation pod finally opened with a whisper of hydraulics, Jonathan found Dr. Sarah Kendrick, the ship's chief medical officer, waiting with a medical scanner. "Welcome back, Dr. King," she said, her Australian accent unchanged by their long journey. "How are you feeling?" He took a moment to assess himself before answering. "Alert. Clear-headed. Slight tingling in my extremities." "Normal and expected," she confirmed, reviewing the scanner readings. "Your hibernation metrics were textbook perfect. The tingling will subside within the hour as peripheral circulation fully restores." Jonathan sat up slowly, noting that the hibernation chamber was a hive of controlled activity. Medical staff were attending to other awakening crew members, all senior officers being revived in this first group. "How long?" he asked, the question that dominated everyone's thoughts upon revival. 3 years, 7 months, and 14 days ship time, Dr. Kendrick replied. The hibernation rotation proceeded exactly as planned, with monitoring crews awake in 6-month shifts throughout the journey. Jonathan processed this information as he carefully stood. The hibernation technology had performed exactly as designed, allowing the majority of passengers and crew to sleep through the long journey while small teams remained awake in rotation to monitor the ship's systems. "And our location? We've arrived at the outer boundaries of the Chimera system," she said with a smile. "Captain Chin requested your revival for the final approach to the inner system. We're currently at approximately 80 astronomical units from the supermassive black hole." A surge of excitement cut through the physical discomfort of hibernation recovery. They had done it, reached their destination successfully. The FTL drive had worked. And the other vessels? Beta and Gamma? Quantum communications were maintained throughout the journey. Beta reached the Peregrine system 4 months ago and has already begun preliminary surveys of their potential habitation planets. Gamma arrived at the Titan system just 2 weeks ago and is still in the early stages of system exploration. After completing some basic physical tests to ensure his readiness for duty, Jonathan was cleared to leave the hibernation bay. He made his way to his quarters first, taking a proper shower and changing into a fresh uniform before heading to the bridge. The corridors of Alpha were more populated than during the journey, with approximately 1/3 of the crew now revived for the approach phase. The atmosphere was one of barely contained excitement mixed with professional focus. They had traveled farther from Earth than any humans in history and were about to begin exploring their potential new home. When Jonathan entered the bridge, Captain Chin turned from her conversation with the navigation officer to greet him. "Dr. King, excellent timing. We're about to initiate our first detailed scan of the inner system." He took his position at the engineering station, quickly reviewing the status reports. The ship had performed admirably throughout the journey, with only minor maintenance issues addressed by the rotation crews. "All systems optimal, Captain," he confirmed. "The plasma field generators are ready for maneuvering operations within the system's gravity well." "Very good. Navigation, proceed with approach pattern Alpha 7. The main view screen showed their position relative to the Chimera system. At this distance, the supermassive black hole was detectable only by its effects on surrounding space and the faint glow of its accretion disk. The binary stars orbiting it were clearly visible, however, one a golden yellow similar to Earth's sun, the other a slightly orange-tinted smaller star. Initiating long-range scan of habitable zone planets, announced the science officer, Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim. The holographic display in the center of the bridge activated, showing a three-dimensional rendering of the system as their advanced sensors gathered data. 3 planets in the habitable zone around the binary stars gradually took shape in the projection, their characteristics being analyzed in real time. Initial readings are consistent with our observational data, Dr. Ibrahim reported with evident excitement. All 3 planets appear to have atmospheres and significant water presence. Chimera Prime shows high metallicity in its crust. Chimera Secundus is confirming as a predominantly oceanic world. Chimera Tertius displays landmass distribution similar to Earth. Jonathan studied the readings with intense interest. Their years of observation from Earth's solar system had been accurate, but there was nothing like direct sensor data from within the system itself. What about the gravitational effects from the black hole? He asked. Precisely as modeled, Dr. Ibrahim confirmed. The binary star system orbits at a safe distance from the black hole's primary influence. There are subtle space-time distortions detectable throughout the system, but nothing that poses a hazard to navigation or habitation. In fact, some of these distortions may prove beneficial for certain scientific applications. Captain Chin studied the data for a moment before making her decision. We'll proceed with the survey mission as planned. Launch the automated probes to all 3 planets simultaneously. Full spectrum analysis, atmospheric composition, geological surveys, the works. Probes prepared for launch, confirmed the tactical officer. Calculating optimal trajectories now. Jonathan's console chimed with an incoming transmission, a quantum communication from STARWEAVER, X1 Beta. Captain, we're receiving a priority message from Beta, he reported. On screen, Chin ordered. The face of Captain Okafor appeared, his expression composed, but with unmistakable excitement in his eyes. STARWEAVER Alpha, this is Beta. Greetings from the Peregrine system. We've completed our initial surveys of both potential habitation planets and have confirmed that Peregrine Secundus is suitable for human settlement. Atmospheric composition is remarkably Earth-like, with slightly higher oxygen content at 23%. Gravity is 0. 92 Earth standard. We've detected no biological hazards and are preparing for our first landing operation. Captain Chin allowed herself a small smile. Excellent news, Captain Okafor. We've arrived at Chimera and are launching our survey probes now. Have you established any surface presence yet? Negative. Our first landing party descends tomorrow. We'll establish a small research outpost to conduct more detailed habitability assessments before committing to full colonization procedures. The unique radiation environment from our binary stars requires some additional caution. Understood. Please maintain regular updates on your progress. We'll transmit our findings as soon as our probes return data. After the communication ended, a palpable sense of optimism filled the bridge. Beta's successful arrival and confirmation of a habitable world validated everything they had worked for. Launch probes, Captain Chen ordered. 3 sleek, automated survey vessels detached from Alpha's hull, their ion engines glowing as they accelerated toward their respective targets. All probes functioning nominally, reported the tactical officer. Estimated arrival at targets, 72 hours for Prime, 96 hours for Secundus, 120 hours for Tertius. Jonathan turned his attention to the detailed sensor readings of the binary stars. Captain, I'm detecting unusual plasma formations in the stellar corona of the K-type star. They appear to be generating exotic particle emissions that interact with the black hole's gravitational field. Any danger to our operations? Chin asked sharply. Negative. The effect is fascinating but contained. It's creating naturally occurring phenomena similar to our plasma field technology, a remarkable coincidence that may actually benefit our propulsion systems when operating within this system. Over the next several days, as the probes journeyed to their targets, more of the ship's company was revived from hibernation. Scientific teams prepared for the enormous task of evaluating 3 potential new homes, while engineering crews readied the various landing vessels and habitat construction modules. 5 days after their arrival in the Chimera system, the senior staff gathered in the main conference room to review the compiled probe data and make their first critical decisions. Dr. Ibrahim led the presentation, his enthusiasm barely contained as he displayed the findings. Chimera Prime, he began, showing detailed imagery of the innermost planet, is a mineral-rich world with 1.3 times Earth's gravity. Atmosphere is nitrogen-oxygen-based, but with higher carbon dioxide levels, approximately 1.2% compared to Earth's 0.04%. Surface features include massive mountain ranges and deep canyon systems created by the planet's active tectonic processes. Water is present primarily in subsurface aquifers and polar ice caps. Temperature range is within human tolerance, with appropriate protection. He switched to the second planet. Chimera Secundus confirms as an ocean world. Approximately 95% of the surface is covered by water, with scattered archipelagos comprising the only land masses. Atmospheric composition is very close to Earth standard, with slightly higher humidity. Gravity is 0.88 Earth normal. Ocean depth averages 8 kilometers, with extreme depths reaching 25 kilometers in trench systems. Initial samples indicate the presence of simple aquatic life forms, non-sentient organisms similar to Earth's marine algae and primitive invertebrates. This revelation caused a stir among the assembled officers. Finding any form of life, even simple organisms, was significant. Indigenous life? Captain Chin asked, leaning forward. You're certain? Preliminary analysis suggests carbon-based life forms with DNA structures remarkably similar to Earth patterns, Dr. Ibrahim confirmed. It appears that the conditions for life development follow universal principles. More detailed study is needed, but they seem to be limited to simple multicellular organisms, nothing approaching the complexity of even Earth's fish or amphibians. Jonathan exchanged a look with Eliana, who was present as the lead xenobiologist. The discovery had enormous implications for humanity's understanding of life in the universe. Dr. Ibrahim continued to the third planet. Finally, Chimera Tertius presents as the most Earth-like of the three. Continental land masses cover approximately 40% of the surface, with the remainder being oceans and seas. Atmosphere is nitrogen-oxygen with trace gases very similar to Earth's pre-industrial composition. Gravity is 0.95 Earth standard. Climate zones range from polar to tropical, with the unique feature that the black hole's position in the sky creates unusual day-night cycles, depending on the planet's orbital position. Captain Chin studied the data carefully before addressing the group. Recommendations for primary settlement focus? Dr. Eliana King spoke up. From a biological adaptation standpoint, Tertius offers the most immediate habitability for our population. Its Earth-like conditions would require minimal environmental adjustments for both our people and the plant and animal genetic stocks we've brought. Engineering concurs, Jonathan added. While all three planets present viable options, Tertius would allow for the most rapid establishment of self-sustaining colonies. The familiar gravity and atmospheric conditions reduce the technological challenges significantly. Chief Agricultural Officer Dr. Santiago nodded in agreement. My team's assessment is that we could begin open-air cultivation on Tertius within months of landing versus years of greenhouse development for Prime or floating agricultural platforms for Secundus. Captain Chin considered all input before making her decision. We will establish our primary colony on Chimera Tertius. However, she added, we'll also deploy research outposts on both Prime and Secundus. Each world offers unique resources and scientific opportunities that will be valuable for humanity's future in this system. With the decision made, detailed planning began immediately. Jonathan found himself leading the engineering team responsible for designing the initial colony structures, adapting their pre-planned settlement modules to the specific conditions of Tertius. That evening, as he worked late in his office reviewing topographical data for potential landing sites, his communication console activated with an incoming quantum transmission. STARWEAVER, X1 Gamma to Alpha, came the voice of Captain Rodriguez. Priority communication for bridge officers and senior staff. Jonathan quickly routed the message to the appropriate personnel while accepting it at his own station. Captain Rodriguez's face appeared, looking tired but determined. Alpha, this is Gamma. We've completed our initial survey of the Titan system and have concerning news to report. Of the 5 potential habitable worlds identified from Earth observations, only 2 are confirming as viable for human settlement. The other 3 show extreme environmental conditions we hadn't detected from long-range observation. Captain Chin, who had joined the communication from the bridge, leaned forward. Specify the nature of these conditions, Captain. The first world has an unexpectedly caustic atmosphere, sulfuric acid concentrations that would destroy any conventional materials within hours. The second has developed a runaway greenhouse effect, with surface temperatures exceeding 300 degrees Celsius. The third appears habitable from orbit, but has extreme electromagnetic field fluctuations that would make electronic technology non-functional on the surface. Jonathan frowned at this news. The observational data for the Titan system had seemed so promising. This was a sobering reminder of the limitations of even their most advanced remote sensing technologies. And the 2 viable worlds? He asked. Promising, despite being at the outer edge of the habitable zone, Rodriguez replied. The first, which we're designating Titan Prime, has a thin but breathable atmosphere and significant water resources in a liquid state due to geothermal activity. The second, Titan Secundus, has a thicker atmosphere with higher nitrogen content, but is otherwise suitable for habitation with minimal adaptation. Your recommendation? Captain Chin asked. We're proceeding with preliminary landings on both worlds to establish research outposts. Based on those findings, we'll determine our primary colonization target. After the communication ended, Jonathan sat back in his chair, processing the implications. All 3 arcs had reached their destinations safely, a remarkable achievement in itself, but now the true challenge began, establishing permanent human settlements on these distant worlds. His console chimed again, this time with a message from Eliana requesting his presence in the xenobiology lab. Curious, he made his way down to the science section. He found his sister bent over a holographic display of cellular structures, her expression one of intense concentration. You needed to see me? He asked, entering the lab. She looked up, her eyes bright with excitement. The aquatic organisms from Secundus. We've completed the initial genetic analysis. John, you need to see this. She gestured him over to the display, expanding the molecular structure with a wave of her hand. This is the genetic material from one of the more complex organisms in our samples. Look at the nucleotide sequencing. Jonathan studied the display, his knowledge of genetics more limited than his sister's, but sufficient to recognize what she was showing him. It's remarkably similar to Earth DNA, he observed. Not just similar, Eliana corrected. It's nearly identical in its basic structure. The same nucleotide bases, the same double helix formation, the same coding mechanisms. The specific genes are different, of course, but the fundamental architecture of life is the same. What are you suggesting? She took a deep breath. One possibility is that the basic building blocks of life follow universal constants, that given similar environmental conditions, life will develop along similar pathways regardless of where it emerges. And the other possibility? Jonathan prompted, sensing there was more. That life on Earth and life here share a common origin. She held up a hand as he began to object. I'm not suggesting directed panspermia or alien intervention. But asteroid impacts can eject materials from one planet that eventually reach other star systems. Over billions of years, the basic seeds of life, simple organic compounds or even extremophile microorganisms, could potentially travel between star systems. It was a staggering hypothesis that life throughout the galaxy might be connected by a cosmic version of cross-pollination spanning billions of years. What does this mean for our colonization efforts? Jonathan asked practically. For now, just that we need to be extremely careful about biological contamination in both directions. Our Earth-based ecosystems could potentially interact with local biology in unpredictable ways. But the similarity is actually reassuring from a habitability perspective. It suggests that our biochemistry is compatible with the environments here. Their discussion was interrupted by a station-wide announcement from Captain Chen. Attention all personnel. The first landing mission to Chimera Tertius has been approved. Launch is scheduled for 0800 hours tomorrow. Mission commanders and team leads report to Briefing Room 1 for final preparations. Jonathan and Eliana exchanged a look of excitement mingled with apprehension. Looks like we're about to set foot on our new home, he said. The following morning, the atmosphere aboard Alpha was electric with anticipation. The landing vessel, a sleek, atmospheric-capable craft designed to transport up to 50 personnel and significant equipment, was prepped in the main hangar bay. Jonathan, included in the first landing party due to his engineering expertise, completed his final equipment check. The landing team wore specially designed environmental suits, not full-pressure suits, as Tertius's atmosphere was breathable, but protective gear to shield against unknown environmental factors until they confirmed the safety of direct exposure. Captain Chen addressed the assembled team from a raised platform in the hangar. Today marks the beginning of humanity's next chapter, she said, her voice solemn. You will be the first humans to set foot on a world beyond our solar system. This is not only a historic moment, but a sacred trust. We carry the hopes of Earth with us and the responsibility to build something worthy of those we left behind. She paused, looking at each team member in turn. Your mission objectives are clear. Establish the initial monitoring station, conduct detailed environmental analysis, and prepare for the main colony deployment. Safety is paramount. Take no unnecessary risks. Remember that you represent not just this vessel, but all of humanity in this new realm. With final instructions given, the team boarded the landing vessel. As the craft systems came online, Jonathan took his seat beside Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim and across from Eliana. Nervous? He asked his sister with a small smile. Terrified and exhilarated in equal measure, she admitted. You? The same. Though I keep thinking about how much testing went into this landing craft design. It helps to know every system has triple redundancy. The craft's commander, Lieutenant Kwame Santos, initiated the launch sequence. Depressurizing hangar bay. All personnel confirm environmental suit integrity. Each team member reported their status as the massive hangar doors began to open, revealing the star-filled void beyond. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Mark. The landing craft detached from Alpha's docking clamps and eased forward on maneuvering thrusters. Once clear of the ship, the main engines engaged, accelerating them toward the blue-green world that hung in space before them. Through the viewport, Jonathan could see Chimera Tertius growing larger, a world that looked remarkably like Earth from this distance, with swirling white cloud patterns over blue oceans and green-brown continents. The binary stars provided illumination similar to Earth's sunlight, though with subtle differences in spectrum that gave everything a slightly altered hue. Entering upper atmosphere in 60 seconds, Lieutenant Santos announced, "Prepare for turbulence." The descent began smoothly, with only minor buffeting as they penetrated the atmospheric layers. Outside, the black of space gave way to deep blue, then lighter blue as they dropped through the stratosphere and into the troposphere. Atmospheric composition confirming as expected, reported the environmental officer. Nitrogen 78%, oxygen 21%, trace gases 1%. Pressure at target landing zone will be 97% of Earth standard. As they broke through the cloud layer, the landscape below came into clear view, rolling hills covered in vegetation that appeared similar to Earth's forests, but with colors trending more toward blue-green than the familiar greens of home. A large river system snaked through the valley they were approaching, emptying into a distant sea just visible on the horizon. "It's beautiful," Eliana whispered, echoing everyone's thoughts. "Final approach to landing zone," Santos announced. "All systems nominal. Touchdown in 30 seconds." The craft settled gently onto a clearing near the river, its landing struts adjusting automatically to the slightly uneven terrain. There was a moment of profound silence as the engines powered down, the first quiet moment on an alien world. Santos performed the final systems check, then nodded to the team. Environmental readings confirmed safe conditions. Prepare for disembarkation. The main hatch opened slowly, and a ramp extended to touch the soil of Chimera Tertius. Lieutenant Santos, as mission commander, stepped forward to be the first human to set foot on this new world. As he reached the bottom of the ramp, he paused, then spoke the words that would be recorded for all future generations of humans in this system. From Earth we came, bearing the legacy of our birth world and the hope of our people. To this new home we bring our knowledge, our dreams, and our commitment to build a future worthy of those who made our journey possible. With that, he stepped onto the soil of Chimera Tertius. One by one, the team followed, Jonathan and Eliana walking side by side down the ramp. As his boot touched the ground, Jonathan felt a surge of emotion that nearly overwhelmed him. They had done it. Humanity had reached the stars. The team spread out, each attending to their assigned tasks with the efficiency of long training, though all were clearly affected by the magnitude of the moment. Environmental scientists collected soil, water, and air samples. Security personnel established a perimeter. Engineers, including Jonathan, began setting up the modular habitat structures that would form their base camp. Soil composition analysis shows remarkable similarity to Earth loam, reported one of the scientists, her voice filled with excitement. Nitrogen-fixing bacteria analogs are present. This is farmable land right out of the gate. Similar reports came in from around the landing site. Water quality suitable for treatment and consumption, atmospheric conditions well within human tolerance, radiation levels actually lower than Earth's average. As the initial habitat module took shape under Jonathan's direction, he took a moment to look up at the sky. The binary stars hung there, one golden, one orange-red, providing a quality of light subtly different from Earth's sun. And visible even in daylight was a dark spot with a faint luminous ring around it, the supermassive black hole that dominated this system, a constant reminder of the exotic nature of their new home. Eliana joined him, following his gaze upward. It's permanent twilight on the other side of the planet right now, she noted. The black hole blocks one of the stars, depending on orbital position. Creates a fascinating day-night cycle unlike anything on Earth. Yet here we are, breathing air, standing on soil, looking at plants, Jonathan replied. Different, yet familiar enough for us to survive. It's more than we dared hope for. The advanced teams from Beta just reported in via quantum comm while you were setting up the habitat, Eliana told him. They've completed their first day on Peregrine Secundus. Their world is more arid than this one, with large desert regions, but equally habitable in the temperate zones. Jonathan nodded, relieved to hear that Beta's landing had also been successful. And Gamma? Still in the preliminary survey phase. They're launching their first landing craft tomorrow, heading for Titan Prime. As they spoke, more team members were removing their protective helmets after environmental analysis confirmed the air was safe to breathe. Jonathan followed suit, taking his first direct breath of the atmosphere of humanity's new home. The air was clean and slightly sweet, with unfamiliar but pleasant scents carried on a gentle breeze. The gravity, at 95% of Earth normal, gave a subtle feeling of lightness without being disorienting. We should plant something, Eliana said suddenly. Right now, before we do anything else. Jonathan remembered his promise to her, made so long ago while still orbiting Earth. Yes, we should. From one of the supply containers, Eliana retrieved a small, carefully preserved seedling, an oak tree from Earth, its genetic lineage traced back to ancient forests. Together, they found a suitable spot near the landing site. As other team members noticed what they were doing, work paused, and the entire landing party gathered around. Jonathan dug a small hole in the alien soil while Eliana carefully removed the seedling from its protective container. For Earth, she said simply, placing the tree into the ground. And for those left behind, Jonathan added as he covered the roots with soil. One by one, the other team members stepped forward, each adding a handful of soil to the planting, turning the moment into an impromptu ceremony, humanity's first act of cultivation on their new world. Lieutenant Santos was the last to add his handful of soil. Let this tree stand as a monument to our past and a symbol of our future, he said formally. May its roots grow deep and its branches reach high in this new world. As the brief ceremony concluded and the team returned to their duties, Jonathan remained beside the newly planted oak for a moment longer. We made it, Eliana, he said softly. Now we build something worthy of everything and everyone we left behind. We will, she promised, gazing out at the alien landscape that would become their home. This is just the beginning. Across the vast distances of interstellar space, linked by the instantaneous connection of quantum entanglement, humanity's three arcs establish their presence in their respective systems. On Peregrine Secundus, the crew of STARWEAVER, X1 Beta had already begun construction of their first permanent settlement. The desert world with its scattered oases presented challenges different from those faced by Alpha's crew, but Captain Okafor's team had adapted quickly. Their initial colony, established near a large freshwater lake surrounded by arid plains, focused on water conservation technologies and specialized agriculture suited to the drier climate. The day cycle here is fascinating, reported Dr. Minseo Park, Beta's chief astronomer, during one of the regular quantum communication sessions between the three vessels. The neutron star and blue giant create complex illumination patterns as they orbit each other. We've identified 18 distinct seasons based on the relative positions of the stars and our planet's orbit. In the Titan system, STARWEAVER, X1 Gamma had successfully landed on Titan Prime and established their first outpost. The massive hypergiant star dominated the sky, its size so great that it appeared as a vast wall of light covering nearly a quarter of the visible horizon. The energy potential is beyond anything we anticipated, Captain Rodriguez reported during her update. Our solar collection technology is operating at 300% the efficiency we experienced in Earth's system. If we can perfect the containment technology, we could power a civilization far more advanced than anything humanity achieved on Earth. On Chimera Tertius, Jonathan stood on a hill overlooking what had rapidly become a bustling settlement. In the months since their first landing, the population on the surface had grown to over 200, with new arrivals shuttled down from Alpha each day as the hibernation revival process continued. The first permanent structures were taking shape, not just the prefabricated modules they had brought with them, but buildings incorporating local materials, designed to harmonize with this world's unique environment. Agricultural fields had been planted with earth crops, carefully isolated to prevent potential cross-contamination with local biota until more was understood about the compatibility of the two ecosystems. The oak sapling they had planted on that first day had been joined by a growing memorial grove, trees representing various regions of Earth, each planted in remembrance of those left behind. "Progress report?" asked Captain Chin, who had joined him on this inspection tour of the colony. "Ahead of schedule on most fronts," Jonathan replied. "The local materials are proving easier to work with than anticipated. The mineral composition of the stone is ideal for our construction methods, and we've identified several indigenous plant fibers that can be processed into building materials." "And the exploration teams?" "The Southern Continent Survey returned yesterday. They report extensive grassland ecosystems similar to Earth's prairies, with several large freshwater lakes. Excellent potential for agricultural expansion once we're ready." Chin nodded with satisfaction. "And your sister's research?" "Eliana's team has made fascinating discoveries about the local biology. The DNA analogs here share fundamental structures with Earth life, but have evolved unique adaptations to the gravitational influences of the black hole. Some of the plant species have developed circadian rhythms synchronized with the unusual day-night cycles caused by the binary stars and black hole alignment." They walked in silence for a moment, surveying the activity below. A group of children, those few who had been included in the passenger manifest for genetic diversity, were exploring a meadow under the watchful eyes of their teachers, collecting samples of the blue-green grasses that dominated this region. "They adapt so quickly," Chin observed. "For them, this will simply be home." "That's the goal," Jonathan agreed. "For the next generation, Earth will be a story, a heritage, not a memory they carry." His communicator signaled an incoming message, a quantum transmission from Earth. Such communications had become increasingly rare as the solar situation deteriorated, but the quantum entanglement communicators continued to function regardless of distance. "This is Director Kessler," came the familiar voice, though strained in a way Jonathan hadn't heard before. "To all STARWEAVER vessels, this may be our final transmission. Solar expansion has accelerated beyond all previous models. Surface temperatures have rendered most equatorial regions uninhabitable. Horizon Station remains operational, but with reduced capacity as we've diverted resources to the underground habitats. Jonathan and Captain Chin exchanged grave looks as the message continued. Our calculations now give us less than 16 months before total surface uninhabitability. The underground habitats are at capacity, but conditions are difficult. Power generation is compromised by increased solar interference. The Secretary General asked me to convey one final message to all STARWEAVER personnel. There was a pause, then Kessler's voice continued, now reading formally, to the Voyagers who carry humanity's future among the stars. Know that those of us remaining on Earth look to your success with pride and hope. Though we face our end with courage, we find solace in knowing that human consciousness, human achievement, and human potential will continue through you. Earth has been humanity's cradle, but you are its legacy. Build wisely, remember us truly, and reach heights we could only dream of. The transmission ended, leaving Jonathan and Chin in somber silence. The time frame was worse than they had feared, much worse. Earth was dying more quickly than even their most pessimistic models had projected. We should share this with the other settlement leaders, Chin said finally. Our people deserve to know. Jonathan nodded slowly. Yes, but we should also use this moment to reinforce our purpose here. To honor those we left behind by succeeding in building something worthy of their sacrifice. As they walked back toward the settlement, Jonathan's thoughts turned to his parents in their underground habitat, to Elena Kessler on her dying station, to the billions facing Earth's final years with whatever dignity they could muster. He looked up at the alien sky with its binary stars and visible black hole, then down at the settlement taking shape on this strange yet welcoming world. In that moment, the full weight of responsibility settled on him, not just for the technical success of the colony, but for ensuring that the essence of humanity, the best of what Earth had been, would continue here among the stars. The oak sapling caught his eye, so small yet, but already putting forth new leaves in this alien soil. Like humanity itself, adapting, growing, continuing. We remember, he whispered to the absent Earth. And we will build something beautiful in your name. Across 3 distant star systems, humanity's new journey had begun. On Chimera Tertius, Peregrine Secundus, and Titan Prime, the first colonies took root, each facing unique challenges, each developing distinct approaches to life on their new worlds. Through the quantum entanglement communicators, the 3 settlements maintained constant contact, sharing discoveries, technologies, and cultural developments. Though separated by vast interstellar distances, they remained connected, a network of human civilization spreading among the stars. On Chimera Secundus, the water world, Jonathan had led the development of the first underwater research facility, a marvel of engineering that allowed scientists to study the simple but fascinating aquatic life forms that had evolved there. The station, anchored to the ocean floor at a depth of 2 kilometers, served as humanity's first true submarine colony on an alien world. The pressure dynamics are fascinating, he explained during a quantum communication with the Beta and Gamma settlements. The interaction between the planet's slightly lower gravity and the massive ocean depth creates unique conditions that we're just beginning to understand. Some of the indigenous organisms have evolved pressure-sensing organs unlike anything known on Earth. On Peregrine Secundus, Captain Okafor's team had mastered the challenge of agriculture in their arid environment, developing irrigation systems that minimized water loss while maximizing crop yield. Their settlement had expanded to include specialized biodomes where Earth plants were gradually being adapted to the local conditions. We've successfully hybridized 3 Earth grain species with compatible local plants, reported their chief agriculturalist. The resulting crops show increased drought resistance while maintaining nutritional profiles suitable for human consumption. Initial yields are exceeding our projections by 22%. In the Titan system, Gamma's engineers had harnessed the immense energy output of their hypergiant star to power technological developments that would have been impossible on Earth. Their emerging society was already taking on a distinct character, highly technological, focused on energy-intensive industries and computational innovation. The quantum computing facilities we've established are achieving processing capabilities 10 times what was possible on Earth, Captain Rodriguez shared. The unique radiation spectrum from our star has allowed for breakthroughs in quantum coherence maintenance that we're still working to fully understand. Each settlement reflected something of Earth's diverse cultures while evolving its own unique identity shaped by the specific challenges and opportunities of its new home. Together, they represented humanity's resilience, adaptability, and enduring spirit of exploration. As Jonathan stood on a hillside overlooking the now thriving main colony on Chimera Tertius, 18 months after their first landing, he felt a complex mixture of pride, hope, and lingering sorrow. The settlement had grown to house all 450 of Alpha's passengers, with outlying research stations established on the other continents and on the sister planets. The Memorial Grove had matured with surprising speed in this fertile soil, the earth trees thriving alongside indigenous plants in a symbolic coexistence. At its center stood the oak he and Eliana had planted that first day, now nearly 3 meters tall, its branches reaching toward the alien sky while its roots dug deep into their new home. Final transmission from Earth came through an hour ago, Eliana said, joining him on the hillside. Her expression was solemn but composed. Horizon Station has been abandoned. The last monitoring team has relocated to the deepest habitat in the Antarctic complex. Jonathan nodded, having expected this news, but feeling its weight nonetheless. Did they give an updated timeline? 3 months, perhaps 4, before the surface becomes completely uninhabitable. The underground habitats might extend survival for some time beyond that, but she didn't need to finish the thought. They both knew the habitats were a desperate, temporary measure at best. We've prepared a memorial service for tonight, she continued after a moment. All 3 settlements will join via quantum communication. A final tribute to Earth while we can still reach them. It's appropriate, Jonathan agreed. We should never forget where we came from, even as we build our future here. As the alien sunset painted the sky in unfamiliar hues of purple and gold, the siblings stood together, watching the first stars appear. Somewhere in that vast cosmic ocean, Earth continued its final orbit around its swelling star, still beautiful, still precious, still the cradle of all human achievement and history. But here, on these distant worlds circling foreign stars, humanity had found new roots. Not a replacement for Earth, nothing could ever be that, but a continuation, a next chapter written among the stars. We made it, John, Eliana said softly. Against impossible odds, we found new homes. We survived. More than survived, he corrected gently. We've carried the best of Earth with us. Its knowledge, its art, its diversity, its dreams. As long as humanity continues, Earth is never truly gone. Below them, lights were coming on in the settlement as evening approached, warm, welcoming beacons of human presence on this alien world. Children played in the central plaza, their laughter carrying on the breeze. Scientists and engineers moved purposefully between buildings, continuing their work of understanding and adapting to their new home. Farmers tended the fields where Earth crops grew alongside carefully introduced indigenous plants. It was not Earth. It would never be Earth. But it was humanity's new beginning, a testament to what could be accomplished even in the face of cosmic inevitability. And as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Jonathan thought he could almost see Earth among them, not as it was now, in its final days, but as it had been throughout human history, a beautiful blue marble hanging in the void, the birthplace of a species that had finally found its way to the stars. STARWEAVER Chapter 5, Supermassive Black Hole System, Pressure Hull Integrity at 98%. Depth, 850 meters and descending. Jonathan monitored the readouts carefully as the exploration vessel Poseidon continued its controlled dive into the vast ocean of Chimera Secundus. The craft, designed specifically for deep-sea exploration of alien environments, represented one of the Alpha settlement's most ambitious engineering achievements to date. Bioluminescence detected at bearing 045, reported Dr. Lakshmi Patel, the expedition's lead biologist. Scattered patches, consistent with previous observations, but higher intensity at this depth. Through the reinforced viewport, Jonathan could see what she was describing, pulsing clusters of blue-green light in the otherwise impenetrable darkness of the alien deep. The effect was hauntingly beautiful, like stars scattered through an underwater night sky. Adjusting course to investigate, confirmed Captain Maya Chin, who had volunteered to pilot this expedition personally despite her senior role in the colony. As Lin Chen's younger sister, she shared both the family aptitude for command and the pioneering spirit that had made Lin such an effective leader of the Alpha mission. 2 years had passed since their arrival in the Chimera system, and the human settlements had progressed beyond their most optimistic projections. The main colony on Tertius now housed over 400 permanent residents in a thriving community of domed structures and open-air buildings. Agricultural initiatives had successfully adapted earth crops to the local soil, while carefully controlled experiments with indigenous plants had identified several species with potential nutritional value for humans. But it was the water world of Secundus that had captured scientific imagination most strongly. The discovery of indigenous aquatic life, though primitive by Earth standards, represented the first confirmation that life could evolve independently in other star systems. More importantly, its biochemical similarity to Earth life suggested universal principles at work in the development of carbon-based organisms. The Poseidon research vessel had been constructed specifically to explore this alien ocean in detail. A marvel of engineering, it combined the most advanced materials science from Earth with innovations developed since their arrival. Its pressure hull utilized the layered composite technology of the STARWEAVER itself, modified to withstand the crushing pressures of deep ocean environments. Its propulsion system combined conventional thrusters with adaptations of the plasma field technology, allowing for unprecedented maneuverability in dense liquid environments. 2,000 meters, announced the navigation officer. Reaching the edge of the continental shelf according to sonar mapping. Reduce descent rate to 10 meters per minute, Maya ordered. Let's approach the drop-off cautiously. Jonathan moved from the engineering station to join Dr. Patel at the biological monitoring console. The sensor array was collecting terabytes of data every minute: water composition, microorganism density, temperature gradients, current patterns, and dozens of other parameters. The biodiversity is increasing as we descend, Lakshmi noted, her voice filled with the quiet excitement that characterized her work. We're detecting at least 15 distinct organism types that weren't present in shallower waters. Any signs of complex multicellular structures? Jonathan asked. Several promising candidates. Nothing approaching vertebrate complexity, but definitely more advanced than the simple colonial organisms we've documented so far. She adjusted the scanning parameters. The bioluminescent clusters appear to be communities of organisms rather than individuals, something like Earth's coral reefs, but composed of light-producing entities. Maya's voice cut across their scientific discussion. Continental shelf drop-off confirmed. Sonar is showing a sharp descent beginning 50 meters ahead. Depth appears to exceed 10,000 meters at maximum scanning range. On the main view screen, the topographical rendering showed what they were approaching, a massive underwater cliff that plunged into depths far beyond what they had explored previously. Perfect location for our first deep-sea habitat module, Jonathan observed. The expedition had multiple objectives, one of which was to identify suitable sites for a permanent underwater research station. Agreed, Maya replied. The shelf provides a stable foundation, while the proximity to the deep ocean environment maximizes research potential. She turned to the communications officer. Send the coordinates back to Alpha with a preliminary site recommendation. As the Poseidon hovered near the edge of the underwater precipice, the external illumination systems activated, casting powerful beams into the darkness beyond. The light revealed a vertical wall of rock-like material, covered in a living tapestry of alien organisms, some resembling plants with gently waving tendrils, others appearing more animal-like with pulsing, gelatinous bodies. It's beautiful, breathed Eliana, who had joined this expedition as the settlement's expert on xenobiology. Like nothing we ever saw on Earth, yet somehow familiar in its fundamental patterns. Jonathan understood exactly what she meant. The life here was undeniably alien, with colors, structures, and behaviors unlike Earth's marine biology, yet it followed recognizable principles of evolutionary adaptation. Organisms optimized for capturing nutrients, sensing their environment, reproducing, and protecting themselves from predation. I'm detecting larger biological masses moving along the cliff face, Lakshmi reported suddenly, her voice sharpening with interest. Approximately 2 meters in length. Multiple individuals. All attention focused on the sensor readings as Maya directed the external cameras to track the movement. The creatures came into view moments later, sinuous, ribbon-like entities that propelled themselves with undulating motions through the water. Their bodies were primarily transparent with visible internal structures of startling complexity, and they emitted pulses of bioluminescence in patterns that suggested communication. Classification? Maya asked. More complex than anything we've documented previously, Lakshmi replied, her fingers flying across her console as she directed additional sensors toward the creatures. Internal structures suggest specialized organs, including what appears to be a primitive neural network. Definitely the most advanced life form we've encountered in this system so far. They're moving in coordinated patterns, Eliana noted. Look at how they maintain equidistant spacing. That suggests social behavior. Jonathan watched the graceful movements of the alien creatures with a sense of wonder that scientific training couldn't diminish. Here, orbiting a distant star that itself orbited a supermassive black hole, life had evolved with no connection to Earth, yet it followed paths that seemed somehow parallel. Ready biochemical sampling array, Maya ordered. Let's try to collect tissue samples if they approach within range. Belay that, Jonathan said suddenly, surprising himself as much as the others. At least for now. Maya turned to him with a questioning look. Explain. We're looking at the most advanced life form discovered outside our solar system. We should observe their natural behavior before attempting any invasive procedures. Let's deploy remote monitoring devices and study them in their habitat first. There was a moment of silence as Maya considered this perspective. As mission commander, the decision was ultimately hers. Dr. King is right, she said finally. We'll establish observation protocols first. Deploy monitoring buoys at 1-kilometer intervals along the cliff face. We can collect samples once we better understand their behavioral patterns and ecology. As the crew implemented these orders, Jonathan caught Eliana giving him an approving look. Though neither of them had discussed it explicitly, they shared a growing philosophical conviction that humanity's approach to these new worlds should be fundamentally different from how Earth's resources had often been exploited throughout human history. Let's continue along the continental shelf, Maya directed once the monitoring buoys were deployed. We'll map a 5-kilometer stretch before returning to the designated habitat site. The Poseidon moved smoothly along the underwater cliff, its scanning systems building a comprehensive map of the environment. The density of life increased as they progressed, with the ribbon creatures appearing in greater numbers alongside a diversity of smaller organisms. I'm detecting unusual energy readings ahead, reported the sensor operator. Approximately 2 kilometers at bearing 030. Thermal signatures consistent with hydrothermal vents, but with anomalous electromagnetic characteristics. Standard procedure would be to approach cautiously, Maya noted, but given the unique nature of this system, I'm inclined to maintain a safe distance until we understand what we're dealing with. Opinions? The black hole's influence creates exotic particle interactions throughout the system, Jonathan pointed out. We've observed similar phenomena in atmospheric conditions on Tertius. I recommend deploying autonomous probes first. Agreed, said Lakshmi. If it is a hydrothermal system, it could be a critical energy source for the local ecosystem, potentially a catalyst for the evolution of the more complex organisms we're observing. Maya nodded. Launch investigation drones 1 and 2. Full spectrum analysis, safe distance protocols. The small, self-propelled drones detached from the Poseidon's external housing and moved ahead, their own propulsion systems, allowing them to navigate independently toward the energy signature. "Drone telemetry incoming," announced the sensor operator after several minutes. "Confirming hydrothermal vent complex, but with unusual characteristics. The water near the vents contains high concentrations of charged particles, creating a localized electromagnetic field. Temperature at the vent openings exceeds 400 degrees Celsius. Similar to Earth's black smokers, but with these electromagnetic properties," Lakshmi mused. "The charged particle concentration might be related to the unique radiation environment of this system." The drone cameras transmitted imagery to the main view screen, a field of towering chimney-like structures rising from the ocean floor, spewing superheated water that appeared black with dissolved minerals. Around these vents swarmed incredible densities of life, including clusters of the ribbon creatures they had been observing. "They're feeding," Eliana said, studying the behavior patterns. "Or perhaps gathering energy directly from the electromagnetic field. Their bioluminescence increases significantly when they approach the vents. This could be the primary energy source for the entire deep ocean ecosystem," Lakshmi suggested. "Similar to chemosynthesis in Earth's hydrothermal vent communities, but potentially utilizing both chemical energy and electromagnetic energy." Jonathan was watching the sensor readings with growing interest. "The electromagnetic signature has similarities to our plasma field technology. I wonder if there's a connection between these naturally occurring fields and the plasma phenomena we've observed throughout the system." "A research question for our underwater habitat team," Maya said decisively. "Speaking of which, we should begin preparations for the habitat deployment. This area," she indicated a relatively flat section of the continental shelf approximately 1 kilometer from the hydrothermal field, "seems ideal. Close enough for convenient study of both the vents and the cliff ecosystem, but not so close that the electromagnetic anomalies would interfere with our systems." Jonathan nodded in agreement. "I'll begin the site survey immediately. We'll need to test substrate composition to ensure it can support the habitat's anchor systems." For the next several hours, the Poseidon team conducted detailed analysis of the proposed habitat location. Core samples were taken of the ocean floor material, current patterns were mapped, and detailed topographical scans were performed to identify any hidden instabilities. "The substrate has remarkable structural properties," Jonathan observed as he analyzed the core samples. "It's similar to sedimentary rock from Earth, but contains crystalline structures I haven't seen before. Tensile strength is approximately 30% greater than comparable Earth materials. Probably an adaptation to the gravitational anomalies in the system," suggested one of the geologists. "The tidal forces created by the interaction between the binary stars and the black hole would be significant, even at this distance." By the time they had completed their survey, Jonathan was confident they had found an ideal location for humanity's first permanent underwater facility on an alien world. The Poseidon began its ascent toward the surface, where they would rendezvous with the construction vessel already en route from Alpha with the prefabricated habitat modules. As they rose through the water column, the eternal darkness of the deep gradually gave way to the filtered light of Chimera Secundus's twin suns. Jonathan found himself reflecting on the significance of what they had discovered. The ribbon creatures represented the most complex life found beyond Earth so far, still far simpler than the diverse ecosystems of their home planet, but undeniably intelligent in their own way. "You're unusually quiet," Eliana observed, joining him at the viewport as the blue-green waters outside grew increasingly luminous with sunlight. "Just thinking about what we're doing here," he replied. "We've been so focused on survival and establishing our colonies that we sometimes forget the incredible privilege of being the first humans to explore these worlds. And the responsibility that comes with it," she added, seeming to follow his earlier thoughts about their approach to these new environments. "We have a chance to do things differently here, to learn from humanity's mistakes on Earth." "Exactly. Our settlement council has been discussing formalized conservation protocols for all 3 planets in the Chimera system. We want sustainable development from the beginning, not as an afterthought." Eliana smiled. "I've been working with the biology team on similar guidelines. The fact that we've found indigenous life here, even simple life, changes everything." We're not just colonists, we're caretakers. Their conversation was interrupted by a notification from the communications officer. Incoming quantum transmission from Peregrine System. Captain Okafor is requesting a priority conference with colony leadership. Maya, overhearing this, moved to join them. Routed to the command conference room. Dr. King, please join me. In the small conference chamber located just off the Poseidon's bridge, the quantum entanglement communicator activated, projecting a holographic image of Captain Namdi Okafor. Even through the perfect clarity of the quantum connection, they could see that the Beta settlement leader appeared deeply concerned. Captain Shin, Doctors King, he greeted them formally. I apologize for interrupting your expedition, but we've encountered a situation that requires urgent consultation with all 3 settlements. What's happened? Maya asked, instantly alert to the tension in his voice. Our atmospheric monitoring stations on Peregrine Prime have detected unusual radiation signatures. After extensive analysis, we've confirmed that these are not natural phenomena, but rather indications of artificial technology. A stunned silence followed this announcement. Artificial technology? Jonathan repeated carefully. Are you suggesting evidence of non-human technological civilization? Yes. Okafor's expression was grave. We've detected regular electromagnetic pulses from a specific region of Peregrine Prime, the planet we initially deemed less suitable for colonization due to its thin atmosphere. The pulses follow mathematical patterns that cannot be explained by natural processes. Maya leaned forward. Have you made any direct observations of structures or entities? Not yet. We're preparing a specialized expedition to the source location, but given the potential implications, I felt it essential to consult with both Alpha and Gamma settlements before proceeding. This changes everything, Eliana whispered, voicing what they were all thinking. Indeed, Okafor agreed. If confirmed, this would represent the first evidence of intelligent alien civilization. Our protocols for interspecies contact were theoretical until now. We need to establish consensus on how to proceed. Have you shared this information with your general population? Jonathan asked. Only with my senior leadership team for now. Same with Gamma. Captain Rodriguez and her council are the only ones aware. We wanted to coordinate our approach before making any broader announcements. Maya nodded decisively. A wise precaution. We should convene a joint council session via quantum communication. This requires careful consideration at the highest level. Agreed. I've proposed 0800 hours tomorrow, Peregrine time, which should align reasonably well with both your schedules. We'll be there, Maya confirmed. In the meantime, continue your analysis, but refrain from any direct contact attempts. After the communication ended, the 3 of them sat in silence for several moments, processing the implications of what they had just learned. All our planning, all our assumptions. Eliana began. We're based on humanity being alone in the cosmos, Jonathan finished. At least in terms of current civilizations. Maya's expression was thoughtful but controlled. We need more information before jumping to conclusions. These signals could have natural explanations we haven't considered, given the exotic physics of these star systems. True, Jonathan acknowledged. But if it is confirmation of intelligent alien life, he left the thought unfinished, the implications too vast to articulate fully. Then we proceed with extreme caution, Maya stated firmly. If there are indigenous intelligent species in the Peregrine system, we must ensure our presence doesn't disrupt or harm their civilization. The Prime Directive, Eliana said with a faint smile, referencing ancient Earth science fiction. Non-interference with developing civilizations. Something like that, Maya agreed. Though the reality will undoubtedly be more complex than any fictional scenario. As the Poseidon continued its ascent toward the surface, Jonathan found his thoughts racing with possibilities. If the signals were indeed evidence of alien intelligence, it would be the most significant discovery in human history. Yet it also presented profound ethical questions about humanity's place in these new systems. Were they truly colonists with the right to establish permanent settlements, or were they visitors who should tread lightly in realms that might already belong to others? The joint council session would need to address these fundamental questions even as they gathered more concrete information about the nature of the signals. When they reached the surface, bright sunlight flooded the command deck as the Poseidon breached the waves. In the distance, they could see their support vessel, the Montgomery, approaching with the prefabricated components of the underwater habitat. Should we postpone the habitat deployment until after the council session? Eliana asked quietly. Jonathan considered this for a moment, then shook his head. The habitat is a research facility, not a permanent colony. If anything, it will give us better tools to understand this world and any potential intelligence it might harbor. Knowledge should always precede action. Maya, overhearing their exchange, nodded in agreement. We proceed with the scientific mission while being mindful of potential ethical implications. That approach serves us well regardless of what we learn about the peregrine signals. As they prepared for rendezvous with the Montgomery, Jonathan gazed out at the vast ocean stretching to the horizon. Beneath these waves, the ribbon creatures continued their ancient dance around hydrothermal vents, oblivious to the human visitors studying their world. Though less advanced than whatever might be signaling from Peregrine Prime, they represented another form of life that humanity would need to learn to coexist with respectfully. The universe, it seemed, might be far less empty than they had imagined. The underwater habitat, christened Hypatia Station after the ancient Earth scientist and philosopher, took shape over the following 2 weeks. A marvel of human engineering adapted to alien conditions, it resembled a cluster of interconnected domes anchored securely to the continental shelf at a depth of 2,000 meters. Jonathan supervised the final system integration personally, working alongside engineers and construction specialists who had volunteered for this pioneering project. The habitat incorporated everything they had learned about Secundus's unique environment, with specialized alloys and composites designed to withstand both the crushing pressure and the unusual electromagnetic fields generated by the nearby hydrothermal vents. Power systems online and stable, reported Chief Engineer Reiko Tanaka, monitoring the habitat's core functions from the central control room. Fusion reactor at 30% capacity, more than sufficient for our current needs. Environmental systems? Jonathan queried, studying the holographic system's display hovering in the center of the room. Atmospheric composition maintained at Earth standard. Pressure differential stable. Water processing at 100% efficiency. And the electromagnetic shielding? Functioning perfectly. Internal sensors show zero penetration from the external fields. We can adjust permeability for research purposes as needed. Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. The habitat represented the culmination of everything he had learned about engineering for alien environments, from the STARWEAVER itself to the surface colonies, and now this underwater facility. Each project had built upon the last, incorporating new knowledge and refining approaches based on the specific challenges encountered. I think we're ready for full occupancy, he announced. Signal the Poseidon that Hypatia Station is officially operational. As the message was transmitted, Jonathan took a moment to appreciate what they had accomplished. The habitat could support up to 20 researchers for extended periods, with all the laboratories and equipment needed to study the deep ocean environment in detail. Observation galleries provided direct views of the alien seascape, while remotely operated vehicles allowed exploration far beyond the habitat's immediate vicinity. Most importantly, the station had been designed with minimal environmental impact, drawing energy primarily from the thermal gradients of the nearby vents, processing all waste internally, and avoiding any discharge that might disrupt the delicate ocean ecosystem. His communicator chimed with an incoming message, not from the Poseidon as expected, but a quantum transmission relayed from the Alpha colony. Dr. King, came the voice of Lin Chin, who had remained as Alpha's primary administrator. The joint council session is beginning in 30 minutes. Your sister is already connected from Poseidon. We need you to join as soon as possible. Understood, he replied. I'll use the quantum communicator in Hypatia's conference room. He turned to Reiko. You'll need to handle the final certifications. I've been called to an urgent council session. The engineer nodded, understanding that her boss's responsibilities extended far beyond this single project, however significant. We'll have everything ready for your return. Jonathan made his way through the habitat's curved corridors to the conference facility. Through the reinforced viewports that line the main passageway, he could see the alien ocean illuminated by the habitat's external lights, a wilderness of strange beauty. With bioluminescent organisms drifting through the darkness and the ribbon creatures occasionally gliding past, seemingly curious about the human structure in their domain. The conference room was small but well-appointed, dominated by the quantum entanglement communicator that allowed instantaneous contact with the other settlements regardless of the vast distances involved. As he activated the system, holographic projections materialized around the circular table, representatives from all 3 settlement councils, each appearing as if they were physically present despite being scattered across 3 distant star systems. Captain Lin Chen nodded to him from her position at the Alpha settlement. Dr. King, thank you for joining us. Captain Okafor was about to present his team's findings regarding the anomalous signals. Jonathan took his place among the Alpha representatives, noting that Eliana was also present via projection from the Poseidon. The atmosphere, even through the holographic interface, was one of tense anticipation. Captain Okafor, flanked by several members of his science team, activated a holographic display showing a topographical map of a region on Peregrine Prime. As I reported earlier, our atmospheric monitoring stations detected regular electromagnetic pulses emanating from this location, a highland plateau in the northern hemisphere of Prime. The pulses follow precise mathematical sequences, specifically prime number patterns that are exceedingly unlikely to occur naturally. He gestured, and the display shifted to show a spectrographic analysis. We deployed additional monitoring equipment via automated drones, maintaining high altitude to avoid detection. The results have strengthened our initial hypothesis. These emissions are consistent with artificial communication technology, though utilizing principles somewhat different from human communications. Have you observed any physical structures that would confirm technological development? Asked Captain Isabella Rodriguez from the Gamma settlement. Yes, Okafor replied, his voice solemn. Our high-resolution imaging has identified regular geometric structures consistent with artificial construction. They appear to be primarily subterranean, with surface elements camouflaged to blend with the natural environment. Without knowing exactly what to look for, they would be easily missed. He displayed several images showing subtle regularities in what otherwise appeared to be natural rock formations. We estimate the structures extend at least 1 kilometer beneath the surface, possibly utilizing geothermal energy. The thin atmosphere of Peregrine Prime would make surface habitation challenging for most life forms we can imagine, suggesting an adaptation to subterranean environments. Have you attempted any form of communication? Lin Chen asked. No. Following our preliminary protocols for potential first contact scenarios, we've maintained strict observation only, with minimal presence in the vicinity of the signals. What is your assessment of technological development level? Jonathan inquired, studying the images carefully. Based on what we can observe, we estimate their technology is at least comparable to late 21st century Earth, possibly more advanced in some areas, perhaps less in others. It's difficult to make precise comparisons when dealing with an entirely different evolutionary path. A scientist on Okafor's team, Dr. Helena Vasquez, if Jonathan recalled correctly, added additional context. The electromagnetic signatures suggest they've mastered nuclear fusion, quantum communications, and possibly technologies we haven't developed. However, we've detected no evidence of space travel capabilities or activity beyond their atmosphere. So they may be unaware of our presence in their system, Rodriguez concluded. That appears likely, Okafor confirmed. All our settlements are on the second habitable planet in the system. If they haven't developed space observation technology or launched satellites, they may have no knowledge of activity on Peregrine Secundus. Lin Chen leaned forward, her expression grave. This places us in an unprecedented ethical situation. We've established substantial settlement infrastructure on Peregrine Secundus under the assumption that we were alone in this system. Now we must decide how to proceed with the knowledge that an intelligent species inhabits the neighboring planet. The first question must be whether our presence poses any threat to their civilization, Eliana interjected. Either directly or indirectly. Dr. Vasquez responded to this. Based on our observations, there appears to be no immediate risk. They're confined to Prime, while our activities are on Secundus. The planets are separated by approximately 200 million kilometers at their closest approach. Without advanced space travel, there's no risk of direct contact unless we initiate it. But they may eventually develop space travel capabilities, pointed out one of the Gamma counselors. Just as humanity did. Indeed, Okafor acknowledged. Which leads us to the fundamental question, do we make our presence known proactively or maintain isolation until circumstances necessitate contact? A thoughtful silence fell over the gathered representatives as they contemplated the profound implications of either approach. If I may, Jonathan said after a moment, I believe we should establish a dedicated xenoanthropological team to study their civilization more thoroughly before making any decisions about contact. We need to understand their social structures, communication methods, and cultural practices before we can assess how our presence might impact them. I concur, Rodriguez added. Rushing into contact without adequate understanding could be disastrous, regardless of our benign intentions. Lin Chen nodded slowly. I propose we formalize a joint study initiative, with specialists from all three settlements contributing expertise. No contact attempt should be made without unanimous agreement from all three settlement councils, following thorough research and preparation. An observation post should be established in orbit around Peregrine Prime, Okafor suggested. Small, stealthy, and equipped with advanced sensors to gather more detailed information without risking detection. The discussion continued for hours, with various perspectives offered and debated. In the end, a consensus emerged around a cautious, research-focused approach that would prioritize understanding before action. As the council session concluded, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the irony of their situation. They had fled a dying Earth seeking new homes among the stars, only to discover they might be guests rather than rightful inheritors of these systems. Yet there was something appropriate about this humbling realization, a reminder that humanity's place in the cosmos required wisdom and respect rather than mere technological capability. When he returned to the main control room of Hypatia Station, he found the team celebrating the successful activation of all primary systems. Their excitement was infectious, a reminder of humanity's enduring capacity for achievement even in the face of the unknown. The Riven creatures have been gathering around the observation dome, Reiko informed him with evident excitement. They seem curious about the habitat. Some have even made contact with the exterior shell, touching it briefly before moving away. Jonathan smiled at this news. It seems we're not the only ones interested in making new acquaintances. As he moved to the observation dome to witness this interaction himself, his thoughts turned to the signals from Peregrine Prime and what they might mean for humanity's future among the stars. They had come so far seeking solitude, only to find they might be sharing this cosmic neighborhood after all. Perhaps that was as it should be. Chapter 6. Binary Blue Giant and the Neutron Star. The sky above Peregrine Secundus never truly darkened to the deep black of Earth's night. Even during the dim period, what passed for night in this binary star system, the blue giant cast an eerie, intense light that painted the landscape in shades of cobalt and indigo. When the neutron star emerged from behind its massive companion, it added its own distinctive radiation signature, invisible to human eyes, but detectable by instruments designed to monitor its effects. Captain Namdi Okafor stood on the observation platform of Settlement Prime, the main human colony on Peregrine Secundus, watching the blue giant begin its apparent descent toward the western horizon. The massive star dominated the sky, its size and brightness requiring protective polarization in all viewports and visors. Unlike Earth's familiar yellow sun, the blue giant's light held a harsh, almost metallic quality that had taken the colonists time to adjust to psychologically. "Beautiful in its way, isn't it?" remarked Dr. Sophia Kim, Beta's chief astronomer, who had joined him for the evening observation. Spectral type 05, surface temperature approximately 40,000 Kelvin. More than 10 times the mass of Earth's sun. And a lifespan of only a few million years, Okafor added, compared to the billions our sun had in its stable phase. True. In astronomical terms, we've settled beside a bright candle that burns quickly. Though quickly still means millions of years from a human perspective. Okafor nodded, appreciating her scientific perspective. In the 2 years since their arrival, the scientists of the Beta settlement had made remarkable discoveries about their new home system. The binary pairing of the massive blue giant with a neutron star created unique conditions throughout the system: intense radiation, complex gravitational dynamics, and unusual day-night cycles that had required significant adaptation. His communicator chimed with a priority notification. Orbital observation post reports new data incoming from Peregrine Prime. They've requested your presence at the analysis center. Acknowledged. I'm on my way. He turned to Dr. Kim. Care to join me? Your expertise might be valuable. Together they descended from the observation platform into the heart of Settlement Prime. The colony had grown significantly since its founding, with permanent structures replacing the initial prefabricated modules. The architecture reflected both practical considerations: radiation shielding was paramount, and aesthetic choices that incorporated elements from various Earth cultures. The central avenue was lined with buildings featuring thick walls of local stone integrated with advanced composites developed specifically to block the harmful radiation that permeated this system. Above, a transparent dome reinforced with a lattice of the same material allowed infiltrated light while protecting against the more dangerous wavelengths emitted by their volatile stars. They passed the agricultural domes, where Earth crops grew in carefully controlled environments. Adapting terrestrial plants to this alien light spectrum had been one of their greatest challenges, requiring both genetic modifications and specialized lighting systems to supplement or filter the natural illumination. The Xenological Analysis Center occupied a dedicated facility at the eastern edge of the settlement. Originally established to study the indigenous life of Peregrine secundus, primarily hardy desert organisms adapted to its arid climate, it had expanded its focus following the discovery of artificial signals from the neighboring planet. Dr. Elena Fernandez, the center's director, greeted them at the entrance. Captain, Dr. Kim, thank you for coming so quickly. The orbital platform has transmitted new findings that I believe require immediate attention. She led them to the main analysis chamber, where a team of specialists were already reviewing holographic displays of data streaming from the observation post in orbit around Peregrine Prime. We've detected a significant increase in activity at the primary signal source, Dr. Fernandez explained, activating a time-lapse display showing thermal and electromagnetic emissions from the subterranean complex they had been monitoring. Energy output has increased by approximately 35% over the past 72 hours, with distinctive patterns suggesting large-scale industrial or infrastructure operations. Any indication they've detected our observation platform? Okafor asked, immediately concerned about security implications. None. The platform remains in a stable orbit with full stealth protocols active. Its passive sensors show no evidence of scanning or detection attempts from the surface. Dr. Kim studied the data with professional interest. The energy signature suggests fusion technology, but with unusual efficiency patterns. Their approach to plasma containment may differ significantly from our methods. That's consistent with our ongoing analysis, confirmed Dr. Fernandez. But what's particularly interesting is the new structural development we've detected. She adjusted the display to show high-resolution imaging of the surface area above the subterranean complex. Where previously there had been only subtle signs of artificial structures camouflaged to blend with the natural terrain, now there was clear evidence of new construction, a circular formation approximately 200 meters in diameter, with geometric precision that could only be artificial. They're building something on the surface, Okafor observed, his interest piqued. For a species that appears to live primarily underground, this represents a significant change in behavior. We believe it may be an observatory or communications array, Dr. Fernandez suggested. The configuration is consistent with such applications, though adapted to their specific technology. Dr. Kim leaned closer to the display, adjusting the perspective to examine the structure from different angles. If it is an observatory, that could indicate they're looking outward, perhaps becoming aware of the wider cosmos beyond their planet, including, potentially, our presence here on Secundus, Okafor concluded, articulating the concern they all shared. The implications hung in the air between them. Since discovering the indigenous intelligent species on Peregrine Prime, the Beta settlement had maintained a careful, non-interventionist approach, focused on observation and understanding rather than contact. The Joint Council of all three human settlements had established strict protocols governing their study of this civilization, with any potential first contact requiring unanimous approval. We need to inform the other settlements immediately, Okafor decided. This development could accelerate our timeline for considering formal contact protocols. There's more, Dr. Fernandez said, her expression suggesting she had saved the most significant information for last. The orbital platform detected a small launch from the surface approximately 14 hours ago. Initial analysis suggests it was a probe or satellite, the first evidence we've seen of their space exploration capabilities. This revelation sent a ripple of surprise through the room. The prevailing assessment had been that the Prime civilization had not yet developed significant space travel technology. Trajectory? Okafor asked sharply. Low orbit around their own planet. It appears to be an observation satellite, not directed towards Secundus or elsewhere in the system. But it represents a technological capability we hadn't confirmed previously. Dr. Kim's expression was thoughtful. If they're just now launching primitive orbital platforms, they're at a technological stage roughly equivalent to mid-20th century Earth. Still far from interplanetary travel capabilities. But advancing, Okafor noted. And possibly faster than we anticipated. He turned to Dr. Fernandez. Prepare a comprehensive briefing for transmission to Alpha and Gamma settlements. Include all data from the orbital platform and your team's preliminary analysis. I'll convene an emergency session of our settlement council to address these developments. As Dr. Fernandez moved to implement these instructions, Okafor and Dr. Kim stepped away for a more private conversation. Your assessment? He asked her quietly. From a purely astronomical perspective, their timing is interesting, she replied. The orbital mechanics of this system create a period approximately every 2 years when Secundus is at its closest approach to Prime. That point will occur in roughly 3 months. If they have detected our presence and are planning some form of exploratory mission, that would be the optimal window. Okafor absorbed this information with the calm deliberation that characterized his leadership style. Then we have a decision to make. Do we continue passive observation, or do we proactively prepare for potential contact? I believe that question exceeds my astronomical expertise, Captain, Dr. Kim replied diplomatically. Indeed. It's a question for all of us now. The emergency council session convened 2 hours later in the settlement's central administrative facility. The 12 members of the Beta Council represented the major functional areas of the colony: administration, science, engineering, agriculture, medicine, security, and social systems, as well as elected representatives from the general population. Captain Okafor presented the new findings from Peregrine Prime, including Dr. Fernandez's detailed analysis of the surface construction and the recently launched satellite. Based on this evidence, he concluded, we must consider the possibility that the Prime civilization is advancing more rapidly than our initial assessments suggested, and may be developing awareness of their wider solar system, including, potentially, our presence here on Secundus. Dr. Omar Al-Farsi, the Council's senior xenoanthropologist, offered his perspective next. Over the past 18 months, our observation has provided significant insights into their civilization. They appear to be a communal species with a social structure that emphasizes collective decision-making. Their subterranean habitat suggests evolutionary adaptation to the harsh surface conditions of Prime, including its thin atmosphere and intense radiation from the binary stars. He displayed a series of images collected by high-altitude drones, showing the subtle surface indications of their extensive underground complexes. Their technology utilizes the geothermal energy abundant on Prime, with particular emphasis on efficient energy management, likely a necessity given their environment. The communications we've monitored suggest a unified global civilization rather than competing nation-states as characterized much of Earth's history. Have we made any progress deciphering their language or communication methods? Asked Counselor Maya Patel, who represented the settlement's educational systems. Some, Dr. Al-Farsi acknowledged. Their communications utilize mathematical principles similar to those recognized by humans, which has allowed us to identify patterns consistent with language. However, translating specific meanings remains beyond our capabilities without more direct interaction. The question before us, Okafor redirected, is how to respond to these new developments. Specifically, the surface construction project and the satellite launch, which potentially indicate a new phase in their technological evolution. Security Director Colonel Yasmin Kwan spoke next. From a security perspective, we should consider accelerating our contingency planning. While we've maintained a minimal observable presence on Secundus, our settlement is not designed for concealment from orbital observation. If they develop more advanced imaging satellites, they will inevitably detect us. Which leads to the fundamental question, added Dr. Sarah Mbeki, the settlement's chief medical officer. Do we wait for them to discover us, potentially creating a scenario where they feel we've been monitoring them secretly, or do we initiate contact proactively, under controlled conditions of our choosing? The council chamber fell silent as they contemplated this pivotal decision. Until now, the consensus across all three human settlements had been to maintain observation without intervention, at least until they had a more comprehensive understanding of the Prime civilization. Before we consider a change to our established protocols, Okafor said carefully, we should consult with our counterparts in the Alpha and Gamma settlements. This decision affects all of humanity, not just those of us in the Peregrine system. Agreed, said Counselor James Chin, who had been selected by the general population. But we should also begin preparations for potential contact scenarios. If events accelerate beyond our predictions, we should not be caught unprepared. After further discussion, the Council reached a consensus. They would maintain their current non-interventionist approach while accelerating preparations for possible contact scenarios. Additionally, they would convene a joint session with the Alpha and Gamma Councils to share their findings and deliberate on next steps. As the meeting adjourned, Okafor remained behind with Dr. Al-Farsi to discuss specific preparation measures. If contact becomes necessary, Okafor asked, what approach would you recommend? The xenoanthropologist considered this carefully. Based on our observations of their communication patterns and social structures, I believe a gradual, transparent approach would be most effective. Perhaps beginning with mathematical communications to establish a foundation for language translation, followed by simple symbolic messages that convey our peaceful intentions. And the method of delivery? Direct transmission to their surface facilities. That would be most straightforward, though it immediately reveals our presence and capabilities. An alternative might be to place a communication device on their planet, something they could discover accidentally that introduces our existence more subtly. Okafor nodded thoughtfully. Develop detailed protocols for both approaches. I want options ready for consideration when we meet with the other settlement councils. After Dr. Al-Farsi departed, Okafor made his way to the Quantum Communication Facility to arrange the joint council session. The quantum entanglement technology allowed instantaneous communication regardless of the vast distances separating the three settlement systems, an invaluable resource for coordination on matters affecting all of humanity's survivors. The communication technician confirmed that both Alpha and Gamma settlements had acknowledged the priority request and agreed to a joint session scheduled for 0800 hours the following morning, Peregrine time. With these arrangements complete, Okafor decided to make an inspection tour of the settlement's adaptive radiation shielding system, a unique challenge in this binary system with its extreme radiation environment. He made his way to the engineering complex at the settlement's southern edge. where Chief Engineer Drs. Kazuki Yamamoto oversaw the sophisticated systems that protected the colony from the harmful effects of both the blue giant's intense radiation and the more exotic emissions from the neutron star. "Captain," Dr. Yamamoto greeted him, rising from his workstation. "Perfect timing. We're just completing the monthly calibration of the primary shield array." The observation gallery overlooked an impressive technological achievement, a network of field generators that created an invisible dome of protection extending over the entire settlement. Unlike the passive radiation shielding incorporated into buildings and the transparent physical dome, this energy field actively intercepted and neutralized the most dangerous radiation before it could reach the colony. "How are the efficiency improvements performing?" Okafor inquired, studying the holographic representation of the shield's coverage. "Exceeding expectations," Yamamoto replied with evident satisfaction. "The integration of plasma field technology adapted from Dr. King's designs has increased effectiveness by 27% while reducing power consumption by 12%. We're now able to maintain full protection even during peak emission periods when the neutron star aligns with the blue giant from our perspective." Okafor nodded with approval. The radiation challenges of the Peregrine system had initially seemed daunting, but human ingenuity had once again found solutions. The shield technology developed here was already being shared with the Alpha and Gamma settlements, an example of how the three colonies benefited from each other's innovations despite the vast distances separating them. "And the atmospheric processors?" he asked, referring to another critical system for maintaining habitable conditions within the settlement. "Operating at 98% efficiency. The dust mitigation subsystems have been particularly effective during the recent storm season. Without them, we'd be constantly cleaning filters and equipment." Peregrine Secundus was a predominantly arid world, with large desert regions and relatively small oceans. Dust storms were a regular occurrence in the colony's region, requiring specialized filtration and sealing systems to protect both people and equipment. As they discussed various engineering challenges and solutions, Okafor was struck by how thoroughly the Beta settlement had adapted to their harsh but viable new home. In just 2 years, they had established not merely a survivor's outpost, but a thriving community that was beginning to develop its own cultural identity distinct from Earth while honoring their origins. The architectural style that had emerged combined practical considerations, radiation shielding, thermal management, dust protection, with aesthetic elements drawn from African, Asian, and European traditions, reflecting the diverse backgrounds of the Beta population. The central plaza featured a memorial garden with plants from Earth growing alongside carefully introduced indigenous species, symbolizing the integration of their past and future. "There's something else you should see," Captain Yamamoto said as their tour concluded. "The agricultural team has achieved a significant breakthrough in the northern cultivation dome." They made their way across the settlement to the massive agricultural facility that provided much of the colony's food. Unlike the original Earth crops, which required carefully controlled environments with artificial lighting to supplement the alien spectrum of the binary stars, the northern dome contains something entirely new. Dr. Amara Ose, the settlement's chief agricultural scientist, met them at the entrance. "Captain Okafor, I'm glad Engineer Yamamoto brought you. We're quite excited about the results." She led them into the dome, where rows of plants unlike anything from Earth grew in carefully tended beds. Their foliage had a silvery blue hue that seemed to capture and reflect the distinctive light of the Peregrine stars, and their structure was more vertical than most Earth plants, with narrow leaves spiraling upward around central stalks. "These are hybridized from indigenous Secundus plants with Earth's cereal crops," Dr. Ose explained proudly. "After 18 months of careful genetic work, we've created viable hybrids that combine the nutritional profiles of Earth grains with the natural adaptations of local plants to this light spectrum and climate." Okafor examined the plants with interest. "They can grow under natural light conditions?" "Not only can they grow, they thrive in it. Their photosynthetic process utilizes wavelengths that Earth plants cannot, making them approximately 40% more efficient in this environment. and preliminary nutritional analysis shows they retain the essential amino acids and micronutrients of their Earth parents, while incorporating unique compounds from their Secundus lineage. Any concerns about long-term consumption by humans? Okafor asked, always mindful of safety considerations. We've completed 3 generations of animal studies with no adverse effects, and human trial participants have been consuming trial products for 6 months, with excellent results. In fact, some of the indigenous compounds appear to have beneficial effects in helping human biology adapt to the higher radiation background of this system. It was precisely this kind of innovation that gave Okafor confidence in humanity's future, despite the challenges they faced. The capacity to adapt, not just to survive in alien environments, but to thrive by understanding and working with them, represented the best of human potential. Excellent work, Dr. Osei. I look forward to including this in our progress report to the other settlements. As he left the agricultural dome, his communicator alerted him to an incoming priority message from the orbital observation platform circling Peregrine Prime. He acknowledged receipt and reviewed the information with growing concern. The satellite launched by the Prime civilization had adjusted its orbit and appeared to be deploying additional instrumentation, including what the analysis team believed to be imaging technology capable of observing other planets in the system. If their assessment was correct, the indigenous species was now actively looking outward into their solar system. The timeline for potential discovery of the human settlement on Secundus had just accelerated significantly. Okafor immediately contacted his senior staff, instructing them to prepare additional materials for the joint council session scheduled for the following morning. The question of proactive contact versus continued observation had taken on new urgency. The joint council session began precisely at 0800 hours Peregrine time, with quantum communication linking the leadership of all 3 human settlements across the vast distances of interstellar space. The holographic technology created the illusion that they all sat around a single large table, despite being physically located in 3 different star systems. Captain Lin Chen represented the Alpha settlement in the Chimera system, accompanied by Jonathan and Eliana King and several other council members. Captain Isabella Rodriguez led the Gamma contingent from the Titan system, with her senior advisors present. Captain Okafor presided over the Beta representatives, including Dr. Al-Farsi and Colonel Kwan. Thank you all for joining this emergency session, Okafor began formally. As detailed in our preliminary briefing, we have observed significant developments regarding the indigenous civilization on Peregrine Prime that may require reconsideration of our established contact protocols. He summarized the recent observations, the surface construction, the satellite launch, and the apparent advancement of their observational technology. Dr. Al-Farsi then presented the xenoanthropological assessment of their civilization, followed by Colonel Kwan's security analysis of potential contact scenarios. When the Beta presentation concluded, Captain Chin was the first to respond from the Alpha settlement. The evidence you've presented is compelling, Captain Okafor. It does appear that the Prime civilization is advancing more rapidly than initial assessments suggested. The question before us is whether this advancement necessitates a change in our approach. If they are indeed developing orbital observation capabilities, Jonathan King added, we must consider the implications of them discovering our presence without prior contact. From a psychological perspective, such a discovery could be interpreted as threatening or deceptive. From the Gamma settlement, Captain Rodriguez offered a more cautious perspective. While I acknowledge the concerns raised, we must also consider the risks of premature contact. Our understanding of their civilization, despite 2 years of observation, remains limited. Cultural misunderstandings could have significant consequences. I agree that caution is warranted, Eliana King interjected, but we should also consider the ethical implications of continued surveillance without acknowledgement. If their technology has advanced to the point where they're exploring their own solar system, do we have the right to observe them without their knowledge or consent? This ethical question resonated with many council members, prompting thoughtful consideration across all 3 settlements. Perhaps, suggested Dr. Al-Farsi, We should consider a middle path, neither immediate direct contact nor continued passive observation, but rather a graduated approach that allows them to discover evidence of our presence in a controlled manner. What specifically do you propose? Captain Chin asked. We could place a communication beacon at a location they're likely to observe with their new satellite, perhaps on their moon or a Lagrange point. The beacon would contain basic information about humanity in mathematical and symbolic formats designed to be comprehensible to a technologically advanced species. A message in a bottle, Jonathan mused. Allowing them to discover us at their own pace, but with information we've carefully crafted to introduce ourselves peacefully. Captain Rodriguez seemed skeptical. And if they interpret this beacon as a territorial marker or threat, the design would be explicitly non-threatening, Dr. Al-Farsi explained. No power systems that could be weaponized, transparent construction allowing visual confirmation of all components, and messages clearly focused on communication rather than claims or demands. The discussion continued for several hours, with representatives from all settlements offering perspectives and concerns. The complexity of the situation defied simple solutions. They were, after all, contemplating humanity's first contact with an alien intelligence, a scenario that had been theoretical throughout Earth's history. Eventually, a consensus began to emerge around Dr. Al-Farsi's graduated approach, with specific modifications suggested by experts from all three settlements. I propose we authorize the development of a contact beacon, Captain Okafor summarized, designed according to the parameters we've discussed. Final deployment would require additional approval following thorough review of the beacon's design and content. The Alpha settlement supports this proposal, Captain Chin confirmed after consulting with her council members. Gamma concurs, added Captain Rodriguez, with the stipulation that we establish clear metrics for assessing the prime civilization's response and contingency plans for various reaction scenarios. So agreed, Okafor concluded. The Beta settlement will coordinate the beacon development, with input from specialists across all three settlements. We'll reconvene when the design is complete for final approval before deployment. As the joint session concluded, Jonathan King requested a private communication with Captain Okafor. When the other participants had disconnected, leaving only their two quantum links active, Jonathan expressed a personal interest in the project. Captain, with your permission, I'd like to contribute directly to the beacon development. My background in both engineering and communication systems might be valuable, particularly regarding the physical design and power systems. Okafor considered this request thoughtfully. Your expertise would indeed be valuable, Dr. King. But the distance between our settlements makes direct collaboration challenging. I was actually considering a visit to the Peregrine system, Jonathan clarified. The quantum entanglement communicators allow instantaneous communication, but collaborative engineering often benefits from physical presence. I could travel aboard one of our interstellar shuttles, bringing key technical resources from Alpha. This proposal caught Okafor by surprise. While the three settlements maintained regular communication, physical travel between the star systems had been minimal since their initial establishment, limited primarily to essential resource exchanges and specialized technical missions. Such a journey would take significant time, even with the FDL capabilities of your shuttlecraft. Approximately 3 months each way with our current technology, Jonathan confirmed. A substantial commitment, but one I believe is justified by the historical significance of this project. This will be humanity's first official communication with another intelligent species. I want to contribute everything I can to ensuring its success. Okafor recognized the sincerity in Jonathan's offer. The man who had designed the STARWEAVER vessels and played a crucial role in saving humanity now wished to help shape their first contact with alien intelligence, a fitting continuation of his historic contributions. Your offer is appreciated and accepted, Dr. King. I'll instruct our team to prepare for your arrival and ensure accommodations suitable for an extended stay. When do you anticipate departing? I'll need approximately 2 weeks to complete my current projects at Alpha and prepare the shuttle. My sister Eliana has expressed interest in joining this mission as well. Her expertise in xenobiology would complement my engineering focus. Both of you would be welcome. Please coordinate with Captain Chen regarding your departure timeline and keep us informed of your progress during transit." After concluding the communication, Okafor reflected on this unexpected development. Having Jonathan King, the visionary engineer behind the STARWEAVER project, participate directly in the contact beacon design added significant expertise to their team. But it also underscored the historic importance of what they were undertaking. In the 2 years since their arrival in these distant star systems, the human settlements had focused primarily on survival and establishment. Now they faced a new frontier, not of space, but of relationship with another intelligent species. How they handled this first contact could establish patterns that might endure for generations, perhaps centuries. As he gazed out at the harsh beauty of Peregrine Secundus, its rust-colored desert landscape bathed in the intense blue light of their giant star, Okafor felt the weight of this responsibility. Yet alongside that weight was a sense of profound privilege. They stood at a moment that humanity had long imagined but never experienced, the threshold of contact with an alien civilization. Whatever came next would become a pivotal chapter in the continuing story of humanity among the stars. The Beta Settlement's landing field had been expanded significantly since their arrival 2 years earlier. What began as a simple cleared area for the STARWEAVER's landing craft had evolved into a proper spaceport, with multiple landing pads, maintenance facilities, and a control center managing the growing traffic of atmospheric craft and orbital shuttles. Today, however, the attention of the controllers was focused on approaching spacecraft unlike any they regularly handled, an interstellar shuttle from the Alpha Settlement, completing its 3-month journey from the Chimera system. Captain Okafor stood with a small welcoming committee as the sleek vessel made its final approach. The shuttle was considerably smaller than the STARWEAVER itself, approximately 60 meters in length, but incorporated the same revolutionary technologies, including the plasma field drive that allowed faster-than-light travel. Atmospheric entry proceeding normally, reported the controller through Okafor's communicator. "They'll be on final approach in 3 minutes." The shuttle became visible as a bright point against the blue-dominated sky, descending on a precise trajectory toward the designated landing pad. Its hull gleamed in the intense starlight as it drew closer, the distinctive design reflecting Jonathan King's engineering philosophy, elegant functionality with no extraneous elements. When it finally touched down with barely a sound, its inertial dampening field ensuring a gentle landing, despite its considerable mass, Okafor felt a moment of appreciation for the technological marvel before him. In the centuries before the solar catastrophe, humanity had never achieved reliable interstellar travel. Now, just a few years later, ships could move between the stars in months rather than generations. After the necessary post-landing procedures were complete, the shuttle's main hatch opened and a ramp extended to the landing pad surface. Jonathan King emerged first, followed by his sister Eliana and a small team of specialists from Alpha. Despite the 3-month journey, they appeared fresh and alert, another benefit of the advanced inertial dampening technology that made long-duration space travel considerably more comfortable than in humanity's earlier space exploration efforts. Captain Okafor, Jonathan greeted him with a formal handshake. "Thank you for the warm welcome to Peregrine. It's remarkable to be standing on a second habitable world beyond our solar system." Dr. King, Okafor replied, acknowledging both siblings. "On behalf of the Beta Settlement, welcome to Peregrine Secundus. Your journey has been watched with great interest by our entire community." Eliana smiled warmly. The transit was fascinating. Observing the interstellar medium at FTL velocities provided valuable data for our astrophysics team. And now, to experience a world under the light of a blue giant and neutron star. It's an extraordinary opportunity. As they moved from formal greetings to practical matters, the group boarded a ground transport vehicle for the journey to the main settlement. Jonathan and Eliana gazed with obvious interest at the landscape, so different from both Earth and their new home in the Chimera system. The rust-colored terrain, punctuated by rock formations shaped by wind erosion, extended to distant mountains that appeared almost purple under the blue-tinted light. The radiation environment here must present unique challenges, Jonathan observed. Indeed, Okafor confirmed. Your plasma field technology has been invaluable in developing our protective systems. Dr. Yamamoto is eager to show you the adaptations we've implemented. And the indigenous life forms? Eliana inquired. I've reviewed the data transmitted via quantum communication, but seeing the adaptations firsthand will be invaluable. We've established several biological research stations studying both the natural ecosystems and potential agricultural applications. Dr. Osei has made particularly impressive progress hybridizing earth crops with native plants. As they approached the settlement, its distinctive architecture came into view, a harmonious blend of practical radiation shielding and aesthetic design that created a uniquely human presence on this alien world. The transparent dome covering the central complex filtered the intense starlight to safer levels while allowing the inhabitants to maintain a visual connection with their new environment. Remarkable, Jonathan commented. You've developed a completely different architectural approach than what we've implemented on Chimera Tertius. Our challenges with the black hole's gravitational effects led us toward more geodesic structures, while you've optimized for radiation protection. Necessity drives innovation, Okafor replied. Each of our settlements has developed unique solutions based on our distinct environments. It's one of the benefits of our three-system approach, diversification of human adaptation strategies. The transport passed through an airlock in the settlement's perimeter shield and continued to the central administrative complex, where accommodations had been prepared for the visitors. After allowing them time to settle in, Okafor had arranged for an orientation tour followed by their first briefing on the Contact Beacon project. Later that evening, the project team assembled in a specialized laboratory that had been established specifically for designing the Contact Beacon. The circular chamber featured a central holographic projection system surrounded by workstations equipped with advanced design and simulation tools. Dr. Al-Farsi led the presentation, outlining the conceptual framework they had developed during the 3 months since the Joint Council approval. We've approached this challenge from multiple perspectives, he explained as a holographic model materialized in the center of the room. The physical beacon needs to be clearly artificial yet non-threatening, durable enough to withstand the space environment indefinitely, and designed to attract attention without causing alarm. The hologram showed a spherical object approximately 3 meters in diameter, with a crystalline outer shell revealing complex, but recognizable geometric patterns within. The outer structure is transparent diamond lattice carbon, allowing visual confirmation that there are no hidden components. The internal elements are arranged according to universal mathematical principles, the first 6 prime numbers determining the spacing of major components, while the inner patterns represent fundamental physical constants, such as the fine structure constant and gravitational constant. Jonathan studied the design with professional interest. A version of the Arecibo message concept, but physical rather than transmitted. The mathematical and physical constants establish a scientific foundation for communication. Exactly, Dr. Al-Farsi confirmed. But we've incorporated significant advancements beyond those early concepts. The internal patterns include symbolic representations of the periodic table, basic molecular structures including DNA, and a simplified depiction of the human form designed to be recognizable without cultural context. Eliana moved closer to examine the hologram's details. What about power systems? Any active components could potentially be perceived as threatening. We've designed it to use passive power generation only, explained Dr. Layla Hassan, the Beta Settlement's quantum physics specialist. A combination of radioisotope thermal generation and photovoltaic collection, both at minimal levels sufficient only to power the communication systems. No propulsion, no defensive capabilities, nothing that could be weaponized. The communication systems themselves are equally limited, added Dr. Hassan. A simple radio transmitter broadcasting mathematical sequences, plus optical elements that can reflect light in predetermined patterns. Nothing that projects energy beyond what's necessary for basic signaling. Jonathan nodded approvingly. What about placement? The original concept mentioned their moon or a Lagrange point. Captain Okafor responded to this question. Our analysis team has identified an optimal location at the L4 Lagrange point in Prime's orbit around the primary star. It's gravitationally stable, regularly observable from their planet with the level of technology they appear to possess, and far enough from their world to be clearly non-invasive. How would it be delivered? Jonathan asked, moving to practical implementation questions. We've designed a deployment vehicle that would transport the beacon to position, then separate completely and move to a distant disposal trajectory, explained Colonel Kwan. The delivery craft would leave no debris or evidence near the beacon itself, presenting the object as a standalone entity for discovery. The discussion continued late into the evening, with Jonathan and Eliana offering fresh perspectives based on their experiences in the Chimera system. Their outsider viewpoint proved valuable, identifying assumptions the Beta team had made based on their specific environmental conditions that might not translate universally. Over the following weeks, the collaborative effort intensified. Jonathan worked closely with the engineering team to refine the beacon's structural design and power systems, while Eliana collaborated with xenobiologists to develop communication content that would be comprehensible to an intelligence evolved under very different conditions. The project became a focal point for the entire Beta settlement, with specialists from various disciplines contributing insights from their respective fields. What had begun as a technical challenge evolved into a profound philosophical undertaking, crafting humanity's first formal introduction to another intelligent species. During this period, Jonathan also worked with Chief Engineer Yamamoto to exchange technological innovations developed in their respective settlements. The radiation shielding adaptations pioneered on Peregrine Secundus would be valuable for the Chimera system's specialized conditions, while the deep ocean habitat technologies from Alpha could inspire new approaches for the limited water resources of Beta's arid environment. 1 month into their stay, as the beacon design neared completion, a priority alert from the orbital observation platform monitoring Peregrine Prime changed everything. Their satellite has completed a full mapping orbit, Colonel Kwan reported during an emergency briefing. And based on its observation patterns, we believe it has detected our settlement. The evidence was compelling. The satellite had adjusted its orientation multiple times while passing over the hemisphere of Prime that faced toward Secundus, with sensor emissions consistent with detailed observation of the neighboring planet. Analysis of these emissions suggested imaging technology capable of resolving features as small as 100 meters, sufficient to identify the human settlement as an artificial structure. How long until they could develop a response? Okafor asked. Impossible to predict with certainty, Dr. Al-Farsi replied. But based on their observed technological progression, they could potentially develop interplanetary communication capabilities within months. Perhaps an interplanetary probe within a year or two if they accelerate their space program significantly. Jonathan studied the data with growing concern. This changes our deployment timeline for the beacon. If they've already detected us, presenting an intentionally designed first contact artifact may be more urgent than we anticipated. I agree, Okafor said after careful consideration. We should accelerate the beacon project and prepare for deployment as soon as feasible. Dr. King, can your team complete the engineering validation within 2 weeks? We can, Jonathan confirmed. The core design is sound. We're now in refinement rather than fundamental development. Dr. Al-Farsi, the same question regarding the communication content? The xenoanthropologist nodded solemnly. We'll finalize the symbolic and mathematical communication package within that time frame. Dr. Eliana King's input has been particularly valuable in ensuring the biological representations are universal rather than Earth-specific. Then we proceed on an accelerated schedule, Okafor decided. I'll inform the Alpha and Gamma settlements of this development and our response plan. While final approval for deployment still requires joint council consensus, we should be prepared to act quickly once authorization is granted. As the meeting adjourned, Jonathan and Eliana remained behind with Captain Okafor for a more personal conversation. What aren't you sharing with the team? Jonathan asked directly, having noticed Okafor's subtle tension throughout the briefing. The captain regarded him thoughtfully, then decided on transparency. The orbital platform detected energy emissions from their primary facility that suggest they may be developing more powerful communication technology. The pattern is consistent with a directional transmission system, potentially capable of sending signals to Secundus. They're trying to talk to us, Eliana concluded. That appears to be a reasonable interpretation, Okafor confirmed. Which adds another dimension to our decision-making. Do we wait to receive their transmission, allowing them to initiate contact on their terms, or do we proactively deploy our beacon? The beacon still seems like the more measured approach, Jonathan offered after consideration. It establishes communication without the pressure of immediate response and presents information we've carefully crafted to be clear and non-threatening. I concur, Okafor said. But the Joint Council will need to weigh all factors. This is, after all, potentially the most significant moment in human history since our departure from Earth. As they left the briefing room, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the extraordinary circumstance they faced. Humanity had fled Earth seeking salvation among the stars, only to discover they were not alone in the cosmos. Now, still establishing their footing on alien worlds, they faced the profound challenge of establishing peaceful contact with a non-human intelligence. The irony was not lost on him. The species that had nearly destroyed its own homeworld through environmental mismanagement and conflict now represented Earth's legacy in this first contact scenario. They carried not only the responsibility of representing humanity, but the opportunity to demonstrate that humans had learned from their past mistakes. Perhaps that, more than any technical challenge, was the true test they now faced among the stars. STARWEAVER Chapter 7. The hypergiant sun. The sky was on fire. Captain Isabella Rodriguez stood on the observation platform of Gamma Settlement, the primary human colony in the Titan system, gazing at the overwhelming presence that dominated every waking moment on this world, the hypergiant star that filled nearly a quarter of the visible sky. Unlike Earth's familiar sun, which appeared as a well-defined disk, Titan Prime's parent star sprawled across the heavens like a vast wall of light, its immense size defying human comprehension. The star, classified as a VY Canis Majoris type hypergiant, was approximately 1/800 times the diameter of Earth's sun. Its surface temperature, cooler than smaller stars due to its massive size, gave it a distinctive reddish-orange hue that bathed the planet in perpetual sunset colors. The resulting illumination created an environment that felt simultaneously familiar and alien to human perception. "Still takes your breath away, doesn't it?" commented Dr. Gabriel Reyes, the settlement's chief astrophysicist, who had joined her for the morning observation. 2 years we've been studying it, and we've barely scratched the surface of its complexities. Rodriguez nodded thoughtfully. Earth's astronomers would have given anything for such a view. The solar flares alone are unlike anything previously documented in human history. As if summoned by her words, a massive prominence erupted from the star's surface, a loop of plasma rising thousands of times larger than Earth itself, arcing into space before collapsing back into the stellar atmosphere. The colony's adaptive shielding automatically adjusted to protect against the resulting radiation surge, the transparent dome briefly darkening to filter the increased emissions. "The energy output is staggering," Dr. Reyes continued, checking readings on his tablet. "That single prominence released more energy than Earth's sun produced in a month. And yet, the magnetic field complexity creates these remarkable containment structures that prevent more catastrophic ejections." The unique characteristics of the hypergiant made it both a scientific treasure and a survival challenge. The enormous energy output had provided the Gamma Settlement with virtually unlimited power, their solar collection technology operating at efficiencies impossible to achieve in other systems. But it also required unprecedented radiation shielding and constant monitoring of stellar activity to predict and protect against dangerous flare events. Rodriguez's communicator chimed with a notification. "Captain, the expedition team is preparing for departure to Titan Tertius. They've requested your presence for final mission briefing." "Acknowledged. I'm on my way." She turned to Dr. Reyes. "Duty calls. Keep me updated on any significant stellar activity." "Always, Captain. Though I'm more concerned about you right now." The Tertius expedition is venturing into unknown territory, our most distant exploration yet in this system. She appreciated his concern, though it wasn't strictly necessary. Standard protocols, Gabriel. We've mapped the approach thoroughly, and the shuttle's shielding is rated for far worse conditions than we anticipate. As she made her way through the settlement toward the Mission Control Center, Rodriguez reflected on how far they had come since their arrival in the Titan system. The initial planetary surveys had been both promising and disappointing. Of the 5 potential habitable worlds identified from Earth observations, only 2 had proven viable for human settlement. The others had harbored unexpected hazards invisible to long-range observation. Titan Prime, their current home, orbited in what would have been considered the outer edge of the habitable zone for a normal star. But the immense energy output of the hypergiant created suitable conditions even at this distance. The planet itself was Earth-like in many ways, slightly larger with approximately 1g gravity, a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere with higher oxygen content at 25%, and significant water resources, though distributed differently than on Earth, with smaller oceans and more extensive river systems. The settlement had been established near the Terminator line, the boundary between the hemisphere that permanently faced the star and the hemisphere that faced away. This location provided a balance of energy input without the extreme conditions found on either the permanent day or permanent night sides of the tidally locked world. Entering the mission control facility, Rodriguez found the expedition team already assembled. Dr. Sophia Mbeki, the mission commander, was reviewing final preparations with her team of 12 specialists selected for this first detailed exploration of Titan Tertius, the outermost potentially habitable planet in the system. Captain on deck, announced one of the controllers, and the room came to attention briefly before Rodriguez gestured for them to continue their work. Dr. Mbeki, walk me through the mission parameters, she requested, joining the chief science officer at the central planning table. The holographic display showed the Titan system, with the massive hypergiant at its center and the orbits of its planets extending outward. Titan Tertius was highlighted, its orbit particularly distant from the star yet still receiving sufficient energy for potential habitability due to the star's extraordinary output. We'll depart at 1,400 hours using Exploration Shuttle Galileo, Dr. Mbeki explained in her precise South African accent. Transit time to Tertius is approximately 72 hours using standard propulsion. Upon arrival, we'll establish a high orbit and conduct comprehensive scanning before selecting landing sites for detailed exploration. Mission duration is planned for 3 weeks, with the option to extend if conditions warrant. Your primary objectives? Rodriguez inquired, though she was familiar with the mission plan. This was as much a final check as it was gathering information. First, comprehensive habitability assessment, atmospheric composition, radiation levels, day-night temperature variations, and gravitational characteristics. Second, preliminary biological survey to identify any indigenous life forms and assess compatibility with Earth biology. Third, resource evaluation to determine potential for future expansion of human presence. Rodriguez nodded approval. And contingency planning? Full emergency protocols in place. The Galileo carries supplies for 60 days despite the planned 3-week duration. Automated distress beacons can be deployed in multiple orbital configurations if necessary. The shuttle's shielding has been reinforced specifically for the Tertius radiation environment, which our models suggest may have unique characteristics due to its interaction with the hypergiant's particle emissions. After reviewing additional technical details and safety protocols, Rodriguez gave her formal approval for the mission. You're cleared for departure as scheduled. Maintain standard communication protocols, with priority updates at any significant discovery or concern. Dr. Mbeki acknowledged the authorization with a precise nod. We won't disappoint you, Captain. Tertius represents our best opportunity to expand beyond a single planet presence in this system. After the briefing concluded, Rodriguez took time to speak privately with each member of the expedition team. It was a leadership practice she had maintained since their arrival, personal connection with every specialist undertaking significant missions. The human element remained vital despite all their advanced technology. As the day progressed, she continued her administrative duties while monitoring preparations for the Galileo's departure. The Gamma settlement had developed efficient governance structures during their 2 years on Titan Prime, with specialized councils handling different aspects of colonial management, while Rodriguez maintained overall authority as settlement captain. By mid-afternoon, she made her way to the launch facility at the settlement's edge. The Galileo sat on its launch pad, a sleek vessel approximately 40 meters in length, designed specifically for planetary exploration missions. Its hull incorporated the distinctive layered materials pioneered by Jonathan King for the original STARWEAVER vessels, modified to withstand the unique radiation environment of the Titan system. The expedition team was completing final boarding procedures when Rodriguez arrived to offer traditional pre-mission words of encouragement. "You carry our hopes for expansion beyond this single world," she told them, standing at the base of the boarding ramp. "But remember that your safety remains paramount. No discovery is worth undue risk. Observe, document, analyze, and return to share what you've learned." Dr. Mbeki, as mission commander, spoke for the team. "We're honored to undertake this exploration, Captain. Titan Tertius may hold keys to understanding this remarkable system and expanding humanity's foothold within it." After formal farewells, Rodriguez moved to the observation platform as launch preparations entered final stages. The Galileo's engines engaged with a muted rumble, sophisticated propulsion systems designed for atmospheric operation without the plasma field generators that would be activated once it reached space. The vessel rose smoothly from the pad, accelerating upward through Titan Prime's atmosphere. Tracking cameras followed its ascent until it disappeared from visual range, becoming one more bright point in the perpetually dim sky dominated by the hypergiant's overwhelming presence. "Galileo reports successful orbital insertion," announced the mission controller several minutes later. "All systems nominal. They're preparing for transit configuration." Rodriguez acknowledged the report with a nod before turning her attention to her next responsibility, a quarterly progress exchange with the Alpha and Beta settlements via quantum communication. These regular updates allowed the 3 human outposts to coordinate research, share innovations, and maintain the cultural connection vital to preserving humanity's legacy despite their vast separation. The quantum communication facility occupied a dedicated building in the settlement's administrative district. Unlike conventional communication technologies, the quantum entanglement system required no transmission time, the entangled particles responding instantaneously regardless of distance, allowing real-time conversation across interstellar space. She arrived to find the technical team making final adjustments to the holographic projection system that would create the illusion of physical presence for all participants. "We're receiving confirmation from both Alpha and Beta," reported the communications officer. "They're ready to begin when you are, Captain." "Proceed," Rodriguez directed, taking her position in the center of the projection field. The room's lighting dimmed as holographic images materialized, Captain Lin Chin representing the Alpha settlement in the Chimera system, and Captain Namdi Okafor from the Beta settlement in the Peregrine system. Both appeared as if physically present, seated at the same circular table despite being light years apart. Captains Rodriguez greeted them formally. "The Gamma settlement welcomes this opportunity to share progress and challenges." Alpha acknowledges, Chin replied with equal formality. "We bring greetings from the Chimera system." Beta extends the same, added Okafor. "May this exchange benefit all of humanity's new beginnings." With the traditional opening complete, they moved to substantive matters. Each settlement had prepared detailed reports on significant developments since their previous exchange, focusing on innovations that might benefit all 3 colonies. Rodriguez began with Gamma's report. "Our adaptation to the hypergiant's energy profile has progressed significantly. The enhanced solar collection technology we've developed now operates at 320% efficiency compared to Earth standard benchmarks. We're transmitting complete specifications for implementation in your settlements, though modifications will be necessary for your different stellar environments." She continued with details of their agricultural developments, medical advancements, and resource management innovations. Of particular interest to the other settlements was Gamma's progress in quantum computing. The unique radiation environment of their system had enabled breakthroughs in maintaining quantum coherence that allowed unprecedented computational power. The quantum processing arrays we've developed have computational capabilities approximately 15 times greater than what was achievable on Earth, she explained. We've included complete blueprints in our data package, with particular emphasis on the radiation shielding configurations that might be adapted for your environmental conditions. Captain Chan provided Alpha's update next, focusing on their success with underwater habitation in the Chimera system and the complex biological discoveries they had made on their ocean world. Jonathan King's deep-sea engineering innovations were particularly relevant to Gamma, where similar technologies might be applied to explore the high-pressure liquid methane lakes discovered in Titan Prime's polar regions. When Captain Okafor's turn came, his report took an unexpected turn. Before sharing our technical advancements, I must update you on a significant development regarding the indigenous intelligence discovered in our system, he said, his expression solemn. We have evidence suggesting they have detected our presence on Peregrine Secundus. This announcement created a moment of intense focus from both Chin and Rodriguez. The discovery of intelligent life on Peregrine Prime had been the most profound finding by any of the settlements, transforming humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. What evidence? Chin asked directly. Their orbital observation satellite has been documented making multiple adjustments specifically to monitor Secundus. Analysis of its sensor emissions suggests imaging capability sufficient to resolve our settlement structures. Additionally, we've detected energy signatures consistent with the development of more powerful communication technology potentially capable of interplanetary transmission. Have they attempted communication? Rodriguez inquired. Not yet, but our analysis team believes such an attempt may be imminent. In response, we've accelerated development of the first contact beacon previously approved by the Joint Council. Dr. Jonathan King and his sister Eliana have traveled from Alpha to Beta to assist with this project. This was news to Rodriguez, who had not been informed of the King siblings' interstellar journey. When did they arrive in your system? Approximately 4 weeks ago. The decision to undertake the journey was made following our emergency session regarding the Prime civilization's advancements. Their expertise has proven invaluable in refining the beacon design. Captain Chen elaborated. The journey was deemed necessary given the historic significance of this first contact initiative. Dr. King's engineering insights and Dr. Eliana King's xenobiological expertise represented resources too valuable to utilize only via remote communication. Rodriguez acknowledged this with a nod, though she made a mental note to request more immediate notification of such significant movements in the future. The three settlements were autonomous, but interdependent. Major decisions affecting humanity's collective future deserved prompter communication. What is your proposed timeline for beacon deployment? She asked, focusing on the immediate concern. We're requesting accelerated approval from the Joint Council, Okafor replied. The beacon design is nearly complete, and given evidence that the Prime civilization may already be aware of our presence, proactive communication seems increasingly appropriate. After further discussion of the contact situation, they returned to sharing technical developments from each settlement. The exchange continued for several hours, covering advances in agriculture, medicine, energy systems, and material science. Despite their different environments, each colony had developed innovations valuable to the others, a testament to human adaptability and ingenuity. When the session concluded, Rodriguez remained in the communication facility to review the detailed technical data exchanged. The information from Beta regarding their radiation shielding adaptations would be particularly valuable for the Tertius expedition, and she immediately forwarded relevant sections to the mission team currently en route to the distant planet. The following 3 days passed in the structured rhythm that defined life in the Gamma settlement. With just over 400 inhabitants, each person filled multiple roles in maintaining the colony's operations. Rodriguez herself took regular shifts monitoring the hypergiant's activity alongside her administrative duties, her background in astrophysics making her a valuable member of the stellar observation team. On the afternoon of the third day, as the Galileo approached Titan Tertius, Rodriguez joined the mission control team to monitor their orbital insertion and initial survey operations. The specialized facility allowed real-time communication with the expedition despite the enormous distance, thanks to quantum-entangled communication systems installed on all exploration vessels. Orbital insertion complete, came Dr. Mbecky's voice, clear despite originating from nearly 600 million kilometers away. We're establishing stable high orbit to begin comprehensive scanning. Acknowledged, responded the mission controller. Proceed with standard survey protocol. The main display showed telemetry from the Galileo as it settled into orbit around Titan Tertius. The planet appeared as a hazy blue-green sphere, its features partially obscured by a thick atmospheric layer. Initial atmospheric analysis indicates nitrogen-oxygen composition with higher inert gas concentrations than Titan Prime, reported Dr. Mbeki. Approximately 15% oxygen, 75% nitrogen, with significant argon and trace neon. Pressure at surface level estimated at 115% of Earth standard. Breathable with adaptation, noted the medical officer monitoring the data, though the lower oxygen percentage would require acclimatization. Surface temperature readings are showing greater variation than anticipated, continued Dr. Mbeki. Equatorial regions average 30 C during local day, dropping to -10 C during night cycle. Polar regions significantly colder, with permanent ice caps of unusual composition. Preliminary data suggests water ice, mixed with frozen carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Rodriguez observed the incoming data with growing interest. The planet showed promise, though with clear challenges for potential habitation. The most notable feature was its unusual orbit, which created seasons of extraordinary extremes despite the consistent energy output of the hypergiant. We're detecting significant geological activity, Dr. Mbeki reported after several hours of comprehensive scanning. Multiple active volcanic regions, primarily concentrated along equatorial mountain ranges. The resulting atmospheric particulates create a natural radiation shielding effect that may explain the planet's ability to maintain surface water despite its relative proximity to the hypergiant. Fascinating adaptation, Rodriguez commented. Natural protection evolving in response to the stellar environment. Indeed. We're identifying 3 potential landing zones for detailed exploration. Transmitting coordinates and environmental profiles for review. The data packages arrived moments later, displaying 3 distinct regions. A temperate coastal area where a major river delta entered an inland sea, a highland plateau with unusual geometric formations that might indicate mineral deposits of interest, and a geologically stable region near the terminator line where day and night balanced in perpetual twilight. After consulting with specialists in various disciplines, Rodriguez authorized landing operations at the coastal site first, with subsequent exploration of the other regions based on initial findings. Proceed with landing operations at Site Alpha, she instructed. Maintain standard safety protocols and establish secure base camp before expanding exploration range. Acknowledged, Captain, Dr. Mbeki replied. Preparing for descent. Will report upon successful landing. The tension in mission control was palpable as the Galileo began its descent toward the surface of Titan Tertius. Despite all their careful planning and advanced technology, planetary landing operations always carried inherent risks, especially on a world never before visited by humans. Atmospheric entry proceeding normally, reported the mission controller, monitoring telemetry data. Heat shield functioning within parameters. Descent trajectory stable. Rodriguez watched the instruments tracking the shuttle's progress, her expression calm despite the nod of anxiety that accompanied every such operation. The Galileo represented not just an expensive piece of technology, but 12 irreplaceable human lives, specialists whose expertise was vital to the settlement's future. Transition to aerodynamic flight complete, came Dr. Mbeki's voice. experiencing stronger wind currents than predicted, but within manageable parameters. Visual confirmation of landing zone achieved. The tension eased slightly as the shuttle continued its controlled descent. When confirmation of successful landing finally came, subtle signs of relief rippled through the control room, shoulders relaxing, breath releasing, smiles exchanged. Gamma settlement, this is Galileo. We have achieved successful landing at Site Alpha. All systems nominal. Environment readings confirming preliminary data. Preparing for initial surface operations. Well done, Galileo, Rodriguez responded. Proceed with establishment of secure perimeter before external operations. Over the next several hours, the expedition team methodically implemented their landing protocols, deploying atmospheric monitoring equipment, establishing their base perimeter, and preparing for the first human steps on Titan Tertius. When Dr. Mbeki finally led the first exploration team out of the shuttle, the moment was transmitted back to Gamma Settlement and recorded for historical documentation. Like their counterparts in the Alpha and Beta settlements, each first footfall on a new world was preserved as a significant milestone in humanity's expansion among the stars. I'm stepping onto the surface of Titan Tertius, Dr. Mbeki announced as her boot contacted the alien soil. The ground is firm, a clay-like consistency. The air, remarkable. Even through filtration, I can detect a sweetness, like nothing I've experienced before. The camera view widened to show the landscape surrounding the landing site. Unlike the burnt orange terrain of Titan Prime, Tertius featured a palette of blues and greens reminiscent of Earth. The nearby coastline gleamed silver blue where the massive river delta met the inland sea, while vegetation-like growth in vibrant teal hues covered the gently rolling hills beyond. Most striking was the sky. The hypergiant still dominated the view, but from this greater distance, it appeared as a vast red-orange disk rather than the overwhelming presence experienced on Titan Prime. The atmosphere scattered its light differently, creating a perpetual sunset glow even during local midday. Preliminary readings confirm atmosphere is within acceptable parameters for limited exposure, reported one of the team members, studying a handheld analyzer. Recommendation to proceed with helmet removal for controlled environmental exposure test. Dr. Mbeki considered this briefly before nodding. Approved for primary test subject only. Full medical monitoring during exposure. The designated team member carefully detached her helmet, her vital signs displayed on monitors visible both on-site and back at mission control. She took a cautious breath, then another deeper one. Breathable, she confirmed. Slight resistance due to higher pressure and lower oxygen, but within adaptation parameters. Distinct aroma, minerally with organic undertones. No immediate adverse reactions. This successful initial exposure represented a significant milestone. Titan Tertius was not just scientifically interesting, but potentially habitable without extensive technological intervention. Like Chimera Tertius in the Alpha Settlements system and Peregrine Secundus in Betas, this world offered another viable haven for humanity's continued existence. Over the following days, the expedition systematically explored the region surrounding their landing site. They discovered ecosystems of remarkable complexity, with organisms that filled ecological niches similar to Earth's, but with distinctly alien characteristics. The plant-like growths used photosynthetic processes optimized for the hypergiant's unique spectrum, resulting in the predominant teal coloration rather than Earth's familiar greens. The cellular structures are fascinating, reported Dr. Kai-Chen, the expedition's chief biologist, during a detailed briefing on the fifth day. They incorporate metallic compounds in ways Earth biology never developed, likely as protection against the radiation environment. Some of these adaptations might have significant applications for our own radiation protection technologies. Of particular interest were the aquatic ecosystems of the inland sea. Unlike the complex marine life discovered in Chimera's ocean world, Tertius's aquatic organisms remained relatively simple, multicellular, but lacking the more advanced neural structures observed in the Chimera system. Yet they displayed remarkable diversity and specialized adaptations to the unique chemical composition of the planet's water bodies. The water contains significantly higher concentrations of dissolved minerals than Earth's oceans, Dr. Chen explained. This has driven evolutionary pathways focusing on mineral processing and deposition. Some organisms essentially grow mineral structures that serve as both protection and habitat for smaller life forms. By the end of the second week, the expedition had established a comprehensive understanding of Site Alpha's environment and moved operations to the highland plateau designated as Site Beta. Here they discovered the geometric formations observed from orbit were indeed mineral deposits, specifically crystalline structures of extraordinary purity formed through geological processes unique to this world. These silicon-based formations have semiconductor properties unlike anything we've documented previously, reported Dr. Yuri Petrov, the team's geologist. They appear to form naturally through a combination of volcanic activity and the specific radiation environment of this planet. Preliminary analysis suggests potential applications for computing and energy storage technologies. When the expedition finally returned to Gamma Settlement after 3 weeks of exploration, they brought not just scientific data but physical samples that would provide research material for months to come. Most importantly, they returned with confirmation that Titan Tertius represented a viable option for expanding human presence beyond their primary settlement. Rodriguez convened a special session of the Settlement Council to review the expedition's findings and consider next steps. The council chamber, located in the administrative center of the colony, featured a circular arrangement that reflected their governance philosophy, equality of voice with central coordination. Dr. Mbeki, please present your summary assessment, Rodriguez requested once the session was formally opened. The expedition leader activated the holographic display at the center of the chamber, showing a comprehensive model of Titan Tertius based on their exploration data. Titan Tertius presents both significant opportunities and challenges for human settlement, she began. The atmosphere is breathable with minimal adaptation, gravity is 0.92 Earth standard, and indigenous biology appears compatible with human presence without immediate hazards. The display shifted to highlight environmental factors of interest. The radiation environment, while more intense than Earth normal, is moderated by atmospheric particulates from volcanic activity. This natural shielding would require supplementation for long-term human habitation, but represents a significant advantage over completely artificial protection. She continued through various aspects of the planet's environment, resources, and potential challenges before concluding with her formal recommendation. Based on our comprehensive assessment, I recommend proceeding with a phased settlement approach. Initial establishment of a research outpost with 20 to 30 personnel, focused on continued environmental study and resource evaluation. Following successful operation for 6 to 12 months, expansion to a self-sufficient colonial facility accommodating up to 100 individuals, with infrastructure designed for further growth as resources allow. The Council deliberated this recommendation thoroughly, considering implications for resource allocation, personnel selection, and strategic development of human presence in the Titan system. After extensive discussion, they reached consensus supporting Dr. Mbeki's proposal with minor modifications to implementation timeline and resource allocation. The establishment of a permanent presence on Titan Tertius represents our next major milestone, Rodriguez summarized as the session concluded. It advances our core mission, ensuring humanity's survival through diversified settlement across multiple worlds. Dr. Mbeki will lead the planning team for this initiative, with initial outpost deployment targeted for 6 months from today. That evening, as had become her custom after significant decisions, Rodriguez returned to the observation platform to contemplate the hypergiant that dominated their existence in this system. Its overwhelming presence served as a constant reminder of both opportunity and danger. The immense energy that made life possible here could also destroy it through a single catastrophic event. Unlike Earth's familiar and relatively stable sun, the hypergiant existed in a state of constant, violent change. Massive convection cycles created surface patterns visible even to the naked eye, while prominence eruptions thousands of times larger than Earth itself occurred with breathtaking frequency. The star was, in astronomical terms, near the end of its life, though that end might still be hundreds of thousands of years in human time frames. Penny for your thoughts, Captain? She turned to find Dr. Gabriel Reyes joining her, his expression thoughtful as he too gazed at the massive star. Just reflecting on our progress, she replied. 2 years ago, we arrived in this system with nothing but a ship and hope. Now we're preparing to establish a presence on our second world. Remarkable achievement, he agreed. Though I suspect you're also contemplating the mysteries of our temperamental neighbor here. He gestured toward the hypergiant. Its time scale humbles me, she admitted. This star has existed for perhaps 2 million years, an infant by stellar standards, yet ancient beyond human comprehension. It will die young for a star, but that death is still millennia away. We measure our achievements in months and years while it measures existence in centuries and millennia. And yet, Reyes observed, in the brief time we've been here, we've learned more about hypergiants than all of Earth's astronomers managed in centuries of observation. There's something profound in that contrast, our brevity enabling us to comprehend, at least partially, the nearly eternal. Rodriguez smiled at his philosophical turn. Is that why you volunteered for this mission, Gabriel? To contemplate the eternal. I volunteered because the alternative was extinction, he replied candidly. But I've stayed because this. He gestured toward the star. This is worth witnessing, worth understanding. Even if imperfectly, even if briefly. Humanity may be transient in cosmic terms, but our capacity to wonder, to learn, to comprehend. That matters. They stood in companionable silence for a time, watching as another massive prominence erupted from the hypergiant's surface, a reminder of the awesome forces that shaped their new existence among the stars. We should include a stellar observatory in the Tertius outpost design, Rodriguez said finally. The different perspective from that distance could provide valuable comparative data. Always the scientist, Reyes commented with approval. Even in moments of philosophical reflection. Science and philosophy aren't as separate as we sometimes pretend, she replied. Both seek understanding of our place in the universe. Both matter to our future here. As the prominence collapsed back into the stellar atmosphere in a spectacular display of natural forces, Rodriguez felt a familiar sense of purpose reinforced. The Gamma settlement had achieved remarkable progress in establishing humanity's presence in this exotic star system. The expansion to Titan Tertius would strengthen that foothold while providing a safety buffer against potential catastrophe at their primary location. 3 star systems, 7 potentially habitable worlds between them, and humanity taking root on each. It wasn't Earth, would never replace what they had lost, but it represented a future that had seemed impossible during those desperate final years on their dying homeworld. Tomorrow would bring planning meetings, resource allocation decisions, personnel selections, and countless logistical challenges. But tonight, standing beneath the awesome presence of the hypergiant that defined their new home, Captain Isabella Rodriguez allowed herself a moment of satisfaction in what they had already accomplished. Humanity's journey among the stars continued, one step at a time. Chapter 8. Ark colonization established. Jonathan King stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the main settlement on Chimera Tertius, watching the evening activity as the binary stars dipped toward the horizon. In the distance, the supermassive black hole was visible as a dark circle surrounded by a faint accretion disk, a constant reminder of the exotic nature of their new stellar home. The settlement had grown substantially in the 3 years since their arrival. What began as a collection of prefabricated modules had evolved into a thriving community with permanent structures, extensive agricultural areas, research facilities, and manufacturing centers. The human population now exceeded 450, with all passengers from the STARWEAVER, X-1 Alpha, having been successfully integrated into the colony. Most encouraging were the children, both those who had arrived aboard the Ark and the dozen who had been born on this new world. They played in the central plaza below, their laughter carrying on the evening breeze. For them, this alien planet was simply home, the black hole in the sky as normal as Earth's moon had been for previous generations. "Quite a view, isn't it?" said a familiar voice behind him. Jonathan turned to find his sister Eliana approaching. She had returned from the Peregrine system just 2 weeks earlier, bringing valuable experience from her work with the Beta settlement on their first contact initiative. "I was just thinking how far we've come," he replied as she joined him at the viewpoint. "Not just in distance, but in adaptation. 3 years ago, everything here was alien and threatening. Now it's simply home. Different for each of us," she observed. "I find myself constantly comparing Chimera and Peregrine, the different light, gravity, atmospheric scent. It's fascinating how quickly humans establish normal in even the most exotic environments. How are you readjusting after 6 months away?" "Mostly well. The gravity difference is the most noticeable, slightly higher here than on Peregrine Secundus. And of course, the sky." She glanced upward at the black hole. "I missed our cosmic companion, strangely enough." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as the settlement's lighting systems activated in response to the fading natural illumination. The careful design integrated Earth architectural principles with adaptations for this world's unique conditions, structures built to withstand the occasional gravitational anomalies caused by the black hole's influence, yet aesthetically pleasing with gardens and open spaces that celebrated their new environment rather than hiding from it. "The contact beacon deployment is scheduled for next week," Eliana said, changing the subject. "Captain Okafor just confirmed it via quantum communication." Jonathan nodded. The Joint Council made the right decision. With evidence that the Prime Civilization has already detected the Beta settlement, proactive communication represents our best option for establishing peaceful contact. "The design you helped develop is remarkable, the perfect balance of technological sophistication and non-threatening presentation. The mathematical and symbolic communication package should be comprehensible to any intelligence capable of space observation." "Let's hope so," Jonathan replied, his expression turning thoughtful. "It's humbling to realize we're not alone among the stars after all. All our plans for colonization assumed we were claiming empty worlds." "Not claiming," Eliana corrected gently. "Inhabiting. There's a difference in intention that matters, especially now." "You're right, of course. And perhaps that's the most valuable lesson from the Peregrine discovery, a reminder to approach these new worlds with respect rather than entitlement." Their conversation was interrupted by a notification on Jonathan's communicator, a message from Captain Lin Chen requesting their presence at an emergency council session. The message specified no details, but indicated the matter concerned all 3 settlements. "That's unusual," Eliana commented as they headed toward the administrative center. "Lin rarely calls emergency sessions without preliminary information." When they arrived at the council chamber, they found most members already assembled. Captain Chen entered moments later, her expression grave. "Thank you all for responding promptly," she began without preamble. "We've received a priority quantum communication from Earth." A stunned silence fell over the room. Communication with Earth had become increasingly rare as conditions deteriorated on their former homeworld. The last transmission, nearly 8 months earlier, had reported the abandonment of most surface facilities as solar expansion rendered them uninhabitable. "Directly from Earth?" Jonathan asked, breaking the silence. "Not relayed through Horizon Station?" "Directly. The quantum entanglement communicators continue to function regardless of conditions. The message is from the Antarctic Deep Habitat, apparently the last functioning human settlement on Earth." Chen activated the communication system, and a haggard face appeared on the main display, a woman in her 60s, her expression exhausted but determined. "This is Dr. Amelia Takahashi, Director of Antarctic Haven, Earth," she began, her voice steady despite obvious fatigue. "To all STARWEAVER settlements, this will likely be our final transmission. Surface temperatures globally now exceed 70 degrees Celsius at polar regions and 120 degrees at equatorial locations. Oceanic evaporation has created atmospheric conditions unsurvivable without complete environmental isolation." She paused, consulting notes off-screen. "Our habitat, located 2,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, remains functional, but with deteriorating conditions. Power generation is compromised by increasing geological instability. Our current population stands at 4, 218 individuals, representing the last confirmed human presence on Earth. The council members exchanged solemn glances as the implications of this report sank in. Earth was dying even faster than their worst projections had suggested. We have maintained observational data collection throughout this period, Dr. Takahashi continued. All scientific records have been compressed and are transmitting parallel to this message via quantum channel. We request confirmation of receipt and storage. The transmission paused briefly as she visibly gathered herself. On behalf of Earth's final population, I extend our profound gratitude to the STARWEAVER missions. The knowledge that humanity continues among the stars provides comfort as we face our increasingly limited prospects here. Her professional demeanor slipped momentarily, revealing the emotional weight behind her words. We do not seek false hope or comforting lies. We understand our situation. But we ask that you remember us, not just humanity in abstract, but us, the specific humans who remained. Remember that we continued scientific observation until the end. Remember that we maintained civilization's values even as our world became uninhabitable. She straightened, composure returning. This transmission includes personal messages from our population to the STARWEAVER settlements. Many are addressed to specific individuals known or believed to have been aboard the arks. We request these be distributed as appropriate. The final portion of her message was delivered with formal dignity. As official representative of Earth's remaining government, I hereby transfer all authority, responsibility, and legacy of human civilization to the STARWEAVER settlements. You are now humanity, its past, present, and future. Carry our knowledge, our achievements, our hopes forward. Earth has been our home for all of human existence until now. Honor it by thriving among the stars. The transmission ended, leaving the council chamber in profound silence. After several moments, Captain Chin spoke quietly. The data package is substantial, approximately 1.2 petabytes. It includes comprehensive scientific observations of the solar expansion, cultural archives from major Earth institutions, and the personal messages Dr. Takahashi mentioned. Our systems are confirming successful receipt now. Jonathan found himself struggling with emotions he had thought long resolved. The finality of Dr. Takahashi's message, the clear acknowledgement that Earth's human presence was ending, struck with unexpected force despite years of knowing this moment would come. We should prepare a response, he suggested, his voice not entirely steady. They deserve to know their message was received, that their data will be preserved, that they are remembered. Captain Chin nodded. Agreed. I propose we coordinate with Beta and Gamma settlements to send a joint acknowledgement. The personal messages will be distributed to their intended recipients throughout all 3 colonies. The Council quickly authorized this approach, appointing a committee to draft the joint response. As the emergency session concluded, Jonathan lingered, examining the initial catalog of the received data that displayed on a secondary screen. Looking for something specific? Eliana asked, joining him. Messages from our parents, he admitted. The system shows 2 files addressed to us. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her own eyes searching the display. Have they been extracted from the main package yet? Not yet. Processing priority was given to the scientific data. Personal messages will be distributed within 24 hours according to the system report. Eliana nodded, understanding the technical necessity, but sharing his emotional impatience. Tomorrow, then. Together? Together, he agreed. As they left the administrative center, the settlement continued its evening activities around them, residents moving between buildings, agricultural workers returning from the outlying fields, children being called home for dinner. Life continuing, adapting, persisting in this new environment, largely unaware of the emotional weight of the transmission just received. That night, neither Jonathan nor Eliana slept well, their thoughts filled with memories of Earth and those left behind. When morning came, bringing notification that personal messages had been processed and were available for retrieval, they met at Jonathan's quarters to view their parents' final communication together. The message began with their father's face, older than they remembered, lines of strain evident, but with the same kind eyes and thoughtful expression they had known all their lives. Jonathan, Eliana. If you're watching this, you've made it. You've found new homes among the stars. Your mother, and I can't express how proud we are, not just of your personal achievements, though those are remarkable, but of your part in ensuring humanity's continuation. The camera angle widened to include their mother, sitting beside their father in what appeared to be a small, utilitarian living space, presumably within the Antarctic habitat. "We want you to know that we're at peace with our situation," she said, her voice warm despite the circumstances. "The habitat is well designed, and while conditions are basic, we have purpose in our work and comfort in our community. The knowledge that you both survived, that you carry our family forward, means everything to us." Their father continued, "Jonathan, your engineering vision made the arcs possible. The reports we received about the STARWEAVER's successful journey confirmed what we always knew about your brilliance and determination. Whatever you've built on your new world, we know it embodies the best of human creativity and problem-solving." And Eliana, their mother, added, "Your work in biology was always about understanding and preserving life. Now you're applying that knowledge on an entirely new world, perhaps discovering forms of life never before encountered by humans. What an extraordinary continuation of your life's purpose." They spoke for nearly an hour, sharing stories of their experiences in the habitat, asking questions they knew couldn't be answered, offering advice and encouragement for challenges they could only imagine. Throughout, their love and pride shone through, a connection that spanned the vast distance between dying Earth and humanity's new beginnings. "We don't know how much time remains," their father said as the message neared its conclusion. "The habitat was designed for a decade of operation, but conditions are deteriorating faster than anticipated. Power systems struggle as geothermal instability increases. But we want you to know that we face whatever comes with dignity and purpose. The scientific work continues. Human connection continues. We remember the best of what Earth was, even as we witness its ending. Live fully in your new worlds," their mother urged, wiping away tears. "Build communities that learn from Earth's mistakes while honoring its achievements. Have children if you can. We would have loved to be grandparents, but knowing our grandchildren might someday walk under alien stars is its own kind of joy." Their father's final words were delivered with quiet intensity. "Remember us, but don't be burdened by us. Your future lies among the stars now. Make it worthy of the journey that brought you there. All our love goes with you forever and always." The transmission ended, leaving Jonathan and Eliana sitting in silence, tears streaming down their faces. The message had been everything they needed, a chance to see their parents one last time, to hear their voices, to know they faced Earth's end with the same courage and integrity that had defined their lives. "They're still teaching us," Eliana said finally, her voice thick with emotion. "Even from across the stars, even at the end, they're showing us how to live with meaning and dignity." Jonathan nodded, unable to speak for a moment. When he finally found his voice, he said simply, "We need to honor them. Not just with monuments or memorials, but with how we build our future here." "Yes," Eliana agreed. "Starting today." Throughout that day, across all three settlements, similar scenes played out as Earth's final messages reached their intended recipients. For some, these connections brought closure to relationships abruptly severed by the necessity of the arc selection process. For others, they reopened wounds that had begun to heal. But for all, they served as poignant reminders of their origin and responsibility. In the Peregrine system, Captain Okafor called for a day of remembrance before proceeding with the contact beacon deployment. The Beta settlement gathered in their central plaza as personal messages from Earth were shared publicly by those willing to do so, creating a collective moment of connection with their distant homeworld. "Today we honor Earth and those we left behind," Okafor told the assembled colonists. "Tomorrow we take our next step as a space-faring civilization by reaching out to another intelligence. Both actions define who we are becoming among the stars." The contact beacon, a marvel of human engineering designed to communicate peaceful intentions through universal mathematical and scientific principles, stood ready for deployment in the settlement's launch facility. Its crystalline exterior housed carefully designed symbolic representations of humanity, Earth's solar system, and basic biological information, all presented in formats believed to be comprehensible to any technologically advanced species. In the Titan system, Captain Rodriguez integrated Earth's final scientific data into their ongoing research, particularly the detailed observations of solar expansion that might provide valuable insights into their own hypergiant's behavior. The personal messages were treated as sacred trusts, delivered to recipients with privacy and support resources available for those emotionally affected. The Gamma Settlement's memorial service featured a remarkable astronomical presentation, using their advanced observational equipment to locate Earth's sun, now visibly enlarged even at this vast distance. The tiny point of light, highlighted in their observatory dome, provided a physical focus for their remembrance. That distant star gave birth to all human civilization, Rodriguez told her people. Though we cannot save it or those remaining in its light, we can ensure their legacy continues through our achievements here. Across all three settled systems, humanity paused to acknowledge their origins before continuing their adaptation to new homes. The Earth messages, arriving at this pivotal moment, served as both ending and beginning, closing the chapter of human history centered on a single world while reinforcing the responsibility of continuing human civilization among the stars. 1 month later, Jonathan stood in the command center of the underwater research station on Chimera Secundus, monitoring the final calibrations of a new deep ocean exploration vehicle designed to study the hydrothermal vent ecosystems. The ribbon creatures discovered during their initial surveys had proven to be the most complex indigenous life forms in the Chimera system, displaying behavior patterns that suggested primitive social organization and environmental awareness. Final buoyancy adjustments complete, reported Chief Engineer Yuki Tanaka. The Leviathan is ready for its first scientific mission. Excellent, Jonathan replied, studying the sleek vehicle on the external cameras. The xenobiology team has waited patiently for this capability. The ribbon creatures at the deepest vents have shown behaviors we can't properly study from our fixed observation posts. The underwater habitat, now designated Hypatia Station, had grown into a permanent research facility housing 20 scientists and support personnel. Its location 2,000 meters beneath Secundus's vast ocean surface provided unprecedented access to an alien marine ecosystem developing under the unique conditions created by the supermassive black hole's influence on this star system. Quantum communication incoming from Beta Settlement, announced the communications officer. Priority classification. Jonathan moved to the communication station as Captain Okafor's image appeared. The Beta Settlement leader appeared solemn but composed. Dr. King, I'm contacting all three settlements with an update on our first contact initiative. The beacon was successfully deployed to the L4 Lagrange point 10 days ago. Our monitoring systems have confirmed that the prime civilization's orbital platforms have adjusted their trajectories to observe it. They've noticed it, Jonathan said, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Any response yet? None detectable. However, we've observed increased activity at their primary surface installation. The structure we believe to be a communication array has shown energy emissions consistent with active operation. They appear to be studying the beacon intensively. A thoughtful approach, Jonathan noted. Observation before action. That seems promising regarding their temperament. Our analysts agree. The lack of immediate response suggests careful deliberation rather than impulsive reaction. We continue monitoring while maintaining our non-intervention protocols. After discussing further details of the deployment and observation, Okafor concluded with a personal note. Your contributions to the beacon design were invaluable, Jonathan. Whatever comes of this first contact, humanity put forward its best efforts to establish peaceful communication. When the transmission ended, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the extraordinary situation humanity now faced. Having fled Earth to ensure survival, they had found not just new homes but new neighbors, another intelligence with whom they would need to establish peaceful coexistence. His contemplation was interrupted by an alert from the station's external sensors. The ribbon creatures were gathering in unusual numbers near the observation window. Moving to the main viewing portal, he watched in fascination as dozens of the bioluminescent entities performed what appeared to be coordinated movements, their light patterns shifting in rhythmic sequences. Dr. Lakshmi Patel, the station's lead xenobiologist, joined him at the viewport. "They're responding to our preparations," she observed. "Every time we ready a new exploration vehicle or adjust our external equipment, they gather like this. It can't be coincidence anymore." "You think they're aware of us as intelligent entities?" Jonathan asked, studying the mesmerizing patterns. "I'm increasingly convinced of it. Their neural structures are primitive compared to Earth vertebrates, but they appear highly specialized for environmental sensing and communication through bioluminescence. They may perceive our technology as another form of life, complex and unfamiliar, but potentially significant to their world." It was a humbling thought that while humanity prepared for first contact with the technologically advanced civilization in the Peregrine system, they might already be engaged in a more subtle form of communication with the ribbon creatures here in their own system. "Perhaps we need our own version of a contact beacon," Jonathan mused. "Something designed specifically for their sensory capabilities." Dr. Patel's eyes lit with interest. "A light-based communication system using patterns similar to their natural signaling. It's worth exploring." As they discussed this possibility, Jonathan was struck by how quickly human perspective had evolved. 3 years ago, their focus had been solely on survival and establishing sustainable colonies. Now they contemplated communication with not one but 2 alien intelligences, each requiring completely different approaches based on their nature and capabilities. In the Peregrine system, the Beta settlement maintained careful observation of the Prime civilization's response to the contact beacon. For 3 weeks, their satellite had made repeated orbits that brought it near the beacon's position, scanners clearly directed toward the human artifact, but with no direct interaction. Then, on the 20th day after deployment, the signal came. Captain Okafor was awakened in the early hours of the morning by an urgent notification from the monitoring team. Arriving at the observation center minutes later, he found his specialists gathered around the communication array, expressions of controlled excitement on their faces. "What do we have?" he asked, joining them at the main console. "Approximately 30 minutes ago, a directed transmission began from their primary surface installation," explained Dr. Elena Fernandez, the center's director. "The signal is aimed precisely at our settlement location, not at the beacon, not broadly into space, but specifically at us." Content: mathematical sequences, primarily prime numbers, followed by what appears to be a symbolic representation similar in concept to what we included in the beacon. "They're speaking our language, so to speak, using the same fundamental communication approach we established." Okafor studied the incoming data with careful attention. The message began with basic mathematical concepts, prime numbers, geometric principles, fundamental constants of physics, establishing a foundation for communication. It then proceeded to more complex information that appeared to represent their solar system, their planet, and symbolic depictions of their species. "They're introducing themselves," he observed. "Following our template, but adding their unique information." "Exactly," Dr. Fernandez confirmed. "And most significantly, they've included what we interpret as an invitation for response, a repeating pattern that appears to be a request for two-way communication." "They want to talk," Dr. Al-Farsi said simply. "And they've demonstrated both the technical capability and conceptual understanding to do so meaningfully." Okafor considered the implications carefully. This development accelerated their first contact timeline significantly. The original plan had anticipated a more gradual process, with the beacon serving as a passive introduction that might take months or even years to elicit a response. "Notify the Joint Council immediately," he instructed. "We need consensus on how to proceed. In the meantime, continue analysis of their message, but maintain communication silence until authorized." Within hours, Representatives from all three settlements had convened via quantum communication to discuss this historic development. Captain Chan from Alpha, Captain Rodriguez from Gamma, and Captain Okafor from Beta, along with key advisors, deliberated on humanity's next step in this unprecedented situation. The content suggests a peaceful, scientifically oriented approach, Dr. Al-Farsi explained to the assembled representatives. Their symbolic representations focus on knowledge sharing rather than territorial claims or demands. The mathematical foundation they've established provides a robust basis for developing more nuanced communication. What do we know about their physical form? Asked Captain Rodriguez. Limited information, but their self-representation suggests a species adapted to their planet's thin atmosphere and high radiation environment. The symbolism indicates a broadly humanoid body structure, bilateral symmetry, sensory organs concentrated in an upper head region, manipulative appendages similar to arms and hands, but with clear adaptations for their environment, including what may be specialized respiratory structures. After extensive discussion, the Joint Council reached consensus. Humanity would respond with a carefully crafted transmission following the communication framework established by both the beacon and the prime civilization's message. The response would build on shared mathematical and scientific concepts while providing more detailed information about humans, their origin, and their presence in the Peregrine system. We should be transparent about our nature as visitors to this star system, Jonathan King advised, establishing clearly that we recognize their prior presence and seek peaceful coexistence. Agreed, said Captain Chin. Honesty about our circumstances, that we came here seeking new homes after our original star became unstable, provides both explanation for our presence and demonstrates our non-aggressive intentions. The Council authorized a response team led by Dr. Al-Farsi to craft the message, with input from specialists across all three settlements. The transmission would be sent within 48 hours, establishing what they hoped would be the beginning of meaningful communication between two intelligent species. As the session concluded, Captain Okafor remained connected with Captain Chen for a private discussion. This is developing more rapidly than any of us anticipated, he noted. We need to prepare for potential acceleration toward more direct forms of contact. I concur, Chen replied. While we proceed with caution, we should also begin conceptual planning for eventual physical meeting, should communication progress favorably. The implications extend beyond just our settlement, Okafor added. This contact, if successful, establishes precedent for humanity's approach to other intelligences we may encounter as we continue exploration. The responsibility is enormous. As is the opportunity, Chen reminded him. For all of human history, we wondered if we were alone in the universe. Now we have our answer and the chance to establish peaceful relations from our very first encounter. That possibility honors the best of what humanity has always aspired to be. In the Titan system, the focus remained on expanding human presence beyond their initial settlement. The research outpost on Titan Tertius had been established according to schedule, with 30 specialists now permanently stationed on the distant world. Their ongoing studies continued to confirm its viability for larger-scale colonization, while providing valuable scientific data about the unique environmental conditions created by the hypergiant star. Captain Rodriguez reviewed the latest progress reports from the outpost during her morning briefing with the settlement's administrative council. The holographic displays showed construction progress on what would eventually become a self-sufficient colony capable of supporting up to 200 residents. Phase 1 infrastructure is complete, reported Dr. Sophia Becky, who had remained on Tertius to oversee the outpost's development. Environmental systems operating at 100% efficiency. Agricultural trials showing promising results, with earth crops adapted to local conditions yielding 85% of expected harvest. Excellent progress, Rodriguez acknowledged. Any unexpected challenges to report? The seasonal temperature variations are more extreme than our models predicted. We've had to enhance thermal regulation systems accordingly. Additionally, we've discovered that local day-night cycles create unusual circadian rhythm effects in both plants and humans. Our medical team is developing adaptation protocols to address this. And the indigenous life assessment? Continuing to confirm initial findings. Complex but limited, multicellular organisms with specialized functions but lacking advanced neural structures. No evidence of sentience or social organization comparable to the ribbon creatures in the Chimera system or, obviously, the intelligent species in Peregrine. Rodriguez noted how their perspective had shifted, now routinely comparing new discoveries to life forms found in the other settled systems, creating a broader context for understanding biological development across different stellar environments. Resource development status, she inquired, moving to practical considerations. The crystalline mineral formations identified during initial exploration have proven even more valuable than anticipated. Their semiconductor properties exceed Earth-standard materials by significant margins. We've established a small processing facility and begun shipping refined materials back to the primary settlement for advanced manufacturing applications. This represented a significant milestone, the first resource exchange between worlds within their system, the beginning of a sustainable colonial network rather than isolated outposts. Similar developments were occurring in both alpha and beta settlements, each establishing multi-world presence within their respective systems. After concluding the briefing, Rodriguez received notification of the developments in the Peregrine system, the Prime Civilization's response to the contact beacon, and the Joint Council's decision to proceed with direct communication. Though not immediately relevant to Gamma's operations, the implications for humanity's future were profound enough to warrant her full attention. That evening, she convened a special informational session for the entire settlement, sharing what they knew about this historic development. The community gathering space filled to capacity as residents sought to understand this new chapter in humanity's experience among the stars. While this contact is occurring in the Peregrine system, light years from our location, it represents a fundamental shift in human understanding, she explained to the assembled colonists. For all of our history, we questioned whether other intelligent life existed in the universe. Now we have our answer and the opportunity to establish peaceful relations from our first encounter. The questions from the community reflected both excitement and concern, curiosity about the alien civilization's nature and capabilities, questions about potential implications for human settlements, and interest in how communication might develop between such different species. This discovery reminds us that we are guests in these star systems, Rodriguez emphasized. Not conquerors or entitled claimants, but newcomers seeking to coexist respectfully with whatever other life we encounter, whether it's the complex intelligence discovered in Peregrine, the intriguing ribbon creatures of Chimera, or the simpler but no less valuable ecosystems here in our own Titan system. The settlement's response to this news reflected the evolving human perspective, a growing recognition that their journey among the stars was not merely about survival or expansion, but about establishing a new relationship between humanity and the cosmos. 3 months later, communication with the Prime Civilization had progressed substantially. Through increasingly sophisticated mathematical and symbolic exchanges, both species had established basic understanding of each other's nature, capabilities, and intentions. The initial caution on both sides had gradually given way to genuine information exchange, though still conducted entirely through transmitted signals rather than physical contact. On Chimera Tertius, Jonathan and Eliana King had resumed their roles within the Alpha settlement after their return from Beta. The memorial oak they had planted on their first day now stood nearly 5 meters tall, the centerpiece of a grove dedicated to Earth's memory. Around it, the colony had grown into a true community, not merely a survival outpost, but a new expression of human civilization adapted to this exotic environment. The main settlement now housed all 450 of Alpha's original passengers, with expansion plans developing as the birth rate increased. Architectural styles had evolved that reflected both practical adaptation to local conditions and aesthetic preferences, drawing from Earth's diverse cultural heritage, while incorporating new elements inspired by their alien surroundings. Agricultural zones extended from the settlement perimeter, growing both adapted earth crops and carefully cultivated indigenous plants found to be compatible with human nutrition. Research outposts had been established on Chimera Prime and Secundus, creating a three-world presence within the system and providing diverse environments for scientific study and resource development. The black hole that dominated their system had proven both challenge and opportunity. Its gravitational effects required specialized construction techniques and occasional adjustments to settlement operations, but also created unique conditions for scientific research impossible elsewhere. A dedicated gravitational research facility had been established to study these phenomena, producing findings that transformed theoretical physics understandings developed on Earth. "It's remarkable how normal all this has become," Jonathan observed to Eliana as they walked through the settlement's central plaza one evening. Children played in the communal garden while adults gathered at the community center for various social activities, a scene that could have been from any human settlement throughout history. Yet, situated beneath a sky containing a supermassive black hole and binary star system. Human adaptability at its finest, Eliana agreed. "Though I wonder how Earth's poets would have described that." She gestured toward the black hole visible above them, its accretion disk glowing faintly in the twilight. "They'd have needed new language," Jonathan suggested. "New metaphors for experiences no human had encountered before." "That's happening already. Have you noticed how the children describe things? They've developed their own terminology for the black hole's visual phases and the unique light conditions it creates with the binary stars. They're building a linguistic framework specific to this world." Their conversation was interrupted by a notification, a priority message from Captain Chen requesting their presence at the administrative center. When they arrived, they found the captain reviewing information from all three settlements displayed across multiple screens. "Jonathan, Eliana, thank you for coming quickly," she greeted them. "I've been coordinating with Captains Okafor and Rodriguez regarding significant developments across all our settlements." The main display showed status reports from each colony, all showing remarkable progress in establishing sustainable human presence in their respective systems. The Peregrine contact situation featured prominently, with detailed updates on communication developments with the Prime civilization. "The Beta settlement has reached a critical juncture in their first contact process," Chen explained. "After 3 months of increasingly complex communication, the Prime civilization has proposed a physical meeting between representatives of both species." "That's a tremendous step forward," Eliana noted. "Their signals have indicated peaceful intent consistently, but face-to-face interaction introduces entirely new variables. Precisely why Captain Okafor has requested input from all settlements before proceeding. This represents not just Beta's first contact, but humanity's, with implications for all our futures." Jonathan studied the proposed meeting parameters transmitted by the Prime civilization. "They're suggesting neutral ground, an uninhabited moon orbiting their planet rather than either world's surface. That shows both caution and consideration." "Our analysts agree," Chen confirmed. "The location provides security for both parties while demonstrating willingness for direct contact. The Joint Council will convene tomorrow to evaluate the proposal and develop our response." The conversation shifted to updates from the Gamma settlement, where the expansion to Titan Tertius continued to progress alongside new discoveries about their hypergiant star's unusual properties. The scientific exchange between settlements had accelerated in recent months, with innovations from each colony shared to benefit all through their quantum communication network. "This is what we hoped for," Jonathan observed as they reviewed the comprehensive progress. Not just survival, but thriving, each settlement developing its own character while maintaining connection with the others. "And with Earth's legacy," Chen added soberly. The final data transmissions from Antarctic Haven continue to provide valuable insights, particularly regarding solar expansion characteristics that may apply to stellar behavior in all our systems. They had received no further communications from Earth in the months since Dr. Takahashi's final transmission. While the quantum entanglement communicators remained functional, the absence of signal indicated what they had long anticipated. The final human outpost on their homeworld had succumbed to the increasingly hostile conditions. We should propose a coordinated memorial observance across all settlements, Eliana suggested, to formally acknowledge Earth's passing and reaffirm our commitment to preserving its legacy. An appropriate gesture, Chin agreed. I'll raise it during tomorrow's joint council session. As they concluded their meeting, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought humanity to this moment. From the desperate final years on Earth to the construction of the STARWEAVER arcs, from the harrowing departure to the establishment of viable colonies in 3 distant star systems, each step represented both an ending and a beginning. Now they stood at another threshold, potential peaceful contact with an alien civilization, expanding human presence across multiple worlds within each system, and the painful but necessary acknowledgement that Earth itself had passed into history. We've achieved what we set out to do, he said quietly to Eliana as they left the administrative center. Humanity continues, adapting and growing among the stars. More than just continues, she replied thoughtfully. We've begun something new, a relationship with the cosmos built on exploration and discovery rather than exploitation. The prime civilization contact, the ribbon creatures research, our growing understanding of these exotic stellar environments. We're learning to be residents of the universe rather than just inhabitants of a single world. Above them, the alien sky displayed its extraordinary vista, binary stars setting behind distant mountains while the black hole remained visible, a cosmic reminder of the exotic nature of their new home. Around them, the settlement continued its evening activities, people gathering for meals, children being called home, researchers discussing findings, artists capturing the unique beauty of this world. Life continued, transformed but unbroken, beneath alien stars. Across vast interstellar distances, linked by the instantaneous connection of quantum entanglement, humanity's arc settlements maintained their vital connection while each developed its unique character shaped by the specific environments of their new homes. In the Chimera system, Jonathan and Eliana King continued their work, he focusing on engineering innovations adapted to their unusual gravitational environment. She leading xenobiological research on the ocean world's ribbon creatures and other indigenous life forms. The settlement beneath the black hole and binary stars flourished, expanding from its original foundation to include specialized research and development facilities that leverage the unique conditions of their system. In the Peregrine system, Captain Okafor led preparations for humanity's first physical contact with an alien intelligence. Following joint council approval, a carefully selected delegation would meet representatives of the prime civilization on the neutral location they had proposed. Years of observation and months of symbolic communication had built a foundation of mutual understanding, but direct interaction would open an entirely new chapter in both species' development. In the Titan system, Captain Rodriguez oversaw the continued expansion to Titan Tertius while directing scientific studies of their hypergiant star. The tremendous energy provided by this stellar giant had enabled technological developments impossible in other environments, particularly in energy manipulation and quantum computing. Their settlement had developed a distinctly innovation-focused culture, with each challenge of their extreme environment driving new technological solutions. 3 star systems, 7 habitable worlds between them, linked by instantaneous quantum communication, humanity had established not merely survival outposts, but the beginnings of a new civilization spanning interstellar distances. Though numerically small compared to Earth's former billions, these settlements represented humanity's continuation and transformation, carrying forward the best of Earth's legacy while adapting to new environments and challenges. The memorial oak on Chimera Tertius continued to grow, its Earth genetics adapting to alien soil while maintaining its essential nature, a living symbol of humanity's journey among the stars. Beside it, indigenous plants with their blue-green foliage flourished in carefully tended arrangements, representing the integration of Earth's legacy with New World's possibilities. In the children born on these distant planets, nearly 40 across all 3 settlements now, humanity's future took physical form. They would be the first generation to know only these alien worlds as home, the first to grow up beneath unfamiliar stars, the first to consider interstellar communication and alien contact as normal aspects of human experience rather than science fiction concepts. For them, Earth would be a story, a heritage, a foundation, but their lives would unfold on worlds their ancestors had never known, looking up at skies no human had seen before the Great Migration. Through them, humanity's journey among the stars would continue, the legacy of Earth carried forward into a future limited only by imagination and the vast possibilities of the cosmos. The arcs had served their purpose. Humanity had found not just safe harbor but new beginnings among the stars. Whatever challenges lay ahead would be faced with the same ingenuity, courage, and adaptability that had characterized the human spirit throughout its existence, now expressed across multiple worlds in 3 distant star systems, united by common origin but diversified by their unique environments. The journey continued, one step at a time, beneath alien stars. STARWEAVER Chapter 9. The final journey. The last transmission from Earth came on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday. Jonathan was in the engineering lab on Chimera Tertius, working with his team on refinements to the gravity compensation systems used in their construction equipment, when the priority alert sounded throughout the settlement. The distinctive tone, 3 low pulses followed by a higher-pitched sustained note, signified an incoming quantum communication of the highest importance. All citizens, this is Captain Chen. A final transmission from Earth has been received. It will be broadcast throughout the settlement in 5 minutes. All non-essential activities are suspended during this time. The lab fell silent as the announcement concluded. Jonathan exchanged glances with his team members, their expressions mirroring his own complex emotions: anticipation, dread, resignation. They had known this moment would come, had been expecting it for months since Dr. Takahashi's message from Antarctic Haven. "Secure your experiments," he instructed quietly. "We'll reconvene tomorrow." The team dispersed to their tasks wordlessly, shutting down equipment and securing materials with practiced efficiency despite the emotional weight pressing down on them all. Jonathan completed his own shutdown procedures before heading to the central plaza, where many residents were already gathering beneath the open sky. He found Eliana waiting near the memorial oak, now standing nearly 6 meters tall, its branches spreading wide over the gathering space. She took his hand wordlessly as they joined the growing crowd. All around them, settlement residents arrived, some alone, others in family groups, many holding children who had been born on this alien world and would never know Earth except through stories and recordings. At precisely the appointed time, large display screens throughout the plaza activated, showing Captain Chen standing in the communication center. Her expression was solemn but composed as she addressed the settlement. "Citizens of Alpha, what I am about to share is being simultaneously broadcast in the Beta and Gamma settlements as well. Approximately 1 hour ago, our quantum entanglement communicator received a final automated transmission from Earth. I will play it in its entirety." The screen transitioned to show not a human face as many had expected, but a simple text display accompanied by a computer-generated voice. "This is the Guardian Automated System, Antarctic Haven, Earth. Final human life signs monitoring reports 0 viable life signs. Environmental systems critical failure occurred at 0347 hours UTC on September 18, 2025. Geological instability resulted in catastrophic pressure breach in lower habitation levels. Emergency protocols implemented but unsuccessful. Surface temperature currently registering 147.8 degrees Celsius at monitoring station. This constitutes final transmission from Earth automated systems. Guardian protocol complete." A profound silence fell over the gathered community as the message ended. The cold, mechanical delivery somehow emphasized the finality of what they had just heard. Earth, the cradle of humanity, was now devoid of human life. The day they had long anticipated had arrived. Captain Chen reappeared on the screens, allowing a respectful moment before speaking. The Guardian system was designed as a final failsafe, programmed to transmit one last message when Antarctic Haven's life support systems failed completely. Based on the data included in this transmission, Earth is now uninhabitable by human standards across its entire surface and subsurface accessible areas. She paused, visibly gathering herself. In recognition of this moment, all 3 settlements have jointly declared 3 days of remembrance. Normal operations will continue as necessary, but we ask all citizens to take time for reflection, community gathering, and participation in memorial ceremonies that will be held throughout this period. Support counselors are available for anyone who wishes to speak with them. As the announcement concluded, the plaza remained eerily quiet. Jonathan felt Eliana's hand tighten around his, heard her shaky intake of breath. Around them, some people wept openly, others stood in stunned silence, while family members held each other close. After several minutes, Eliana spoke softly. "It's really over. Even though we knew it was coming, even though we've been preparing for this moment for years, it still feels impossible. Earth is gone." "Not gone," Jonathan corrected gently. "Changed, uninhabitable for humans, but still there, still orbiting its star, still existing in the universe. And more importantly, still existing here." He tapped his temple, then placed his hand over his heart. "In memory, in knowledge, in the values and culture we carry forward." An elderly woman nearby overheard his words and approached them. Dr. Susan Wong had been the Alpha Settlement's chief historian since their arrival, dedicating herself to preserving Earth's cultural and historical legacy. "Well said, Dr. King," she commented. "In many ways, Earth lives as long as we remember it, not just as data in our archives, but as a living memory that shapes our actions here among the stars." Others joined their small circle, drawn together by the shared need for connection in this moment of collective grief. Some shared memories of places they had loved on Earth, mountain ranges and ocean shores, city skylines and quiet forests. Others spoke of people left behind, family members, friends, colleagues who had not been selected for the arcs. As twilight fell over the settlement, someone began to sing, a simple, mournful melody that Jonathan recognized as an ancient Earth folk song about loss and remembrance. Others joined, voices blending in the alien evening air beneath the binary stars and black hole that defined their new home. The impromptu gathering continued well into the night, eventually transforming from somber mourning to something more complex, stories and songs that celebrated Earth's beauty and humanity's achievements, interspersed with reflections on the challenges they now faced as the inheritors of that legacy. Children listened wide-eyed to descriptions of Earth's wonders, trying to imagine oceans larger than anything on their current worlds, mountain ranges that stretched for thousands of kilometers, cities with millions of inhabitants. Near midnight, Captain Chen joined the gathering, moving quietly among the citizens and listening to their shared recollections. When she finally spoke, her words were personal rather than official. "My grandfather once told me that no one truly dies as long as someone remembers them, speaks their name, and carries forward what they taught," she said. Perhaps the same is true for worlds. Earth shaped every aspect of who we are, our biology, our psychology, our cultures and values. As long as humanity exists, something essential of Earth continues. Jonathan nodded in agreement. And beyond memory, we have action. How we build our future here, the choices we make, the societies we create, these can all honor Earth's legacy while learning from its mistakes. Tomorrow, Captain Chen continued, we begin a formal memorial ceremony that will connect all 3 settlements through quantum communication. But this, she gestured to the spontaneous gathering, this is equally important. The personal remembrance, the shared grief and hope. Thank you all for coming together this way. As the gathering gradually dispersed, people returning to their homes with quiet farewells and supportive embraces, Jonathan and Eliana remained near the memorial oak, reluctant to end this day of transition. "I keep thinking about something Dr. Takahashi said in that last human transmission," Eliana said as they sat beneath the spreading branches. "She asked us to remember them not just as humanity in abstract, but as specific humans who remained and continued scientific observation until the end, who maintained civilization's values even as their world became uninhabitable. They showed remarkable courage," Jonathan agreed, facing the end with dignity and purpose. It's our responsibility now to ensure their sacrifice wasn't meaningless. That humanity not only survives, but flourishes, and does so in a way that honors the best of what Earth was while avoiding the mistakes that contributed to its end. Above them, the alien sky displayed its exotic beauty, the binary stars setting in a spectacular double sunset, while the supermassive black hole remained visible as a dark circle surrounded by a faint accretion disk. So different from Earth's familiar blue skies and single yellow sun, yet now home to humanity's continued journey. "We're doing well," Jonathan said after a thoughtful silence. All 3 settlements established, beginning to expand to additional worlds within each system. The prime civilization contact proceeding peacefully. New generations being born who will carry humanity forward. If those final inhabitants of Earth could see us now, I think they'd be proud of what their sacrifice made possible. Eliana nodded, her gaze fixed on the alien sky. The ultimate journey isn't from Earth to these new worlds, it's from who we were to who we might become. That's the voyage that matters most in the end. The formal memorial ceremonies began the following morning, coordinated across all 3 settlements through their quantum communication network. Each colony observed the occasion in ways that reflected their developing cultural identities while honoring their shared Earth heritage. In the Alpha settlement on Chimera Tertius, the ceremony centered around the Memorial Grove, where trees and plants from Earth grew alongside carefully integrated native species. The oak that Jonathan and Eliana had planted on their first day, now designated the first tree, served as the focal point, its Earth genetics thriving in alien soil symbolizing humanity's successful transplantation. Captain Lin Chin led the gathering, her formal uniform adorned with symbols representing both Earth's nations and the Alpha settlement's new identity. Behind her, a massive display showed simultaneous connections to the Beta and Gamma settlements, creating the impression of a single ceremony spanning 3 star systems separated by vast interstellar distances. "We gather today across 3 worlds, united by our origin and our purpose," she began, her voice carrying to the assembled citizens and transmitting instantaneously to the other settlements. "Earth has completed its human journey. After nurturing our species for its entire existence, through ice ages and warm periods, through stone tools and spaceflight, through countless generations of struggle and achievement, our home planet has passed beyond our habitation." On the connected displays, Captain Okafor of the Beta settlement and Captain Rodriguez of the Gamma settlement stood before their own gathered communities, each speaking in turn as part of the coordinated ceremony. "Earth gave us life," Okafor continued, his deep voice resonating from the Peregrine system. "It provided the conditions for humanity to evolve, to develop consciousness and curiosity, to build civilizations and technologies that eventually enabled us to reach beyond our single world. Earth taught us," added Rodriguez from the Titan system. "Through its environments and challenges, through the diversity of its life forms and ecosystems, through the resources it provided and the limitations it imposed. Everything we know, everything we are, was shaped by the specific conditions of that single blue world orbiting an ordinary yellow star." The ceremony continued with representatives from each settlement sharing Earth poems, music, and cultural expressions, interspersed with newly created works reflecting their experiences on their new worlds. Children born after the journey, now numbering over 50 across all 3 settlements, presented their own perspectives, their understanding of Earth shaped entirely by others' memories and recordings rather than direct experience. "Earth is like a story everyone knows, but I never read," said one 8-year-old girl from the Alpha settlement. "But my mom says I have Earth in my DNA and in my heart, so I carry it with me even though I've never been there." The simplicity and truth of her statement brought tears to many eyes. The memorial concluded with a synchronized moment of silence across all 3 settlements, thousands of light years apart physically but connected in real time through the quantum entanglement network. For 2 minutes, the only sounds were the ambient noises of their new worlds, alien wind patterns, unfamiliar bird analogs calling, the distinct atmospheric qualities of each environment. When Captain Chin spoke again, her tone shifted from commemoration to commitment. "We honor Earth not only by remembering, but by continuing. Each of our settlements has established viable, growing communities. Each has begun expanding to additional worlds within our respective systems. Each has developed innovations uniquely suited to our new environments while preserving the knowledge brought from Earth. Together, added Captain Okafor, we represent humanity's new beginning, not as conquerors claiming empty worlds, but as humble immigrants seeking to coexist with the environments and other intelligences we have encountered. The journey continues, concluded Captain Rodriguez. Earth's legacy lives through our choices, our communities, our continued exploration and adaptation. We are no longer refugees fleeing a dying world. We are residents of the cosmos, carrying forward the best of what Earth was while creating something new among the stars. As the formal ceremony concluded, Jonathan found himself approached by Dr. Susan Wong, the settlement historian who had spoken with them the previous evening. Dr. King, the Historical Archive Committee has a request, she said. We're establishing a permanent Earth legacy repository, physical and digital records collected in a dedicated facility that will serve both as archive and educational center for future generations. Given your central role in humanity's journey to the stars, we're hoping you would contribute personal artifacts and recorded recollections. I'd be honored, he replied, though I've never considered myself particularly historically significant. Dr. Wong smiled gently. History rarely announces itself in the moment. But your design of the STARWEAVER vessels, your innovations that made faster-than-light travel possible, your leadership during the construction and journey phases, these were pivotal contributions that future generations should understand. Your sister, too, her work bridging Earth biology with alien environments has been foundational to our adaptation here. I'll speak with Eliana, he promised. We both have personal items from Earth that would be meaningful additions to such a repository. Over the following days, as the memorial period continued, all three settlements balanced remembrance with continued operations. The business of survival and growth could not pause for long, even in the face of Earth's final passing. In the Peregrine system, preparation continued for the historic first physical meeting with representatives of the Prime Civilization. Following extensive communication and careful reciprocal learning about biological and environmental needs, a delegation from the Beta settlement would soon journey to the designated neutral location, an uninhabited moon orbiting Peregrine Prime. Captain Okafor led the final planning session, reviewing details with the selected representatives and support team. This meeting represents not just our settlement's first contact, but humanity's first confirmed interaction with another intelligent species, he reminded them. The protocols we've established through our communications provide a solid foundation, but face-to-face interaction will inevitably present unexpected challenges. Dr. Helena Vasquez, who would lead the scientific contingent, added practical considerations. Our environmental compatibility testing indicates we can interact in a shared atmosphere with appropriate filtration. Their tolerance for our biochemistry appears as robust as our tolerance for theirs, which simplifies the physical meeting arrangements considerably. The linguistic progress has been remarkable, noted Dr. Omar Al-Farsi, chief xenoanthropologist. From mathematical principles, we've developed a functional symbolic language covering approximately 2,000 core concepts. While abstract or culturally specific ideas remain challenging to communicate, basic intentions and information can be reliably exchanged. Across their months of communication, they had learned that the Prime Civilization called themselves something best translated as the Deeper Dwellers, a name reflecting their primarily subterranean existence on a world with thin atmosphere and intense radiation from the binary stars. Their society appeared to emphasize collective well-being over individual achievement, with decision-making distributed through specialized councils rather than hierarchical authority. Most encouragingly, they had expressed consistent interest in scientific and cultural exchange rather than territorial concerns. Their mathematical and physical sciences had developed along paths recognizable to humans, though with unique approaches to certain problems that offered intriguing alternative perspectives. Their biology, adapted to their high radiation, low atmosphere homeworld, presented fascinating evolutionary solutions that might have applications for human adaptation to challenging environments. We proceed with both optimism and caution, Okafor concluded. This opportunity may establish peaceful relations that benefit both our species for generations to come, but success depends on our thoughtful, respectful approach at every stage. In the Titan system, Captain Rodriguez oversaw the expansion of their presence on Titan Tertius while directing continued research into their hypergiant star's unique properties. The initial research outpost had grown to accommodate 50 permanent residents, with infrastructure development proceeding on schedule for eventual expansion to a full colony of 200. The crystalline mineral formations have exceeded our most optimistic projections for technological applications, reported Dr. Kaichen, who had remained on Tertius to lead the resource development team. We've successfully integrated them into computing components that operate at 340% efficiency compared to our previous best technology. Production is scaling up to meet settlement-wide demand. Most significantly, the Gamma settlement had achieved something neither Alpha nor Beta had yet managed: true resource independence from Earth-originated materials. Their innovative use of indigenous resources, combined with the extraordinary energy provided by their hypergiant star, had enabled manufacturing capabilities that no longer relied on supplies brought on the STARWEAVER vessel. The fabrication facility is now producing replacement components entirely from local resources, confirmed Chief Engineer Takashi Yamamoto. This includes specialized materials for radiation shielding, computational systems, and propulsion technology. We've effectively closed the supply loop. Rodriguez studied the production metrics with satisfaction. This achievement fundamentally changes our long-term prospects. We're no longer conserving limited supplies brought from Earth. We're building a sustainable industrial base with theoretically unlimited growth potential. This development would soon be shared with the Alpha and Beta settlements through their regular technology exchange protocols, potentially accelerating their progress towards similar resource independence. The three colonies maintain their commitment to mutual support despite the vast distances separating them, recognizing that humanity's survival was better secured through cooperation than isolation. Back in the Chimera system, Jonathan and Eliana spent the evening after the memorial ceremony sorting through their personal collections from Earth, deciding which items would be most meaningful to contribute to the legacy repository being established. "It feels strange," Eliana commented as she carefully examined a small jar containing soil from their parents' garden in Montana, choosing which fragments of Earth to preserve for future generations who will never experience it directly. Jonathan nodded, holding a well-worn paper notebook, an anachronism even on Earth, but something he had always preferred for his initial design sketches. Its pages contained the first conceptual drawings of what would become the STARWEAVER vessels, along with calculations and notes tracking the evolution of his thinking. What do you include when you can't include everything? He wondered aloud. Which pieces best represent what Earth was, not just physically but culturally, emotionally? Maybe that's the wrong question, Eliana suggested after a thoughtful pause. Maybe it's not about representing Earth comprehensively, but about preserving connections to it that remain meaningful as we move forward. Things that show where we came from without anchoring us there. She selected a few items from her collection: the soil sample, a pressed flower from their family home, a small stone worn smooth by ocean waves, and a data crystal containing their parents' final message. Jonathan added his notebook, a mechanical watch that had belonged to their grandfather, and a small piece of metal recovered from the first spacecraft he had helped design during his early career. Not comprehensive, he acknowledged, but meaningful. Objects that connect past to future through personal significance. That's what the repository will be, I think, Eliana said. Not just a museum of lost things, but a bridge between worlds, the one we came from and the ones we're building now. As they continued their selection process, a notification arrived from Captain Chin. The Beta settlement had completed final preparations for their historic meeting with the Prime Civilization, scheduled to occur in 3 days' time. Representatives from Alpha and Gamma would participate remotely through quantum communication, observing this momentous first contact between humanity and another intelligent species. Another threshold we never anticipated crossing when we began this journey, Jonathan observed. We fled Earth to ensure humanity's survival, never expecting to encounter another civilization in the process. It changes everything, Eliana agreed. Not just practically, but philosophically. We're not alone in the universe. Our understanding of life, of intelligence, of what it means to be people, all expanding beyond Earth-centric perspectives. The significance of this convergence was not lost on either of them, Earth's final passing coinciding with humanity's first confirmed contact with another intelligence. An ending and a beginning, intertwined in cosmic timing that felt almost deliberately meaningful. 3 days later, representatives from all 3 human settlements gathered through quantum communication to witness the historic first meeting with the prime civilization. In specially equipped chambers that created the illusion of shared space through advanced holographic technology, they watched as the Beta delegation's shuttle descended toward the designated meeting location on the airless moon orbiting Peregrine Prime. Captain Okafor led the human delegation, accompanied by Dr. Helena Vasquez, Dr. Omar Al-Farsi, and 3 other specialists selected for both expertise and temperament. All wore environmental suits designed for the specific conditions of the meeting location, though sensors confirmed the agreed-upon artificial atmosphere had been successfully established within the temporary structure erected at the site. Approaching final landing coordinates, reported the shuttle pilot. Structure visible on surface, matching exactly the agreed-upon design. No unexpected features or anomalies detected. The structure, jointly designed through their months of communication, was essentially a simple dome with 2 separate entrances leading to a central meeting chamber. The transparent upper section allowed observation of the star-filled sky, a neutral space belonging to neither world but visible to both. Life support readings from the structure confirm atmosphere within human-compatible parameters, Dr. Vasquez noted, studying her instruments. They've implemented our agreed specifications precisely. Proceed with landing and Phase 1 contact protocols, Okafor instructed, his calm voice belying the historic significance of the moment. Across 3 star systems, humans watched as the shuttle touched down approximately 100 meters from the meeting structure. Simultaneously, sensors detected the approach of the prime civilization's vessel from the opposite direction, a craft different in design from human ships, with a rounded, flowing aesthetic that suggested different engineering principles. Both vessels now in position, announced the mission controller from Beta Settlement. Phase 1 protocols initiated. Following the carefully choreographed plan established through their previous communications, both delegations would approach the structure simultaneously, enter through their respective airlocks, and meet in the central chamber. Every movement had been planned and agreed upon to minimize potential misunderstandings or perceived threats. Jonathan and Eliana watched intently from the Alpha Settlement's observation chamber, along with Captain Chin and other senior officials. In the Gamma Settlement, Captain Rodriguez and her team observed from a similar facility. Through quantum entanglement, all experienced the event in real time despite being separated by thousands of light years. Human delegation beginning surface approach, reported the controller as Okafor led his team from the shuttle toward the structure. Their movements were slightly bouncing in the moon's low gravity, despite the weight of their environmental suits. On the opposite side, the prime delegation emerged from their vessel, 6 beings moving with a fluid grace that suggested comfortable adaptation to the low-gravity environment. Even through their protective garments, their physical differences from humans were immediately apparent. Taller, more slender forms with what appeared to be 4 upper limbs rather than 2, moving on digitigrade legs that gave them a distinctive gait. Both delegations reached their respective entrances simultaneously, paused as agreed upon, then entered the airlocks. After brief environmental transitions, the inner doors opened, and humanity met another intelligent species face-to-face for the first time in its history. The central chamber was arranged with a circular table, another jointly designed element intended to convey equality rather than hierarchy. As the delegations approached, Okafor made the agreed-upon greeting gesture, both hands held palm outward at chest height, symbolizing openness and absence of weapons. The lead representative of the Prime delegation responded with a corresponding gesture, their four upper limbs positioned in a pattern that their communications had established as representing peaceful intention. Then, in a move that hadn't been explicitly planned but seemed intuitively appropriate, they extended one limb across the small distance separating them. Captain Okafor, recognizing the spontaneous adaptation of a human handshake concept they had shared in their cultural exchanges, carefully extended his own hand. The two leaders of their respective delegations made physical contact, brief, gentle, but profoundly significant. Across 3 star systems, humans watched in wonder as this simple gesture bridged the gap between two species that had evolved on different worlds orbiting different stars, yet had independently developed intelligence, technology, civilization, and now, the desire for peaceful connection. "We welcome this meeting between our peoples," Okafor said, the words simultaneously translated into the symbolic language they had developed together over months of communication. "May it be the beginning of understanding that benefits both our worlds." The Prime representative responded with their own communication, translated for human observers as different origins, different forms, shared stars, shared purpose. Knowledge grows when paths cross between those who seek. From that ceremonial beginning, the meeting proceeded through the planned agenda, formal introductions of delegation members, exchange of symbolic gifts representing their respective civilizations, and initial discussions of potential areas for cooperative research and mutual benefit. In the Alpha Settlement Observation Chamber, Eliana leaned toward Jonathan and whispered, "They're so much like us in the ways that matter most, curious, communicative, interested in understanding the universe, yet so beautifully different in their evolutionary path and adaptations." He nodded, watching as the delegations began sharing information about their respective biologies, clearly fascinated by each other's evolutionary solutions to different planetary challenges. "This is what I hope humanity brings to the cosmos, this openness to difference, this desire to learn rather than fear or dominate." Captain Chin, overhearing their exchange, added her own observation. "Perhaps losing Earth forced us to reconsider our place in the universe, to approach new worlds with more humility than we might have otherwise. There's a certain cosmic symmetry in humanity making first contact as refugees rather than conquerors." As the historic meeting continued, scheduled to extend for several hours before both delegations returned to their respective worlds, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought humanity to this moment. They had fled a dying Earth seeking mere survival, only to establish thriving settlements across 3 star systems. They had expected to find empty worlds waiting for habitation, only to discover both simple indigenous life and an advanced civilization with whom they now forged peaceful relations. They had feared the end of human achievement and knowledge, only to discover new scientific frontiers that expanded their understanding beyond what earthbound humanity could have imagined. The STARWEAVER vessels, designed as arks to preserve a fragment of humanity, had fulfilled their purpose beyond all reasonable expectation. Now, as Earth itself completed its human chapter, these distant colonies represented not just continuation, but transformation, humanity evolving into a multi-world, multi-system civilization with potential far beyond its single-planet origins. Earth's final journey had ended. Humanity's journey among the stars was just beginning. Chapter 10, Legacies. 25 years after the STARWEAVER vessels departed Earth, Jonathan King stood on the observation platform of Unity Station, watching the slow rotation of Chimera Tertius below. The orbital facility, constructed entirely from materials sourced and manufactured within the Chimera system, represented the latest achievement in the Alpha Settlement's expanding infrastructure. At 62, Jonathan's hair had turned completely silver, and lines of experience marked his face, but his eyes remained sharp with the same curiosity and innovative spirit that had designed the vessels that saved humanity. As Chief Science Advisor to the Alpha Council, he no longer engaged in daily engineering work, but continued to provide strategic vision for the settlement's technological development. "Beautiful view, isn't it?" said a familiar voice beside him. Jonathan turned to see his nephew, Michael King, joining him at the viewport. At 23, Michael represented the first generation of humans born entirely off Earth, conceived and raised on Chimera Tertius, with no direct experience of humanity's birth world. He had inherited his mother Eliana's interest in biology along with his uncle's engineering aptitude, combining these disciplines in his work on environmental systems designed for humanity's continuing expansion. Always impressive, Jonathan agreed, gazing at the blue-green world below. The settlement, now more accurately described as a small city, was visible as a geometric pattern amid the natural landscape, its architecture harmoniously integrated with the alien environment. Hard to believe how far we've come since those first precarious days. 25 years, Michael mused. Though I only know most of it from the historical archives. My earliest memories are from when I was about 4, the communal gardens, the memorial oak, learning to recognize dangerous native plants from safe ones. You took your first steps on alien soil, Jonathan reminded him with a smile. Your mother was simultaneously proud and terrified, an Earth child born to walk beneath unfamiliar stars. Their conversation paused as a shuttle approached the station from the planet's surface, a sleek, efficient vessel manufactured entirely within the Alpha settlement, using technologies adapted for the specific conditions of the Chimera system. 25 years of innovation had transformed the original Earth-designed equipment into something new, technology that honored its origins while evolving to meet the challenges of their new environment. The quantum communication assembly is ready for installation, Michael reported, returning to the purpose of their meeting. Final testing confirmed 99.8% entanglement stability, actually exceeding Earth's best achievements in this field. Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. The upgraded quantum entanglement communication system would expand their instantaneous connection with the beta and gamma settlements, allowing more comprehensive data exchange and collaborative research despite the vast interstellar distances separating them. Schedule the installation for tomorrow's work cycle, he instructed. I want to oversee the final configuration personally. As they turned to leave the observation deck, a notification chimed on both their communicators, a priority message from Captain Lin Chen, who continued to lead the Alpha settlement despite multiple offers to step down over the years. Her leadership had guided them from desperate refugees to thriving colonists, earning her the deep respect of the entire community. Council members and advisors, the message read, please convene for an emergency session at 1400 hours. Quantum communication from Beta Settlement indicates significant developments regarding the Prime civilization. Michael raised an eyebrow. Sounds important. Relations with the deeper dwellers have been stable for years, which makes any significant development worth immediate attention, Jonathan agreed. Let's head down. They made their way through Unity Station's curved corridors, passing laboratories, manufacturing facilities, and agricultural experiments designed to take advantage of the microgravity environment. The station housed a permanent population of 50, with another 30 rotating through on research assignments from the surface. When they reached the station's quantum communication facility, they found several council members already gathering. The chamber featured advanced holographic technology that would create the illusion of physical presence for participants joining from the planet's surface and from the Beta and Gamma settlements. Captain Chin arrived moments later, her bearings still commanding despite her 70 years. She had been 50 when the STARWEAVER departed Earth, already a veteran of space operations and leadership. Now, with silver hair pulled back in her characteristic style and lines of experience marking her face, she projected the wisdom earned through guiding humanity's most distant colony through its formative years. Thank you all for responding promptly, she began once the council had assembled. I've received a priority communication from Captain Okafor regarding developments with the Prime civilization that may have implications for all 3 settlements. The holographic system activated, projecting the image of Captain Namdi Okafor from the Beta settlement. At 67, he remained an imposing figure, his deep voice and thoughtful demeanor unchanged despite the years of leading humanity's outpost in the Peregrine system. Colleagues, I bring significant news, he began without preamble. After 22 years of diplomatic exchange and gradually expanding cooperation, the Prime civilization has made an unprecedented proposal. They have offered to share their interstellar travel technology with humanity. A murmur of surprise ran through the assembled council members. While human and Prime technologies had been selectively shared over the years, primarily in scientific research, medicine, and environmental management, each civilization had maintained certain core technologies as proprietary. Interstellar travel capabilities represented a particularly sensitive area for both species. Their propulsion approach differs significantly from our plasma field technology, Okafor continued. Based on initial information, they utilize principles involving quantum vacuum manipulation rather than space-time curvature. The theoretical models suggest their method achieves approximately 15 times light speed, compared to our current maximum of 8 c. Jonathan leaned forward with interest. The STARWEAVER vessel's original FTL capability, revolutionary at the time, had been steadily improved over the 25 years since their arrival, but had plateaued at approximately 8 times light speed in recent years. A new approach that nearly doubled that capability would transform humanity's potential for further exploration. What motivates this offer? Asked Captain Chen, ever the pragmatic leader. They've been characteristically forthright, Okafor replied. Their long-range stellar observations have detected concerning patterns in a neighboring system that may indicate instability in its primary star. Given their experience with our solar system's fate and our shared research on stellar behavior, they believe collaborative exploration of this region would benefit both our civilizations. How far is this potentially unstable star? Jonathan inquired. Approximately 120 light-years from the Peregrine system, making it roughly 180 light-years from Chimera and 210 from Titan. With our current technology, that represents over 2 decades of transit time. With their propulsion approach, it could be reduced to 8 to 12 years, depending on implementation efficiency. Captain Rodriguez of the Gamma settlement joined the conversation, her holographic presence materializing alongside Okafor's. At 65, she remained the innovative pragmatist who had guided the Gamma settlement through the unique challenges of adapting to the Titan system's hypergiant star environment. The scientific opportunity is compelling, she noted. Our comparative research on stellar behavior, combining Earth's final observations of solar expansion with our studies of the 3 distinct stellar environments we now inhabit, has significantly advanced astrophysical understanding. Adding data from another unstable star could provide crucial insights. Beyond the specific scientific benefits, Okafor added, I believe this represents a profound evolution in our relationship with the Prime civilization. Moving from peaceful coexistence to active collaboration on interstellar exploration marks a new chapter in both our histories. The discussion continued for over an hour, with council members and scientific advisors from all 3 settlements evaluating the proposal from technical, strategic, and ethical perspectives. Eventually, a consensus emerged. Humanity would accept the Prime civilization's offer, establishing a joint research initiative to integrate their propulsion technology with human vessel designs. This will require representatives from all 3 settlements, Captain Chen concluded. Each of our colonies has developed unique expertise based on our distinct environments. Alpha's gravitational wave research, Beta's radiation management systems, and Gamma's energy manipulation technologies will all contribute to successful integration. I recommend we establish a dedicated facility in the Peregrine system, suggested Captain Rodriguez. Proximity to the Prime civilization scientists will facilitate the collaborative process while respecting their home world's environmental requirements. Jonathan found himself volunteered to lead the Alpha settlement's contribution to this historic project. Despite his age and advisory role, his unparalleled understanding of the original STARWEAVER propulsion systems made him the natural choice. Michael would join him, representing the younger generation of human scientists who had grown up among the stars. As the council session concluded, Jonathan remained in the communication chamber, reviewing the preliminary technical data transmitted from the Beta settlement. The prime civilization's approach to faster-than-light travel involved principles that human physics had theorized but never successfully implemented, creating what they described as quantum displacement corridors that essentially relocated matter through space-time without traditional acceleration or deceleration phases. "It's brilliant," he murmured, studying the equations. "Complementary to our approach rather than contradictory. The integration challenges will be significant, but not insurmountable." "You're excited about this," Michael observed, watching his uncle with amusement. "I haven't seen that look since the Deep Ocean Habitat Expansion project." "Of course I'm excited," Jonathan replied without looking up from the data. "This represents exactly what I hoped humanity might become among the stars, not just survivors, but explorers and collaborators, working alongside another intelligent species to expand our shared understanding of the universe." Later that evening, after returning to the surface on a shuttle from Unity Station, Jonathan visited his sister at her home near the original Memorial Grove. At 57, Eliana remained deeply engaged in her research on the ribbon creatures of Chimera secundus. Having established communication protocols with these semi-intelligent indigenous life forms that enabled rudimentary information exchange. "So you're off to Peregrine again," she said as they sat in her garden, watching the binary sunset paint the sky in spectacular colors while the black hole remained visible as a dark circle surrounded by its accretion disk. "Taking my son with you this time, I understand." "If you're concerned," Jonathan began. She waved away his concern. "Not at all. Michael's earned this opportunity, and I'm pleased he'll be working with you. I'm simply noting that at our age, interstellar journeys felt significant. 3 weeks at current velocities," he reminded her. "Not quite the life-altering commitment of our original departure from Earth." "True." She smiled, sipping from a cup of tea made from a hybrid of Earth tea plants and native Chimera herbs, one of many successful botanical integrations she had helped develop over the years. "It's remarkable how thoroughly we've normalized what once seemed impossible. Traveling between stars in weeks rather than lifetimes, communicating instantaneously across light years, collaborating with an entirely different intelligent species, while developing societies that have moved beyond many of Earth's limitations," Jonathan added. "The settlement's governing structure has proven more adaptable and representative than most Earth nations achieved. Resource management approaches sustainable balance rather than depletion. Scientific advancement serves community well-being rather than military or commercial dominance." "Not perfect," Eliana cautioned. "We still struggle with many fundamental human challenges: disagreement, bias, resistance to change. We've just been fortunate to build systems that acknowledge these tendencies rather than ignoring them. Starting fresh has advantages," Jonathan acknowledged. "But maintaining what we've built will require continued vigilance from future generations." They sat in companionable silence as the last light faded from the sky, leaving the scattered illumination of the settlement and the brilliant star field above. The memorial oak, now a massive tree 30 meters tall with spreading branches, stood silhouetted against the starlight, a living connection to Earth continuing its growth in alien soil. "I've been thinking about legacy," Eliana said after a while. "Not just Earth's legacy that we've carried forward, but what we're creating now. The first generations born here already see the universe so differently than we did. They navigate multiple worlds as comfortably as we once moved between cities. They engage with alien intelligences without the weight of our preconceptions. They're becoming something new, not better or worse than Earth humans, but adapted to a cosmos of possibilities rather than a single world of limitations. That's what evolution has always been," Jonathan reflected. "Adaptation to environment across generations. We're simply experiencing it in cultural and psychological dimensions rather than just biological ones." "The true legacy of the STARWEAVER project," Eliana suggested. "Not just preserving humanity as it was, but enabling it to become what it needed to be for its new circumstances." 2 months later, Jonathan and Michael arrived at the joint research facility established in orbit around Peregrine Secundus. The station, incorporating both human and prime design elements, represented the most ambitious collaborative project undertaken by the two civilizations since their first contact 22 years earlier. Their shuttle docked smoothly with the station's adaptive airlock system, designed to accommodate the different atmospheric requirements and physical dimensions of both species. As they proceeded through the arrival protocols, Jonathan noted the elegant integration of technologies from both civilizations, human environmental systems working alongside prime atmospheric processors, each optimized for their respective biological needs. Dr. Helena Vasquez, now in her 70s, but still serving as Beta Settlement's chief of interspecies relations, greeted them as they entered the main reception area. "Welcome to Unity Research Station," she said warmly. "Our prime colleagues are most eager to begin work with the Alpha Settlement team." The name is appropriate, Jonathan noted, referring to the Unity designation shared with Alpha's orbital facility. Both are communities independently choosing the same name for collaborative space stations suggests encouraging alignment in values. Convergent naming evolution, Dr. Vasquez agreed with a smile. One of many parallels we continue to discover despite our different origins. She led them through the station's central corridor, designed with a unique dual-level arrangement that allowed humans to walk on the lower path while prime representatives used the upper level, accommodating the different gravitational preferences of each species while enabling side-by-side progress and interaction. The joint research team has established initial integration protocols, she explained as they walked. The prime propulsion concepts have been translated into mathematical models compatible with human physics, and preliminary simulations show promising results when combined with your plasma field technology. The technical documentation I reviewed during transit suggests complementary rather than replacement integration, Jonathan observed. Their quantum displacement approach handling the spatial transition while our inertial dampening manages the physical effects on the vessel and occupants. Precisely. Neither technology alone achieves optimal results, but together they create capabilities beyond either individual approach. They arrived at the main research hub, a circular chamber with workstations adapted for both human and prime researchers, surrounding a central holographic projection system capable of rendering complex multidimensional models visible to both species despite their different visual perception ranges. Several prime representatives were already present, engaged in what appeared to be a technical discussion with human researchers from the Beta and Gamma settlements. Jonathan recognized the distinctive morphology of the species he had previously encountered only through recordings, taller than humans with slender, elongated limbs. Their four upper appendages allowing complex manipulations impossible for human hands. Their skin exhibited a mottled pattern that research had determined provided natural radiation protection, an evolutionary adaptation to their homeworld's thin atmosphere and intense stellar radiation. One of the prime representatives noticed their arrival and moved with fluid grace toward the newcomers, making the now standardized greeting gesture that had been established during first contact. The universal translation system integrated throughout the station converted their communication into human language. Chief Science Advisor King, we welcome your presence and insight. Your original work on plasma field manipulation provides essential foundation for our combined approach. Jonathan returned the greeting gesture, finding it as always both familiar and alien, the comfort of established protocol layered atop the wonder of communicating with a being evolved on a different world. Chief Researcher Von Tier, I am honored to join this historic collaboration. My knowledge is offered freely in service of our shared goals. The formal exchange complete, they moved into detailed technical discussion, with Michael contributing his expertise in environmental systems that would be critical for any vessel designed to support both species during extended interstellar journeys. The following weeks established a productive collaboration rhythm, with teams working across disciplines and species boundaries to integrate the two propulsion approaches. The prime civilization's quantum displacement technology created what they described as folded space corridors that essentially bypassed normal spacetime, while the human plasma field system provided the stability and inertial protection necessary for biological organisms to survive such transitions. Computer simulations gradually confirmed the theoretical models. A combined system could achieve sustainable velocities of 15 to 18 times light speed, reducing transit time to distant star systems by nearly 50% compared to current human capabilities. More importantly, the hybrid approach reduced energy requirements significantly, making longer journeys feasible without the massive power generation systems previously required. One evening, as Jonathan reviewed simulation results in his quarters, he received an unexpected visit from Von Trier. The Prime researcher had adapted to human social protocols just as humans had learned Prime interaction customs, creating a functional, if occasionally awkward, cross-cultural relationship. "Your concentration appears intense," Von Trier observed from the doorway. "Perhaps interruption is unwelcome?" "Not at all," Jonathan assured them, gesturing to a seat designed for Prime physiology, one of many adaptations incorporated throughout the station. "I was just considering the implications of these results beyond the immediate technical applications." "The philosophical dimensions," Von Trier suggested, settling into the specially designed chair. "These interest me as well." Over the years, humans had learned that the Prime civilization approached technological development differently than Earth cultures had typically done, integrating philosophical and ethical consideration directly into the research process rather than treating them as separate concerns to be addressed after development. This deliberate approach had produced technologies that generally served social well-being rather than creating unintended consequences requiring later remediation. "Our species have both experienced stellar instability threatening homeworlds," Jonathan noted. "Earth lost to solar expansion, your observations now detecting similar patterns in a neighboring system. There's something profound in two different intelligences collaborating to understand and potentially address such threats. Connection through shared challenge," Von Trier agreed. "Our historical records suggest our civilization once had multi-world presence in our system, with surface habitation before radiation increase drove adaptation to subterranean existence. The concept of preserving intelligence despite environmental change resonates across our different evolutionary paths. And now we expand that preservation effort beyond our individual species," Jonathan observed. "Working together to understand cosmic processes that threaten inhabited worlds generally, not just our specific planets." First collaborative interstellar investigation, Von Trier confirmed. "Significant beyond technology. Represents shared responsibility for wider stellar neighborhood." Their conversation continued late into the evening, moving between technical details and broader implications with the fluid interchange that had characterized the most successful human-Prime interactions. Despite evolved under different suns on different worlds, both species had developed the capacity to recognize intelligence beyond their own form and to value knowledge as a shared resource rather than proprietary advantage. The collaborative project continued for 6 months, eventually producing a functional prototype propulsion system installed aboard a specially designed research vessel. The ship, named Horizon by humans and something close to Distance Bridger by the Prime, incorporated environmental systems capable of supporting both species, though for initial testing it would carry only technical monitoring equipment. On the day of the prototype's first test, representatives from all 3 human settlements joined their Prime colleagues in the station's observation center. The small vessel had been positioned at a safe distance from the station, prepared for a controlled test jump to the outer reaches of the Peregrine system. "All systems report ready," announced the test coordinator, a beta settlement engineer working alongside a Prime operations specialist. "Quantum displacement corridor calculated and verified. Plasma field generator at optimal configuration. Test initiation on your command." Captain Okafor, representing the Joint Oversight Committee, exchanged glances with the Prime Elder Council representative before giving a formal nod. "Proceed with the test sequence." On the main view screen, the prototype vessel showed no external change as the integrated systems activated. Then, in a visual effect unlike either civilization's previous propulsion technology, the space around the vessel appeared to ripple slightly before the ship simply vanished, not with acceleration or visible energy discharge, but as if it had ceased to exist in that location. "Transition successful," reported the monitoring officer, reading data from remote sensors positioned at the target coordinates. "Vessel has rematerialized at designated location. All systems reporting nominal performance. Test parameters achieved precisely as calculated." A cheer went up from the human contingent, while the prime representatives made their characteristic gesture of accomplishment, a synchronized movement of all four upper limbs in a specific pattern. Despite their different evolutionary origins and social expressions, the shared satisfaction of scientific achievement transcended species boundaries. The test vessel returned using conventional propulsion, its more limited test systems not configured for round-trip quantum displacement. When it docked with the station several hours later, the detailed data confirmed what the preliminary readings had suggested, a completely successful integration of the two technologies, achieving faster-than-light travel more efficient than either civilization had managed independently. The next phase will involve scaling the system for larger vessels and longer jumps, Jonathan explained during the technical briefing that followed. But the fundamental principles have been validated. We can proceed with confidence toward a full-scale implementation capable of reaching the target system within the projected timeframe. Planning began immediately for a joint mission to investigate the potentially unstable star identified by prime astronomers. The unprecedented collaboration would include scientists from both civilizations, utilizing the combined propulsion technology to reach the distant system in approximately 8 years, rather than the 25 it would have required using previous methods. This achievement extends beyond the immediate scientific benefits, Captain Okafor observed during the mission planning session. It establishes a model for interspecies cooperation that may serve as foundation for addressing other shared challenges. The universe presents hazards that transcend individual civilizations: stellar instability, gamma-ray bursts, potential asteroid impacts. Collaborative approaches improve survival prospects for all intelligence. Cooperation multiplies capacity, agreed the Prime Elder Council representative, the translation system conveying the concept if not the exact linguistic structure. Different perspective angles reveal fuller reality shape. As the planning continued, Jonathan found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought humanity to this moment. From Earth's final desperate mission to save a fragment of its population, they had established not merely survival outposts, but thriving civilizations across 3 star systems. They had encountered another intelligent species and built a relationship based on mutual respect and shared knowledge rather than competition or fear. And now, they prepared for joint exploration, extending humanity's presence even further among the stars. The memorial oak on Chimera Tertius, the contact beacon in the Peregrine system, the advanced energy technology in the Titan system. Each represented not just practical achievements, but philosophical approaches that honored Earth's legacy while enabling humanity's evolution beyond its single-planet origins. 10 years later, Jonathan King stood in the garden of his home on Chimera Tertius, watching his great-niece Eliana, named for her grandmother, who had passed away 2 years earlier, playing among the mixture of earth plants and indigenous species that had become standard in settlement gardens. At 6 years old, she represented the second full generation born on this alien world, with no direct connection to Earth beyond the stories and archives preserved by those who remembered humanity's birthplace. At 72, Jonathan had gradually stepped back from daily scientific work, though he continued to advise on major projects and mentor younger researchers. The joint human-prime mission to the unstable star system had departed 3 years earlier, using the successfully implemented hybrid propulsion technology. The vessel, crewed by representatives from both civilizations, would reach its destination in 5 more years, conduct its investigations, and return with data that might help both species better understand and potentially mitigate stellar instability threats. Uncle John, look, called young Eliana, holding up a peculiar hybrid flower that had resulted from careful crossbreeding between earth roses and a native chimera flowering plant. The resulting bloom displayed characteristics of both, the familiar rose structure with the iridescent blue-green coloration unique to chimera flora. Beautiful, he acknowledged, examining her discovery. Nature finding new possibilities when different origins come together. Like people, she observed with the straightforward insight of childhood. Teacher says humans and prime people and ribbon creatures all evolved differently, but all found ways to think and talk to each other. Your teacher is wise, Jonathan agreed, impressed by how naturally this generation integrated concepts that would have seemed extraordinary to Earth-born humans. Different origins, but shared capacities for understanding. A notification chimed on his communicator, a reminder of the commemoration ceremony scheduled for later that day. 30 years had passed since Earth's final transmission, and the 3 human settlements had established a tradition of marking this anniversary with coordinated observances. "We should prepare for the ceremony," he told his great-niece. "Your parents will meet us at the Memorial Grove." The original settlement had expanded into a true city of nearly 2,000 inhabitants, all descended from the original 450 passengers of STARWEAVER, X1 Alpha, either by blood or by social inclusion in the close-knit community that had developed over 3 decades. The Memorial Grove remained at its center, now a vast garden where earth plants grew alongside carefully integrated native species, symbolizing humanity's successful adaptation to their new home. When they arrived at the grove, hundreds of citizens had already gathered. The massive oak tree, now approaching 50 meters in height with a vast canopy spreading over the central plaza, dominated the space. Around its base, smaller memorials honored specific aspects of Earth's legacy: art, science, culture, and history preserved through the careful curation of those who remembered. The ceremony began with a quantum communication link connecting all 3 human settlements despite their vast separation. On large displays, representatives from Beta and Gamma appeared, creating the impression of a single community spanning 3 star systems. In the Peregrine system, members of the Prime civilization had been invited to observe, a recent addition to the tradition reflecting the deepening relationship between the species. Captain Chin, now 80 years old but still commanding respect throughout the settlement, began the commemoration with a simple statement: 30 years ago today, we received final confirmation that Earth, humanity's birthplace and home for its entire previous existence, had completed its human journey. Today, we honor its memory while celebrating what we have built from its legacy. Representatives from each generation then offered reflections, those who had known Earth directly sharing personal memories, those born on these new worlds expressing what Earth's legacy meant to them despite never having experienced it firsthand. Jonathan had been asked to speak on behalf of the Founders' generation, those who had been instrumental in the STARWEAVER project and the establishment of the settlements. As he approached the speaking position beneath the great oak, he felt the weight of 3 decades of history since their departure from Earth, along with the responsibility of articulating what that journey had meant. 30 years ago, he began, we were still defining ourselves primarily in relation to what we had lost. Earth remained our reference point, our standard against which we measured both achievements and shortcomings. Today, while we honor Earth's memory and legacy, we have become something new, not merely displaced Earth humans, but citizens of Chimera, Peregrine, and Titan, adapted to these environments both physically and psychologically. He gestured to the community gathered before him, faces of all ages, from elders who had known Earth to children born beneath alien stars. Our journey continues in ways we never anticipated when we left Earth seeking mere survival. We have established peaceful relations with another intelligent species. We have built societies that learn from Earth's mistakes while honoring its achievements. We have raised new generations who see interstellar existence not as extraordinary, but as simply the human condition. Looking up at the memorial oak towering above them, he concluded with a reflection that had been growing in his mind throughout recent years. Earth gave humanity its beginning, the conditions that allowed our species to evolve, develop consciousness, create civilizations, and eventually reach for the stars. But Earth was always a beginning, not the entirety of human destiny. Our presence here, on these distant worlds orbiting different stars, represents not just continuation, but evolution, humanity becoming what it perhaps was always meant to be, not the dominant species of a single planet, but contributors to a wider cosmic community of intelligence. As the ceremony continued, with representatives from Beta and Gamma offering their own reflections, Jonathan stood with young Eliana beside him, her small hand in his. The symbolism wasn't lost on him. the engineer who had designed humanity's ark standing with a child of the second generation born among the stars, representing both where they had come from and where they were going. Above them, the alien sky displayed its exotic beauty, binary stars shining brilliantly while the supermassive black hole remained visible as a dark circle surrounded by its accretion disk. So different from Earth's familiar blue skies and yellow sun, yet now unquestionably home to the humans who had adapted to life beneath its light. Later that evening, after the formal ceremony concluded, Jonathan walked alone through the outskirts of the settlement, where construction continued on new residential areas designed to accommodate the growing population. The architecture had evolved over the decades, moving from the utilitarian designs of the early colony to more expressive forms that incorporated both Earth cultural influences and adaptations to Chimera's unique environment. One of the newest structures caught his attention, a community center designed by a young architect born on Chimera Tertius. Its flowing lines and integrated garden spaces reflected an aesthetic sensibility that would have been impossible on Earth, incorporating the specific gravitational characteristics of this world while honoring human-scale proportions and needs. "Admiring my daughter's work?" asked a familiar voice. Jonathan turned to find Michael approaching, now 48 and serving as the settlement's director of sustainable development. His work integrated the environmental sciences he had studied under Eliana with the engineering principles he had learned from Jonathan, creating infrastructure that worked with rather than against the alien ecology. "It's remarkable," Jonathan acknowledged. "Not Earth architecture adapted to this world, but truly Chimera architecture designed for humans. There's a difference that matters." She never knew Earth, Michael reminded him. For her, this world's conditions are simply reality, not something to be compensated for or overcome. It changes the fundamental approach to design. "As it should," Jonathan replied thoughtfully. "Each generation adapts more fully, sees possibilities we couldn't imagine because our thinking was shaped by Earth's conditions and constraints." They walked together through the growing settlement, past laboratories where researchers studied the unique properties of Chimera's environment, past schools where children learned both Earth history and the particular knowledge needed for life on this world, past community gardens where Earth crops grew alongside carefully domesticated native plants. The joint mission to the unstable star should be reaching its destination soon, Michael noted as they walked. The latest quantum communication indicated all systems functioning optimally. "Another threshold crossed," Jonathan observed. "Humans and Prime working together to understand phenomena that threaten both our species, using technology neither could have developed alone." "Father would be proud," Michael said after a thoughtful pause. "Of what you've built here, of what humanity has become among the stars." Jonathan smiled at the mention of his nephew's father, a mathematician who had remained on Earth, having not been selected for the arcs. Like so many left behind, he had continued his work until the end, sending his final research through the quantum link to contribute to humanity's continued knowledge even as Earth became uninhabitable. "He contributed to it," Jonathan corrected gently. "As did everyone who came before us, everyone who remained on Earth, continuing human achievement until the very end. We stand on foundations built by countless generations who never left Earth's surface, but whose knowledge, values, and aspirations made our journey possible." As darkness fell, the settlement's lights created a geometric pattern of human presence on this alien world, a small but vibrant declaration that intelligence adapted from one planet had successfully transplanted itself to another. Above, the night sky displayed not Earth's familiar constellations, but an entirely different starscape, within which the Peregrine and Titan systems existed as distant points of light, invisible to the naked eye but connected instantaneously through quantum entanglement. Jonathan thought about the journey they had traveled, not just the physical distance from Earth to these distant stars, but the psychological and philosophical journey from desperate refugees to confident interstellar citizens. From a species that had nearly destroyed its homeworld through environmental mismanagement to communities that approached new worlds with respect and sustainable practices. From a civilization that had wondered about its solitude in the universe to one engaged in productive collaboration with another intelligence evolved along an entirely different path. "It's not the end of the journey," he said finally. "Just the beginning of a new phase that will extend far beyond our lifetimes. Humanity will continue to evolve, to adapt, to expand its understanding, here in the Chimera system, in Peregrine and Titan, perhaps eventually in other systems we haven't yet reached." "That's the true legacy of the STARWEAVER project," Michael suggested. "Not just the continuation of human existence, but the transformation of humanity into something more expansive than it could have become confined to a single world." As they turned back toward the settled area, Jonathan cast one last glance at the alien sky with its black hole and binary stars. Earth was gone, transformed by its expanding sun into something no longer habitable by the species it had nurtured from single cells to space-faring civilization. But humanity continued, carried forward not just in the DNA of those who had escaped aboard the arks, but in the knowledge, values, and aspirations that defined human consciousness at its best. The journey that had begun as desperate flight from extinction had become something far more profound, humanity's expansion into a cosmic existence that offered possibilities Earth alone could never have provided. Not mere survival, but transformation. Not an ending, but a new beginning among the stars. The STARWEAVER vessels had served their purpose beyond all expectations. Humanity's journey continued.